Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad and that before he's even in here and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Qualify for the next one. So we're out here. We'll work out what we're doing. So over you, Spencer. Off the point, please.
And again, Lizzie to Archer.
Rolling tail. We'll hand it on.
We'll have a bat. Thanks, Michael. Good luck. Have a good game today.
Will do.
Yep.
Don't go too far away, Michael.
Good luck. Thanks, Chief. Thanks. Good luck.
Let's grab hold of you, Wounded Warrior. Trent, stirring stuff yesterday. It was a brilliant finish. Everybody enjoyed it, and we talked about it for ages afterwards.
A few wounded warriors from your particular team. Who's not too flash today?
Probably only 11 out of the 12 not too flash today, but the real injuries are Richard Anderson won't be playing. He did a calf yesterday, opening bowler. Gavin Brown did a hammy yesterday, but he has to play. And
why does he have to play?
Because we've only got 12, so he has to play. He'll meet his requirements, so he'll bat and spend his 25 overs on the field and then probably go off. We get Tommy Redcliffe back. He pinched a nerve in his back on Monday, but he gets back in. So today we have Steve Gremence making his debut in Division 1. He's come up from one of the Div 2 sides to play.
It's really serious stuff, although there's an element of frivolity when you get together afterwards and you talk to the opposition. Yesterday was such a brilliant finish, and yet that feeling of togetherness was evident in the club rooms with the opposition from Western Australia.
Yeah, I still think that our over 50s cricket is a lot of it, not a lot of it, but there's a very good component for your mental health.
Yep.
We're in an age bracket where you can have work and family pressures, and I think the opportunity to get out, play some sport with people in the same age bracket that's competitive,
Yep.
but has the camaraderie attached to it. It's just very good for your mental well-being.
Yeah, fair call. Just a quick one on Gary, because we weren't too sure about what was happening with Gary Lovett. I spoke with him at the sheds this morning, and he said he's been doing a bit of ducks and draking, a bit of shaking.
Yeah, Gary's been crook since Friday. Last night's the first time he's eaten on tour, really. Ate food. Said he was still up during the night, didn't keep it in. So he's had to work hard to stay on the field. And that's why I've been captain the last 2 days.
Okay. Now just repeat what happened when the coin, I think it's landed, has it? It's just about
it's just
down.
come down. It's just landed. So Osman Khawaja, that's how he tosses. So I've taken it on as a Queensland thing. So
Doing what?
we won the toss and we're going to have a bat.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good stuff, yeah. Plenty of information from Trent Ryan. Let's go to Frosty, Michael Frost now, as we get you to wander over and say hello. Welcome aboard. It's been a fun competition for lots of reasons, but no W's in your column yet.
No, we've had 2 games where I think we could have won, but unfortunately the other team was a bit better on the day. So we've played some good cricket in patches. It'd be nice to play a bit more consistent cricket, and hopefully today's the day we do that. So
You need to, because the tournament's running out of days. You need to be able to get across now and feel good when it comes to, say, what's today, a Wednesday, it comes to a Thursday, because then it's time to pack the gear.
It is, and it's been a tricky few days with the weather and dodging and weaving and that stuff. I think the organisers have done a great job, but we are desperate to come out and play well today. If we play well enough to win, that'd be lovely, but we just want to play some really good cricket.
All right, a quick one before you go and get to the troops. Changes, are we seeing any new faces in your lineup?
Yeah, got a bloke that's new to Vets cricket that's played a couple of games in the 2s that's come in, John Shepherd. Good solid player, good Canberra boy, and he'll add a bit of value in the field and a bit of enthusiasm. And Gordon McQuirk, one of our more stalwart type veterans players, got a work thing on today, so unfortunately out. So.
Okay, good on you, as always, and enjoy the day.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, appreciate it.
So there's the skippers, and now the men who are from the Blues Brothers, one of my favourite movies. As we can talk to the umpires, Stephen and Peter. We'll go with Stephen. What about today? Conditions for the last few days have been different. You've had to pick up covers and throw them in different directions. What's it like today?
Well, the last few days has been challenging. I think today we're going to get in a day without too much weather interruptions. Well, fingers crossed anyway. But yeah, our aim is always to try and get as much cricket on as possible and get the guys in playing the cricket that they love. So.
Now, importantly now, for those who are involved in our coverage, just a few quick ones. The number of overs is definitely 45?
Yes, it is. We don't change that. It's the rules and regs are set, so we just endeavour to carry out what we put before us. So yeah, we don't change anything. So.
And we have had on a couple of occasions 2 players have reached 50, and that being the case, they've got to leave straight away and head off?
They do. They have to retire at that, and they can come back once the number of wickets have fallen, so depending on how many have retired over the course of the innings, but they can come back at the last chance, so they can come back in, yes.
And Steve, to you if you come forward, and thanks again for being so kind with your time. We talked about the cricket itself, the spirit of cricket. I haven't seen any dissent. I haven't seen anybody questioning umpires' decisions. And we were told at the start, let's play it in the spirit that we need it to be played. What's it been like out there for you?
Yeah, it's been good. As Steve said, the conditions have been pretty challenging for players and umpires alike, and it's been played in tremendous spirit. I think a lot of these players know each other from various carnivals over the years, so there's a relationship there anyway, which a lot of mutual respect, I think, and there's been some tremendous cricket played and exactly in the right spirit, which has been great.
Just a quick one. I just got told by the boss from Queensland, Trent Ryan, there's a Kratzman playing out there at the moment. That's Andrew.
Yes.
Andrew's father, who was over 70, he recently played in Tasmania in the over 70s, and Queensland won.
Well, that's fantastic. Mark Kratzman I umpired on Monday.
Oh, did
He's
you?
playing in the second Queensland side. So, yeah, still heavily involved in the game and sport in general, which is tremendous.
Well, so too are you two blokes. You've done a mighty job, and all the best to the umpires. Get those digits in the upward direction if necessary for any big decisions. But thanks for saying hello, and we'll talk to you during the day.
Thanks, Peter.
The men there are Peter Rosenall and Stephen Filders, who have been where I am, and that's in the middle of the Woodville Oval, and I'll give you the tip. The players are starting to warm up. They're ready to go. There's no W's between the two teams. They have not had a win, but today is absolutely crucial to the fixtures that are being provided by Queensland and by the ACT. I'll be back in the commentary box very, very shortly, and I'll be able to sit and listen to the dulcet tones of the co-commentator, Phil Herden. Back to you, Phil.
Okay, cut.
Thanks so much for that, Walshy. G'day, cricket fans. Welcome to Woodville Oval for the final preliminary day of the Australian Veterans Cricket over 50s National Championships. We're bringing you the ACT Fireballs Blue against the Queensland Maroons. Both teams, as Peter mentioned, looking for their first win. The winner will be off to the fifth place game tomorrow up in beautiful Strathalbyn. The loser will be in the seventh place game tomorrow up at Ingle Farm. You've met Walshy. You're hearing from me, Kate Johnson. Good morning, Kate. Welcome to day 3, day 4, whatever. It's more cricket.
Up here at Woodville, looking down at the crowd, and looks like it might be a nice day of cricket today.
Overcast, but it's certainly we don't have the wind. I'm not quite sure what you copped yesterday at Goodwood, but it's nice not to have the wind blowing a gale for us.
And you know, you've provided me with some player profiles. I'm currently looking at Kratzman. His nickname's Kratzky, and it's really got me in the mood for a Kransky. How do you feel?
No, I think we're going to have to find someone in our crew out for a lunch order a little bit later. Yes, it doesn't take much for us to get into food during a cricket conversation. We're going to take a break. The players now are about 23 minutes away from the start of this one. We're going to bring you ball-by-ball coverage from Woodville. But, Kate, you have a very big assignment. One, to dissect the profiles, and also to keep us up to date with a big day in the tournament. 21 games, finals positions to be determined today.
Well, yeah, if you think you're in a different state, there's no hiding from us because we got all the dirt on the cricket field.
Fantastic, Kate. So Phil Hurd and Kate Johnson, Peter Walsh, your commentary crew today from Woodville. Want to thank our sponsors. You'll see the West End scoreboard through the day. Replays thanks to Explorer Caravans. The drinks break, and maybe we'll give the pre-game as well to the S&W Seed Company. Also Findex, Nelson Teamwear, NXI Sport, South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, the South Australian Cricket Association, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, and of course all the great things you can do at the Adelaide Oval, the Oval Hotel, where I think the ACT are staying at, the roof climb, a must-do, and the MTX Club, the place to be through the various sporting seasons. We'll be back a little later with the first delivery here from Woodville.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad and that before he's even in here and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
And welcome back to Woodville Oval, where the cricket nets are getting a little bit of a workout, part of the facility down here, home of the Woodville District Cricket Club, one of the premier cricket grounds in the city of Adelaide, and host today for the final prelim match in the Australian Veteran Cricket Over 50 National Championship. You're with Phil, Peter and Kate. Walshy, you were down for the coin toss. Queensland seem to be the walking wounded. ACT have lost their 2 games as well. They still feel pretty upbeat?
They do, Phil, and it's lovely to have you back, mate. We missed you yesterday. I was looking for you because we just talked all day, which is what we do, but still it was a very exciting day. And then to talk to the team that you did have the facility of commentating yesterday was a real thrill, because the Queensland guys were so good. But they've got some issues, and the issues I don't mind telling you because they were passed on to me. The first one, Phil, was Gary Lovett. Now, Gary officially is the captain.
Yeah.
Now, Gary came out yesterday in the game that we did at Goodwood, and he walked towards where I was, and I said, "Excuse me, can you turn around?" Which is our way of saying we need to see what number you've got on your back. So, for no other reason, just turn around, will you? And he said he wasn't well. He said, no. So we didn't toss. So the captain standing in was Trent Ryan, and I'll talk about Trent in a sec. But Gary today, after spending a little bit of time, Phil, in the field yesterday, which was really surprising because he said he wasn't going to play, and his mum and dad were sitting just near where we were. So anything that we said, they heard. So they gave us a bit of help. And so this morning when I went to see Gary to see how he was, the first thing was the reluctance that I had to shake hands because I'm thinking COVID, and I haven't got a mask on, and I'm being serious about this.
Or other things as well.
And I said, "How are you feeling?" He said, "No, not good, not good." I'm sorry about that because you're the captain. He said, "Look, I'm just so disappointed." But crook all night, no good. And I'm thinking, what did he watch on Netflix? If it was crook all night, was there a movie that he didn't like? He just stayed sick. Yeah. So he, unfortunately, won't be a part of the team. Another sadness was Richard Andresen, who has done a calf injury. Now, calf injuries can last for 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks. He's no good. No good at all. Did the calf yesterday. So he now becomes the scorer today and the manager and somebody that he is available to be interviewed.
Whilst he's scoring.
He could do anything.
He could be multitasking.
I know. And look, they're all very effusive and very happy. And Steve Gremitz is the new player wearing Guernsey number 126. And you know how you stumble over a story? Well, this is a big stumble. We had the onesies out yesterday. Yes. We get that sorted out. And the guy who wore the onesie this morning was Andrew Kratzman. Now, at Goodwood, there's a tennis court in the background.
Yes.
He was over there talking to a few players because of his prowess as a tennis coach. And, of course, his brother is Mark. He had forgotten his work ethic in putting the covers out. And he was talking to these tennis players about coaching tips. And so he got fined.
He got fined, and the fine is you get the onesie.
He got the onesie. And what we did was we didn't need a rear vision mirror because when he ran away from us, we could see everything that we needed to see on the bodily functions of the man called Andrew Kratzman. But the amazing story, and I never get sick of these stories, Dad, Neville, is 70. Mm-hmm. Dad just played in the over 70s in Tasmania.
In Launceston.
And Queensland won.
Yep.
So he played and was successful at an early 70 to play the game. And I said briefly to Andrew yesterday, and he'll also be available today, what do you think? Oh, I love it. This is fantastic. And he couldn't play all yesterday, did a bit of bowling and that, but he said, this is just what it's all about. And I'll finish off and I'll handball over to you. I want this to be deadly serious because he was. When he came over and chatted, he said, do you mind if I talk about mental health? And I said, of course not. And he then, with his permission, I could ask him questions, talked about some of the struggles that he has had to work through and said with so much passion, Phil, and a very forthright when he was looking at me, cricket and the camaraderie of the teammates in the Queensland team had helped him so much. Because of the issues that he was dealing with, he needed support and he was getting it. So well spoken, Andrew. And to anyone who's out there listening, for goodness sakes, don't think that you are always alone or ever alone. Pick up a phone, send a text message, do anything you can do, but surround yourself with people who listen.
Yeah, and that's a great thing about the veterans cricket is that plenty of people who were used to a sporting environment and then life came along and they dropped out of that environment are back into it again. And the camaraderie, community, support, they're all going through. So the other thing is they're going through similar life stages and the challenges that brings up, personal health-wise, and so forth, is always there. We've got one eye on Woodville today. Someone who's got one eye. I don't know how you're going to do it, Kate. 20 other games today. Final pool matches, finals positions to be determined. What will you be keeping an eye on the most?
Well, thanks to technology, we get updates about all the different games going around. There's a big one going on at Summit Recreation Park. The SA Silverbacks versus WA. They're both undefeated. and we will find out who takes the championship today.
Well, if they win that, they're here tomorrow, and everybody wants to be here tomorrow. Pool A, Kate, looking a little bit more decided at this point. Victoria likely to be here tomorrow, but they've still got a game to play to get here.
They do, and you know, Tassie and Victoria both haven't won. Victoria's won all their games, Tassie won none, so who knows, the Tassies might just come up. They might be over that seasickness and ready to ready to go.
Their flight dramas that they had trying to get. Yeah. And look, if there's one place that you don't want to have flight dramas, it's coming from Tassie, because it's the boat, the plane or swim. You can't just hire a car and just take off. If planes aren't working in Hobart or Launceston, it's a problem. But of course, that's just a couple of games today. We've got Div 2, Div 3, Div 4 and Div 5.
Precisely.
Plenty around the place.
You know, Dave Benson is someone that's playing in the Div 2 for South Australia, and he's part of our major sponsors for caravans. If you want to head around the coast along the summer, they are playing out at Strath against New South Wales.
Yes, well, that's it's like South Australian men's cricket in terms of a state team hasn't had a lot of success in recent times, and we are, as we have a look at the pitch at the moment, we have the Div 1 and Div 2 SA sides both undefeated. As we have a look at the pitch now, Walshy, of the three of us, you're probably the best pitch expert. You were out there as well, so how does that look from your eagle eye?
Well, that's a tough call. I said to the umpires, any dramas, and they're a little bit concerned about the drizzle or the mizzle or the whatever you call it, but that seems to have gone away. But one of the umpires said, did you hear the story that Les Burdett always tells? And I said, well, Les, of course, is a curator of over 40 years at the Adelaide Oval, and he said on one occasion Tony Gregg was out there with having a look at the pitch,
the old keys,
and it was at the whacker, which can be just a little bit bumpy, and he put a bat down, and the bat actually disappeared in one of the cracks in the middle of the whacker.
And he's trying to get it out.
I know.
In the crack.
I know. Look, these umpires, they do a mighty job, and they all enjoy it immensely. Steve Fielders and Peter Rosenthal are the two out there today, and all I could do was, I gingerly said, is there any possibility of walking on the track? Oh, look, we'd prefer you keep off, which is fine. But the big comparison, Phil, as of yesterday, there was a lot of sand there yesterday at Goodwood. Sand from both ends. But out there, it looks firm, it looks to be okay, no issues whatsoever. And as we speak now, a couple of the umpires down below getting themselves organised. And I'm hoping that we get a good day, because I think tomorrow, Kate was telling me last night that weather conditions for tomorrow are even better. I think we're heading towards 20 or something, aren't we?
I thought it was sunny and 31. I might have
31?
to check that. I can't believe that. We're going to get rid of the hoodies and have to bring the sunscreen. But looking forward to that. And look, you want your final to be played in the best conditions, because it's going to be the two best sides. Of course, what do we got? 42 teams, 520 players, all playing the 4 games. Great that we had the rest day yesterday in good weather. So everybody's played their 2 games. They're all set for the final pool matches.
Yeah, and I'm really thrilled that Anthony Telfer, who's done a mighty job, and we did see occupational health and safety. I saw Lara floating around earlier this morning with gaffer tape. Now, apparently, she had other instruments of substance that you hang on to if you go to a place like that, like Bunnings or Mitre 10 or that, but she looked to be very comfortable with the gaffer tape. I'm not sure where it's going, Phil, but she was on a mission.
I think it's going to an advertising sign near you. So Telf, what level is Telf playing in?
He was Division 4.
Division 4, so Kate, that's another one to keep your eye on. Where are the SA Silverbacks division? Where's Telf heading to today?
Well, yeah, if you're thinking about you want to sort out some gaffer tape in your life, maybe you need something to fix, maybe a bumper on your car, not used to the Adelaide roads, then you can catch Andrew Telfer and Lara at Woodville.
Woodville, well, and I have to say this too, and we can be a bit flippant, but the fact is that he is in charge of what's been a mighty effort to get everything sorted. And he was like Santa Claus. yesterday when I gave him a call just to say I hope today goes well, he said, it'll go really well. I said, why is that? I'm playing. I said, are you serious? I'm playing. It was like a broken record, a broken vinyl. He kept saying, I'm playing. And last night when I rang him, I think he got 30 odd. And that was good. And the other detail, and it's a plug to a sponsor, and I don't mind giving out the sponsors because we've got our caravan man, the Benno boy.
Explorer Caravan.
Oh, look, he's just a workaholic. And I've been very fortunate he's looked after me, and he raced out at 1,000,000 miles this morning. I said, where are you off to? Oh, Strathalbyn. I said, there are races at Strathalbyn. There's races at Balaclava. I didn't know they were at Strathalbyn. I've got to fill in, and we've got someone who isn't quite right. A few of the injuries creeping in. And he's off. Benno boy, he's off. Charged off, got himself organised. That's what we don't see or we can't talk about because we don't know of all the injuries. But gee, there's a few of those aching bodies.
Well, that could be an interesting part of this game today because ACT did the hard yards, and they were hard yards on Sunday and got that game played at Kensington. They played their second game on Monday, and they actually had the rest day yesterday. Queensland couldn't get their game off on Sunday. They've played 2 in a row. This is their third successive. We match fitness in a lot of sports, but just I think the ability at this level to rest for a day is going to give the ACT a slight advantage.
Yep. Now here's the Queen of Gaffer Tape too. I've spotted her, Lara.
Yep.
Is heading off with the gaffer tape. So, little things that happen. And as you said, Phil, you've watched with an eagle eye all of the events that are happening at all the venues. And, of course, one of the key events, and I'm being serious, is the sponsors need to be there. And when the people that are here walk in and have a look, they need to be able to look and say, oh, there's the sponsorship there that Adelaide's provided. And the gaffer tape comes in, and the sponsors are well looked after, so good on you, Lara.
I think everything is secured. So the Adelaide one is, of course, the Government of South Australia, the Tourism Commission. Very important supporters, and sometimes it's not just the money, it's also the expertise in being able to put on an event. And Kate, has the scale and size of the event surprised you, that there's this much cricket happening under our noses this week?
Absolutely. I'm loving how the families as well have come over to check out the event and really checked out Adelaide. It gives you an excuse to come check out our state.
Also, APIA Insurance, as you can see there. West End, the one that we're going to struggle to get a picture of, there's actually the biggest beer can I've ever seen sitting in the cricket club pocket. It is inflatable, unfortunately. I don't think there's much inside of it. But they needed to connect it to some power, and it's just in our sort of back corner.
It's not really the family-friendly bouncy castle we're used to.
That's usually where I'd set up my little tent with the kids' activities and the bouncy castle.
So you take your kids over to the beer can?
No, when I was working at the Eagles, I was responsible for the kids' area and making sure the kids have a good day at the footy, so they pester mum and dad to come back to the next game. And that's the power source for the inflatable. Could you have a beer can as an adult jumping castle? Was there some creative concept there, Peter?
It's a long time since I've bounced off a beer can.
Well, that could be it. Maybe you charge into the beer can and bounce off. Anyway,
it's all different.
We're digressing as we wait for the first pitch. In theory, it's 2 minutes to the start. The ACT team that are fielding first gathered by the boundary rope, ready to go. Umpires are heading out to the middle. One thing about Queensland, at least, their range of captains have been fantastic with the coin so far. 3 for 3 on the tosses.
Yeah, I like it. I like the toss in the middle earlier on when we had Trent Ryan, he's a wicked man with a wicked sense of humour. And Usman Khawaja happens to be one of his favourite players. So when the coin was tossed, it flew into the air, and I thought it was going to land near Stirling, where Kate lives. It didn't. But he thought that was very funny, Trent. He got a long laugh out of that whilst we waited for the coin to land and roll around and then at least stop so we could do an interview.
I mean, you got one chance. The enthusiasm.
Oh, it was all good. It's all good. Yeah. And this, in all seriousness, though, you wouldn't want to leave this tournament without a W in the column. You'd want to do all right. And I've got to be honest, Phil, when we saw that first game, there were so many occasions where I thought this will be a win to the ACT. They were doing all right because Solway was hitting runs and we had Michael Frost out there. But they didn't win. This is pretty important for them now. This is a pride factor.
Give you a stat. Frost and Solway have scored between them this tournament 174 of the 307 ACT runs thus far. So we'll talk about that a little bit more when the Fireballs Blue come out to bat. Just looking at the opening batsman for Queensland, we've got John Short, and one player who's just turned sideways at the moment. We'll pick him up in a sec. And do you think this would be the perfect conditions to play? It's cool, little breeze, overcast, calm.
Well, the concern that I have got at the moment, Phil, is I can't see any umpires.
I can't see any stumps.
Well,
so
let's hope we get them both.
This is not the first time that we've turned up and there's been a late run on the stumps. Now, we do have the Woodville District Cricket Club here. They do open the club rooms. We do have we got the stumps?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, that's good. We have a game. I was about to say, I was eyeing off there's 2 council rubbish bins on the far terraces. And
Phil, I don't want to see you go off and start ferreting around in a rubbish bin before our cricket
starts. You just have to unattach them and bring them out and have them at either end like a good game of beach cricket or something.
Yes, you could too.
Adapt, improvise, overcome. That's what this week's been all about.
Well, Laura's got the gaffer tape.
She can tape them to the pitch.
And we're going to get some really good happy snaps today too, because James, one of our producers who's on scene, he's going to be out and about annoying the you-know-what out of both teams, and that's exactly what he's doing now and getting it up close and personal. And I do, with sincerity, thank all the teams because they're giving us that chance to do exactly what James is doing now, being a pain in the backside.
Yeah, James could very easily set up like a fly slip position and just be there. He could be the sky cam at ground level. What we could do is I feel like we should get him a little Segway thing that he can run around in.
I want the mallet to emerge because I know that there is a mallet, not an Ashley, unfortunately. We lost Ashley through circumstances. That was very sad passing. But usually they've got a mallet there and they do it meticulously, the planning before we get our game underway.
David Roach is the other opening player with John Short, and I think it will be David Roach who will take the first delivery. They'll be starting from the southern end, or the airport end here at Woodville. So a couple of minutes after 11. Not too much drama.
I just got a text message from Telf and it says, "My name is Anthony and I'm playing at Gaza."
I'm playing at Gaza.
Okay.
He's at Clemzig. Okay. Home of the Gaza Football Club.
Could have been a couple
I think
ways.
after a fairly famous World War I battle from memory, but do diverge a bit. Any tips, predictions? Who we backing today? Having seen both.
Balaclava, race 6, horse 3.
Go the Peckers of Balaclava.
Dom Tourneur has informed us that might be all right. And race 4, horse 6 each way. More information required?
Well, if you're after the same teams playing in a different division, Div 2, we have Queensland and ACT Gold teams playing at Ingle Farm today. With Queensland the probable winners.
Queensland having the better record in that. They're the 1-1 ACT yet to win. But we're set to get underway here. First delivery, you're with Peter Walsh.
Beautiful day for cricket. Magnificent. First ball, the attempted pull away down the leg side. No contact, it's a wide. So we are up with the 1W wide. And just chatting to Phil with the umpires beforehand and talking about any problems with dissent and any problems with rule changes. And they're so forthcoming with the information that we want to pass on to those people who are watching us on YouTube, and we know exactly what's going on. And we know that the ACT, with that ball wide of the leg stump, and that's 2 balls and 2 wide. So not too much accuracy out there in the first over for the ACT.
Yeah, Paul Neames has got the job of the opening overs. Was hammered a little bit at Kensington on Sunday, 37 off 3 overs. Was a 0 for 20 off 5 against WA at Port Adelaide a couple of days ago. He's got the job of opening the bowling.
In he comes, right arm over, and that ball is down leg side, and guess what? It's not the first time, it's not the second time, it is the third time.
That's a hat-trick you do not want to get, do you?
And see, we'll be looking at those little quirky things and we'll be thinking, we don't want him to bowl 6 wides. And what's the umpire doing? He's doing a bit of waving out there. And there has been an acknowledgement from somewhere in the crowd from where we are.
It's usually checking with the scorers.
Well, no, there is a little scoreboard down below where we are. Yeah, well, it's none for 3. And we've had 3 wides. This ball, and it's pushed back down the ground with a fair amount of resolve, not all that much power, but the ball was pushed away with conviction, and there's no run.
Well, David Roach would be happy that he survived that one. Unfortunately, he was out caught behind off the very first delivery for him of the tournament against South Australia.
This ball, and he's forward, bat and pad close together, a little bit of pad as well there as the ball balloons away on the offside, bounced away in the direction there of John Shepherd, who is playing today, and there's no run.
Queensland playing South Australia back on Monday. SA set them a task at Goodwood 245, and Queensland were 3 for 5 and really struggled to get back into that contest. Of course, played an absolute cracker yesterday.
Oh, beauty. This ball is taken on the edge of the bat as he leant forward, and it skids along the ground, and there's no run.
And a 6. So if he gets his eye in, watch out.
Gee, we saw some good fielding yesterday too. The keepers for both sides were very good. The batting of both sides was very good. This is pulled away back with a square. Now, it's not going to go to the boundary because it's a long way away and there is a little bit of sticky stuff out there. So the batsman will walk through for a second run. He got good contact, but we made contact, and you know the ovals in South Australia a lot more than I do, Phil. This is a massively big oval, Woodville, and I don't reckon you're going to get many 4s here today.
Didn't get many on Monday. No, I know a few ovals, Peter. This one's a special one, though. Home of my favourite footy club, where I worked here for a few years part-time as well.
Okay. Getting towards the end of the first over, this one wide of the off stump and through it goes. You know, it's amazing about how you have significant affection with the piece of dirt.
Yes.
Now, you know, you've got something wrong in your life if you really love dirt that much. But I know, Phil, and I'm being brutally honest here, what's going on. The over's the call from the scorers, and they're not quite ready. The umpire...
I think there's some... Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
there were 3 wides.
Now, the umpires...
So there were 3 wides.
Yep. And the man who looks like a wind farmer is out there with the arms stretched. And I can tell you, the 2 Queenslanders who are officiating as scorers, we might be able to, at some stage throughout the morning, find out what's going on.
I'm not sure what's happened to the ACT score, and unfortunately, I'm not sure they've got the live stream. But there's a slash over the slips, and Queensland will be very happy they got that extra delivery because it's brought up 4, and that will be 9 off the over. 6 off the bat, 3 off the sundries.
Just when I said there wouldn't be many boundaries scored today, away you go.
Guaranteed, Peter.
Now, I should now give information to, because we're sharing, the man who's doing the scoring is multi-skilled. That's Richard Anderson, who's out with a calf injury. He's to our left with the moustache, and he's going to see us at some stage. Now, he was talking to one of the umpires. I'd like to find out exactly what the discussion was about, because we have to know how many deliveries, and in the finish, long over, done for 9.
We could be in a bit of strife. The live scoring for this game is not up and running at the moment. Hopefully it will be soon. I can only keep track of it so much. I need confirmation.
You know, what the cricket, like, you love your baseball and you do that brilliantly. You're so across what goes on with the nuances of the sport. I was talking to Kate on the way in this morning, And you just got to know so much about cricket. There's no way to stop. There's always somewhere to go. It's like continually running into a roundabout.
I think it's like most things, Walshy. There's always element to learn.
Mm.
It's almost like Decatable Terrace. And the pronunciation of that one.
Well, I said to Kate, what about man-catting now? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
And so Kate ran off the road into a golf course and said, what are you talking about? Well,
Guy Randall is the bowler from the Clubhouse Port Road Northern End. He is the danger bowler for the, for danger for Queensland, I guess. He has got a fair chunk of them. Just trying to get up the ACT bowling figures here at the moment. Randall 2 for 14 against South Australia, and then how's this? 3 for 8 off 7 overs against WA. Is that 1-3?
This is funny how we listen and we can pick up the calls from those out there, but the one call was Randall, followed quickly by Randell. Then we went back to Randall. So, Guy, good on you, Guy. You're out there.
I think it's Randell.
Yeah.
So Short has got his first run. I would suggest that Roach is on 6. Roach plays strongly and through mid-on. And that's going to be a single. Queensland, who played their first 2 games at Goodwood Oval, have a bit of a size adjustment to make here. ACT's first trip to this ground as well. The wicket played on the offside, no run. Just the 2 off the over so far.
If you drove past this venue and you weren't too sure that there was a sporting contest underway and it was cricket, and you stopped and had a look, you'd be trying to work out, and I'll tell you what I think in a sec.
Nicely played into the onside gap behind square. This will bring a couple. All the ACT fielders. I always got to check others on my laptop to make sure no one's hiding. That's the end of the second over, and I reckon that was 4 off of that, so I've got the score at 13 for naught. Totally, utterly unofficial.
One of the things I was going to mention is that if you stop and look, there wouldn't have been many times, if any times at all, that you'd see the ACT playing Queensland in a game of cricket at the Woodville Oval in South Australia.
Never. I'm sure it's a first.
And how good's that, though?
Well, even having Tasmania versus New Zealand.
Yes.
That was, What are we calling an interstate, an international?
And they say nothing happens in Adelaide.
Nothing happens in Adelaide. I think Adelaide is... there's certain events that I think suit Adelaide to a T, and I think this kind of event is right up there. The cricket, the Adelaide Oval connection, bit more of a leisurely pace, fairly easy to get around, lots of good facilities. Cricket culture. Where else would you be?
True. Now, you'll have to help me. Mark was working with us early in the piece. Now, what's Mark's surname, please? Can we help? Mark sat with us in the commentary box in the first game or the second game.
Oh, Mark Finlayson.
Finlayson, thank you.
B-double.
Now, Mark was kind enough to pick me up on a couple of occasions and said, look, I won't be around for the last 2 days. And I said, oh, why is that? He said, I'm going to Geelong. I said, what's on in Geelong? The over 60s. So it's not over 50s now, it's over 60s. And for him, it's like travelling circus. Well, not travelling circus, travelling caravan.
No, that's us. We're the circus.
But how good is it that you can travel? And we mentioned earlier on, in passing, Neville Kratzman playing in the over 70s in Tasmania.
Yeah, well, and there's over 40s. Ben Tippett was mentioning he's
Yes.
off to, is he off Grafton
Yes.
or Gosford or...
He's at Gosford, that's correct.
Gosford?
He's a nice guy too. I liked working with Ben yesterday.
Yeah, Ben's magnificent. He's got a very interesting insight into the world of cricket, having worked in a lot of different places. Should add, folks, we do have, just on the YouTube, I've got the YouTube chat up.
Ooh.
So if you'd like some live interaction or got questions or comments, I'll keep an eye on that. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're really keen to keep an eye on.
Just on that, Phil, I've got a bit of sharing information in just a sec.
Oh, there's a shot over the top of slips. That was done with good purpose, and that would have run to the boundary even on the full ground. So Neems has gone for 4. That was a wonderful shot by David Roach. Higher pitch delivery with a bit of bounce, and cleared, well, slip and gully pretty easily. Walshy.
Yesterday when Ben was chatting with us, he was talking about what he does as a manager, and he talked about Adam Zampa, but then was very expansive in the relationship that he had with Glenn, or has with Glenn Maxwell. And he was quite prepared to have a chat about what he had to do and how it all sorted itself out and when the injury occurred, and a bit of a problem with the broken leg. And he's, worked into giving some specifics. And I grabbed the paper this morning and was looking at the Balaclava race fields, and I looked at the local paper, the Advertiser, and I saw a photo of Glenn Maxwell.
Not looking the best.
And Glenn did not look well at all. And all we can do is say, Glenn obviously wouldn't be listening to our coverage, but to look after yourself. He's just saying that it snapped his leg. He heard it and felt every part of it. It was pretty painful. I was screaming. Yeah. Well, he's really copped it, so let's hope that he's okay. But he did not look at all in the paper. And thanks to the Advertiser for us being able to give you reference to the information, but
we'll
didn't
be
look
back
too good.
We'll be back after the break. Queensland won the toss, selected to batter, off to a solid start. 3 overs gone, 23 on the board. Well over 7 and over thus far. After playing on the postage stamp at Goodwood, there's lots of green acreage to be had. ACT with every fielder inside the circle at the moment. Reasonably strong offside. 6-3 to the offside at the moment. There's John Short. Happy to see that one sail past from Randell. So we've got 2 righties out there. Got a first slip and a short gully or a fourth slip. Point. Cover point, extra cover, mid off, sort of a mid wicket, and a square leg. I think I've missed anyone in the fielding side.
I've lost my phone charger, so keep talking, will you?
No worries. Not for 23 is the score as we speak. We don't have the live cricket, but we've got the scorers within yelling range. So if you, it's like a certain company's ads. Bowlers, no. Overscore.
Our technical people have bought every imaginable piece of equipment, and none of it I can work.
Yeah. The wires and cables and setup is quite something to behold, and everyone's here pretty early in the piece. It's not quite a turn up and push it on button. There's a short out to point, quick single, gets the run. Of course, you do a broadcast at a ground like Adelaide Oval or MCG. They've got set up and pack up, but you've also got a place to store. Whereas here, it's pretty much we turn up, we unpack, we set. End of the day, the tech crew pack everything down and take it away. Long day.
And the only ropes and wires they need on the field is those ones that's about to hit.
I'm just glad they found some stumps, personally. As this is going to be well saved by the rope. And the fielder out there who will recognise in due course, he's got a red rag out there. I don't know, in his back pocket.
He'll turn around very shortly.
Yeah. It's like a footballer kicking a goal. You need to find the number. You're just waiting. The dead air is magnificent. He's zigzagged everywhere without giving us a slight look. I'm going to keep watching him. We might have to keep calling some cricket. Here we go. Oh, it's number 1, Will Allen. Thank you, Will. We've got the score. I think it was 3 run by the boundary, so I think it's 0 for 26. We'll check with our scorers at the end. So, no, score's 27. Okay. Lovely relay.
We saw yesterday, Phil, in the Queensland innings, when you get to meet people, I had the chance of meeting Damien Meek. Damien blasted a few big sixes late in the innings, looked $1 million, and his mother was sitting near where we were, and she came over for a chat. She was delightful. Damien comes from Townsville, which is a long way away. His mother lives at Byron Bay, and she travels around and watches him play, which is fair enough.
Yes.
And then I said to him, because he was kind enough to have a chat, what happens in your life now in this game? I'll open the bowling. So after he smashed a very healthy score of substance yesterday.
61 not out, 4 fours and 4 sixes.
That's it.
Whoa!
They were bold blows. And that's just the typical way of enjoying himself and being responsive, and so too to his mum. So that was good value.
So this is Neems coming in for his 3rd over, keeping it pretty tight after a little bit wayward in the first 3 deliveries. Queensland, they do their veterans cricket a little bit differently.
In what way, Phil?
They play during winter.
Do they have a winter in Queensland?
Well, that's possibly part of the reason. So this is their off season as opposed to the middle of the season, as that's nicely turned down the fine leg. I'll tell you what, who's that on strikes? That's Roach. Roach is keen. He shot down for that first single, and he was a third of the way back for the second before Short meandered down. Short wants to have a hit. Total goes out to 28. We've got Kate earnestly looking through some of the profiles to see what she can tell us about some of the players. Short, bit of a shout. Let me see if this is a leg by or deemed off the bat. Leg by it is. Total to 29.
Just interesting about the multi-skilling that we have of people who are involved in the sport. When Kate swerved into the car park this morning and grabbed a car park before a person who was pushing a grocery trolley went past, and I thought, oh yeah, fair enough, that's okay. And I said to Kate, we've got to move because Phil will be waiting for us. You've just got to do a bit of exercise. And I thought, okay, I'll talk about that. That's hit not for 4. It won't go all the way.
Yeah.
It's going to roll and now stop. It's enough for 3. And that's what it's like, unfortunately. Phil, I shouldn't say unfortunately, but it's a big ground.
Well, it's a big ground, and we've seen plenty pull up so far. And that's, unfortunately for Neems, he's had it pretty tight over there, just a couple off of it. But I reckon the score's about, let me just check. Not for 33? 32? 32?
Well, there is a scoreboard, but it's underneath where we are down below.
A reversible mirror.
Yes, I know. Anyway, we were about to go, and we had to grab a bit of gear, and I said to Kate, can you help me? And she said no. And so Kate got some gear and then went to the boot of the car, or the back seat of the car, and I thought, well, if you don't want to help me carry stuff, just tell me. I'm not feeling bad about it, not feeling rejected.
Just getting you to do that heavy lifting.
Kate got the skateboard out.
Okay.
Threw the skateboard into some concrete and then took off.
Okay.
That's an amazing performance.
Whizzing around the petrol station.
It was mind-boggling. It was like something out of a Bart Simpson movie. It was most impressive. And then Kate goes into the details of, and here's the story, Phil, telling me about how long she's been doing skateboarding, where she's been doing skateboarding, not just in Stirling where she lives, but travelled around, and it's been all good fun. I'm going to let her embellish shortly, but you can call.
I have to ask you, have you ever skateboarded down the old Mount Barker Road around Devil's Elbow? No?
Oh, wow, that is a risky scenario.
That's very risky, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd want to know how to run off that board quickly. But it's interesting you mentioned the Bart Simpson movie, because number 3, Bradley from the ACT, he's got a nickname.
Not Bart Simpson.
Sideshow Bob.
Sideshow Bob.
Sideshow Bob.
Set me
Bob
up for that one.
Indeed.
But there's another example.
That is probably the best nickname that I've come across of all the profiles I've seen.
Yeah. There's a bit of creativity in it, isn't there?
Well, there should be.
Yeah.
But I mean, Smithy, Brownie, Walshy, come on.
Boring. That's a good shot, straight down the ground over the top. It's going to run, but it won't go to the boundary. It's like, say, give it an 8 iron. It lands.
I was
doesn't
just
travel
thinking
any
the same
further.
thing. Nice chip shot to the green, not much follow-on.
Gee, this is a good start.
Yeah, Queensland are looking the goods. They're sick and tired of... Well, they had to chase South Australia. And they know that they just want to... We haven't seen a start like this so far. Usually they've been pretty slow, methodical, or some early wickets have forced them to consolidate anything. They're in full flight.
And Phil, they would be disappointed, Queensland, yesterday, when the game was a beauty and we weren't too sure as to what was going to happen. It was such a tight squeeze. But they let it slide and they missed out, and they've got no W's in their columns.
Not yet. They've got 2 what they would consider winnable games here, and in theory, wherever they end up, they'll be against a team in a similar form, as that's the overdone. Break. Score, please. Number 35. Into the 7th over. Queensland Maroon. 0 for 35. Solid start. Big final prelim day. Some key matches across the 21 games currently underway. We'll get some score updates once they've had a time to develop some action. This is Paul Neems, who's working his way in his 4th over. That's another wide to add to his tally.
And I know I'm harping on about nicknames here, but I figured DeCampi, he says his nickname is Zorbra. And the reason behind that is long story. So, Walshy might have to work your magic and ask him what that's about.
That's it. We want the long story about how he's Zorba.
Then run for cover just in case he doesn't like the question.
That's the dance, isn't it? Zorba the Greek, the dance.
I'm thinking about Zumba,
I don't want you to be dancing here, mate. I want you to settle down and stay involved in the call.
No dancing. No dancing for me, Walshy. No fear of that.
But there's some very creative, and there was one that I wrote down, and I've got it in the book here somewhere, that was the worst one. I've got to be careful here because I might offend someone. Let me see who we thought was good ordinary.
That one is Hoyt, right down the ground towards the cricket nets, and despite it being a slow outfield, that one has hit the rope. I think our 2nd, possibly 3rd boundary of the day, and Queensland are rolling around the 40 mark now. Their opening partnerships, well, it was 1-0 against South Australia and 1-13. They've changed their lineup. John Short, as the opener, has been batting at number 7 the first 2 games. He was bowled for 17 against South Australia, LBW for 13 against the Black Swans of WA. Been put up the order, so the third different opening combination for Queensland in 3 games. Again, leg side, another wide. Santry's helping Queensland along here, extra deliveries. The other thing it's doing is it's probably, the over rate's probably about as slow as it's been. We've been going, well, we did start late, I guess. Half an hour into it, just these 6 and a bit overs, but we did start late.
I think I found the worst nickname.
Well, she's been digging around for great nicknames. As there's a run-out chance. And safe. Oh, that would have been catastrophic. Roach had to do a fair bit of work to get back. He's a bit of a jumping jack running, is Roach, compared with Short. Probably one of the first times that they may well have never batted together. Of course, these teams come together from far and wide. And the Queensland competition is far and wide. It's not just Brisbane, Gold Coast, Gympie.
Well, what we were talking about too was our good mate who bowled so well and batted so well comes from Townsville.
That's it. A lot of Queensland competitions. They have the Southeast competition and then a North Queensland competition.
Well, the guy who played for Tasmania and batted well and got a half century.
Steele?
Yep, and his nickname is Steely.
Steele.
It's got to be better than that, surely. Steely?
Like iron.
Solid. I think, yeah.
Anything.
We're going to have to check out what the scientific term is for steel.
Well, that's a bit too deep for me at this time of the morning.
That's a Google challenge.
PH whatever.
Quite at about 0 for 40, we will get an official score. I do apologise, we are flying a little bit blind. The scorers have struggled to get the live scoring up, I think.
142, 70.
142. Is the live cricket working on that? No,
7 overs, none for 42, and they're just trying to tether it.
There's a match going on at Goodwood Oval, New South Wales, 1 for 47, 6 overs against New Zealand.
Oh, they're off to a flyer.
Well, and well done to the Queenslanders down there, because not only are they can't be playing the game at the moment, but guys like Richard Anderson, who's got a calf strain, he's multi-skilling. He's got flashing biros down there doing all of the work.
Yeah, it's a all Queensland conference in the scorers there. I'm not sure what happened to an ACT scorer today.
It's like a Joe Bielke-Peterson get-together over there. They're everywhere.
I'm a laptop guy. Mobiles, smartphones, okay. Tablets have their uses, but I need the space. I've got big fingers.
Give me a pen with 4 colours and I'm in heaven.
Well, see, combined, we're there. That's it.
Yep.
And Kate's got the tablet as well.
Yeah, I gave Kate some really, really valuable stuff out of Office Works and finished up in the rubbish bin, the Texticolours.
I think the most valuable thing is the advice.
I've got to do that. I've got baseball tomorrow night, first game of the season, so I'll be doing all my highlight notes tonight.
Now, help me with highlights now on this too. We've got tomorrow night. We've got the awards nights, etc., etc.
Yes.
The question I want to ask, I will after this delivery, which is cut off the back foot out towards cover point, and there's no run. Is there to be a selection of the all, not Australian,
tournament team?
Yeah.
I don't think there is.
I'd like there to be.
I mean, there is Australian selection, and I think that's the. But sometimes Australian selection and all tournament team are slightly different.
Be a tough gig because there's so many teams, wouldn't there?
Well, usually you're looking for it to be one of the 8 Division 1s, I guess. one of the issues they probably got is that there's been this break in international action. So whereas you sort of have a settled team and you're making a couple of changes.
True.
Oh, did he get a nick? Yes, he did, and the ACT have struck. It's their main wicket taker, Randall. And they needed that, the fireballs. That is Short, who is out, caught behind for mine. We'll get confirmation down the track. And it's 1 for in the 8th over. So we have a look at the Explorer Caravans replay.
Oh, those jumps for joys.
Good catch. No.
Yeah. Moved far enough to be a fairly easy choice for the umpires. As one of our favourites, he's I don't know if he's got it underneath, but he's dispensed with the onesie and he's put on the official garb. It's number 133, Andrew Kratzman.
He was significantly fined too. I got a bit of dirt.
So there is money in this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as well as wearing the onesie, but because of his prowess for tennis, he saw a few people over at Goodwood that were on the tennis court and apparently went over there and became heavily engaged in talking to them about his coaching expertise, which he does very well, of course the brother of Mark. And the conversation got to the stage where he got totally carried away with it and forgot about helping to put out the covers.
Yeah.
And was fined, and to fast forward to the end of the story, had to wear the onesie, but not just wear it and cower away in the club rooms. He had to bound out quite springingly.
He looked like he was enjoying it.
He didn't look like Usain Bolt or anything.
Might have given him some freedom of movement.
Well, I won't go there. All I'll say is he paid the penalty, and that's the penalty is to wear a onesie, and that's what happened.
Over at Glandore, Victoria, 1 for 33, over 8.1 overs against Tasmania.
So that's 4. That's a solid, if not spectacular, start. Tassie trying to create the upset that would turn Pool A on its ear. And maybe give the winner of South Wales, New Zealand a chance. Then it will come back into tiebreaker formula, and that's where I say we'll leave it up to the live cricket app. This is a sideshow bob. Krusty's delivered a bit of a blow there. Again, it stopped a metre short of the boundary or 2. They'll run 3. So I think if you're a batsman, you're going to know that you've played a game after a day at Woodville. If you get in and you run 2s and 3s, not as popular here in the over 50s as the boundary or the singles.
I reckon, Phil, it'll be the old Harry the hamstring and Colin the calf, and they might be feeling just a bit tender as the day goes by because, of course, they've played games beforehand and they've got to play another one tomorrow. So let's have a look at the injury list. Let's go to the casualty room and just see how many hands are in the air to say I can play. It's like an ambulance going by out the back to pick up someone.
Yeah, well, the good news is the QEH is just down the road. That's where my daughter was born. My daughter was born on a Saturday afternoon, evening, when the Eagles were playing a home game. And
well, I wasn't going to go there.
I could just about see it from the balcony of the hospital. I could hear it.
What, the birth or the cricket or the football?
Both. But no, the Eagles playing Norwood.
All right.
And signed her up as an Eagles member on the Monday, because the club was shut on the Sunday, and took her to her first game of football at the Adelaide Oval the following Saturday. It was a real sacrifice that I had to give Mum a break, so I had to take my daughter to the footy 7 days.
There are issues in your life, Phil, I can tell. Now, the only thing that they lack here, and I'm not trying to be critical, but what we try and do is we try and give you the score as many times as we can.
do.
And if we don't know the score because we haven't got access to it, it's difficult.
Yeah. So we have a manual way. Can you tell me what the score is, please? At the end of the over, I'll check.
Well, I've got on the screen that we've got here that one of our guru Bobs has got.
It's at
1
least
for
1 for 45. I
Yeah.
suspect it might be a little bit more.
Yeah.
Certainly 1 for. We can keep track of that. That's a nice well played single. And sometimes you see that only in the latter overs. We are through 9 overs. We'll take a break.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Okay, good guys. 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back. We're about to have our live scoring. Fantastic. Queenslander 1 for 46 heading into the 10th over.
Don't stop now, you're on a roll. I can tell you that earlier on, John Cooper was the man who took the catch. He's the wicket keeper. And I'm just getting these bits and pieces. Short was the man who was on the move.
Yeah. So at the moment I've got a live score and that's it.
Michael Frost out there fielding for the ACT. I've got his player profile up. It says anything else of note that you think the viewers would find interesting. He goes, nope.
The captain.
Self-awareness.
That's what we like.
Nicely played onto the onside. They're looking for 2 and they're going to take it. So the Queenslanders look to have a purpose. They're running hard early stages. You don't often see those quick singles or those hard 2s until later in the inning. 1 for 48. So if you happen to be watching through the YouTube chat, don't forget the chat. Join the commentary crew. Ask us a question. Played nicely, but straight to cover point. No run.
When you think about it, the concept of any sport, any veteran sport, there's no doubt about it. It's full of success stories. Of that, there is no doubt. But you've also got to take into consideration, the older you get, the tougher it is to get yourself organised, to get ready to play those sports and to stay focused and to keep on playing, not just for one day, but all the way through a week, as we're talking about what's happening in Geelong with the over 60s coming up, and then, of course, next year, South Africa.
Yep.
It's never ending, is it?
It is. You're right. 1 for 48 off of 10. I think one of the issues as well is that a lot of leagues play weekly or they play every fortnight. So you're playing one game every 14 days, and this is possibly 4 in succession. So very different workload involved. I used to love going to sporting tournaments interstate, and you felt like you were a professional because it was 100% on that sport. In some ways, it's a mixed blessing when you're the home team. It's lovely to be at home, and in some ways it might be maybe a bit cheaper and a bit easier. But you also don't have the travel. You're not probably.
No, it's a
I'm
good
assuming
call.
you don't have the staying at the same hotel together. You've still got partners, kids, job. But then you do get your family and friends to come and watch. So it's a mixed bag when you're the host.
Well, Phil, when I was working in Tasmania, they had a lot of intra competitions with Northwest Coast and within the north and, of course, in the south. And you got to move around, and that was good fun. But then in 1988, in Hobart, I was given the chance to go to the Bicentennial Football Carnival.
Oh, here?
It was here, yeah. And I said to the boss, oh, where am I going? And he said, as that one swung away on the onside, lusty blow out to the boundary for 4. That was beautifully struck.
I went to a lot of those games.
Lost for the first time, and for the first time ever, Roger Wills was working with me. Roger said, the first game is at Norwood. And I said, where's that? And he said, at the parade. And I said, what, do you have a parade before a football game, do you? And he thought I was joking, but I'd never heard of Norwood.
No.
And when I walked into that ground, I have to say to you, that's one of the best football grounds to call at and to be at that I've ever been to.
Probably North Hobart is the only one.
North Hobart's good, yep.
Would possibly be similar with some of those old stands.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you and Roger, that was the first time you worked together, and that became a partnership for how long when you moved to Adelaide?
23 years.
Wow.
Yep. And Roger actually came down to Tassie at one stage, and we called, and I told him where we were going. He said, "You're kidding, I've never heard of this place." Because Roger's brother, unfortunately we've lost him, he lived in Launceston for a long time, as did his sister-in-law. We went to Blue Gum Park.
Blue Gum Park? Didn't take him to the Nut at Stanley or anything?
I think there were a few nuts at Stanley.
There's a quick single. I mean, you and Framone, I grew up listening to you two. And it was always, to me, it was a wonderful combination because you brought the colour and Roger was usually the straighter bat. And it just worked so beautifully together.
Wonderful person to work with, Roger. He barracked for 4 teams in the AFL. And that's pretty good. So he could take his choice, and he did. But the reason is, and I don't want to digress because it's important that we're obviously looking after the scores which have just crept over the 50 mark with 11 overs gone. Roger went to boarding school in Geelong after being born in Sydney. Okay. Now, boarding school at a young age, that's pretty tough, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't do it, but he then, he had an allegiance to Sydney. He had an allegiance to Geelong.
Yeah.
Then he fell in love with Brisbane because Lee Matthews kept coaching premierships. And then, of course, when he was living in Adelaide, he backed for the Crows.
He had no choice back in those days.
Yeah, Roger, what's your decision? It's like asking a football umpire, give me a decision. Roger'd say, I've got 4.
He may have had 4 AFL teams, but he only had 1 Sandford team.
Oh, I know that. He actually lives at Parade.
And there's a seat. There is the Roger Wills seat.
Is there really?
Well, pretty much. There's the media bench, and there's one that's got an ABC logo painted.
Yeah.
And ABC weren't even broadcasting the game, and Roger would come up.
It's an example of the passion that we all have for what we're doing right now, and that's being involved in sport.
Two voices that all the cricket fans of this vintage would have known and loved over the journey.
Now, I might just get the scorers to...
1 for 53. I have a live score up, but I don't have anything further to that. So 1 for 54 now. So still going at a good clip. 12th over.
And speaking of the passion, that was Craftsman just batting there. And so he was supposed to have a day off on Tuesday. Didn't happen.
What was his plan on his day off?
Hang out with his wife and have a massage.
Oh.
So might be a post-game situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd say the masseuse industry in Adelaide has definitely got a kick. A boost. Not sure if that was part of the economic plan of hosting the tournament.
Need new sponsors.
Lots of rub downs needed across the competition, I would say, especially the next couple of nights.
Well deserved.
Yeah. So Queensland not doing anything too spectacular. They're hitting the odd bad ball towards the fence, but picking up singles at every opportunity. 1 for 55. We'll take an ad break after this, being the 12th over at the end of the over. Oh, that's a couple of misfields now that have led to maybe 3 runs. And part of that is probably a little bit of the tiredness as well, I suspect. Not quite getting the body down as low as you have to and as fully behind the ball as you need. Straight down the ground.
1 for 56 off 12 overs.
We will take a break. Be back with more very shortly. Welcome back to the 13th over. Who will it be lucky for? Cricket's certainly a game that's not short of superstitions.
What's your biggest one?
Um,
Mine's getting out for very little runs.
my superstition is don't be late. Because whenever you turn up late, that's when everything goes wrong. I don't have superstitions, I have rules. And you'd have the same, Peter. And Kate, you'll develop them as your media career takes off. My number one rule, the mic is always on.
Yeah, that's fair. I like that. Oh, mine was very, very basic. And mine was equipment.
Okay.
And I was a wicket keeper for Ballarat East High School when I was, well, trying desperately to do something with my educational abilities. And there was a fast bowler in the team who was deemed to be as quick as anybody outside the Victorian squad. Pace bowlers. His name was David Beams. He was fast. We played on a turf wicket, which was never really truly manufactured because we just, oh, bowled him! We've got a wicket. We've got a wicket. Just as I was talking about David Beams, we've seen the stumps tip back, and there is a much needed breakthrough for the ACT team.
That's a Kratzman. He can change back into the onesie if he really wants. But his batting day is done. I hope it won't be too long before I can bring up. Fantastic Kratzman.
You're talking.
I've got scores and runs and stuff. Wow. I think he's out bowled for 6 off 16 deliveries. Roach is rocketing along. He's 36 off 38, and Short, who was caught behind off Randall earlier, is scored 5. The bowler, that was a sideshow Bob Bradley getting the wicket. He's 2 overs and 2 deliveries, 12 runs.
Now, how many did he make, please? Have you got the film?
Yep.
Kratzman?
Kratzman made 6.
Thank you very much. And just quickly getting through the rest of that story on equipment, David Beams was very fast. And I was told by Jim McFarren, who was our sports guru, who checked all the footy teams and the cricket teams, and he said, have you ever wicket kept before? And I said, no. He said, well, we need you to do that now because we've got an issue with one of our fieldsmen. So I had to go back into the change rooms, then come back and get ready for David Beams. And I've got to be honest with you, Phil and Kate, I wasn't all that pleased about it because I knew he bowled quick. And I went out and got myself organised, and there were 3 slips in a gully, and he was bowling with a new ball. And I was shaking like a you-know-what. I wasn't happy being there, and I was even less happier than when the first ball went through and I realised I had the gloves on but no inners.
Oh.
And the ball just whacked into my hands and I felt so embarrassed. But there's more. It's like a television commercial. I'd forgotten to put a box on.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so at the end of the over, I had to then say to Jim McFarren, our coach, Jim, I have to leave. Well, what? You've just come out. Jim, this is fairly important. What's happened?
The future of my family might be at stake here.
And Jim was really good and very supportive and all that, because as I walked from the ground, he's yelling out, well, she didn't bring a box! Well, she didn't bring a box! I was at Ballarat East High School and I hadn't worn a box, and I'll give you the tip, I never wicket-keeped again.
Okay.
Never.
So how many deliveries was that? 6.
How many?
How many deliveries did you wicket-keep?
2.
2?
2.
2 deliveries.
One with the gloves that I didn't have, and the next one, I didn't get hit in the crown jewels, but I was thinking to myself, there's no protection there, and I'm not happy, so much so that I need to be off this ground at the Ballarat East High School immediately.
I wonder if there's any stories out there about people making make-do boxes.
Oh.
If anyone's on the live stream right now that's picked up...
I think we're now going into interesting territory. Yes, that's the end of the over. One thing it's also talking about protection. One thing we haven't seen is any fielders up really close.
No, that's true.
We haven't had the silly mid-on or the short square leg or the silly point. Everybody wants to be able to go back to work next week, which is good to see. 2 for 59 at the end of the 13th. It was a lucky over for Sideshow Bob picking up the wicket of Kratzmann.
He didn't look too bad, Kratzmann. I think been there a while, but
6 off 17. Sort of thought, I've seen them all now, and that's probably where it does get a little bit disappointing when you've seen probably 15, 20 deliveries. Got an idea of how the pitch is or isn't responding. You're on the verge of breaking loose a little bit, and there goes your castle behind you. But here's the danger man. This is Roach. 36 off 38. 4 boundaries. He's hit all 4 of the Queensland boundaries thus far.
Roach made 38 yesterday. Looked all right.
Yeah, including a 6.
Gee, when they gave them a whack yesterday, did they? What that... I suppose I've mentioned it a couple of times, but Damien Meek, one of the umpires I was out there chatting beforehand, he said he saw the ball go and it just kept going and kept going and kept going into a tree. Big hit.
Well, he scored 61 and 40 of those were off boundaries. Drew to extra cover, no run. Kate's looking up to see. We've probably got some games now that have been going for about an hour or so we might look to start rolling through the score updates because there's probably something now to report on.
Bit more substance, that's for sure, Phil. At Grange Oval, Victoria 1 for 42 in the 15th over against WA. New South Wales 2 for 43 off 17 overs against Queensland out at Modbury.
That's all Division 2.
Yes.
And I should tell you also, France 4, Australia 1.
Yeah.
And I watched that and got a headache.
Yeah.
In the World Cup.
Mind you, if you did the right thing and got up early, you would have seen Australia actually leading France for
I know.
about, 20 minutes or so before the French got into gear. But once they got into gear, then, they're defending world champions for a reason. And Australia always seems to get that. I remember they had Germany in a World Cup a couple of ones ago, and they belted us in the opening rounds. And you're then forever playing catch-up, and I'm afraid that's what the Socceroos have got to do now. But back to the cricket here. And this time finds the gap through a vacant cover point position. Going hard for the 2. Throw's going to be critical, but there in plenty of time. I like this aggressive running. They have no thought about they've got to get through tomorrow yet. 2 for 61. With 1 delivery left of the 14th over. Bowling now for Queensland, his first over. Only gone for 2 runs so far is Parry. One of the faster ones. That one is Hoyt. Is that caught? No, it's over the top. And that's for 4. Mid-off needed to be just a couple of metres deeper and maybe had half a chance. But that makes it 6 off the over. And Queensland 2 for 60.
I've got the batsman if you want.
2 for 65.
And speaking of runs, Queensland in the Pool B, currently sitting 3rd with 330 runs versus ACT Fireballs with 307, so quite tight.
And of course, the Fireballs didn't get their full 45 overs in their first dig at Kensington because it was shortened to 29, so probably per over ACT scoring a bit faster, but I think Queensland are making up for it. Roach is on 42 now, thinking about retirement planning maybe coming up. Cable gnawed out, about to face his 4th delivery yet to score.
You know, Phil, as they just bolt through for a single of another delivery, I just wonder with the Queensland team and with all of the teams as we head towards the second half of this very, very impressive entourage of veterans, changes in the batting order. I wonder now whether or not there'd be some consideration, particularly, we've mentioned Meek a few times, but wouldn't surprise me if they turn things around a bit.
Well, Kiwi batted number 6 against SA. Lovett is normally the number 4 batter for Queensland, who's of course don't think playing at all today. So Keeble got the promotion to the 4 batter position. He was run out for 4 against SA, LBW for 3, so he's looking for a longer stay at the crease this time. Gee, they're certainly communicating well between the wickets, aren't they?
They are.
Making every misfield costly for the fireballs.
And I've noticed too, you've been very disciplined. Your stint behind the microphone, because you haven't mentioned 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 Z. Who's facing?
No, he's gone. That's me. He's got bowled.
Oh, I missed him. He's there and gone. I was writing his name down.
Yeah. No, this is Keeble, who's come in and has got off the mark a couple of deliveries ago. Now he's really off the mark in his first boundary.
The batsman.
As they got to dive under the covers, it's there somewhere.
This is like playing Scrabble, you know, with all of the numbers and the names and the letters that we've got. That was a good shot too to welcome Wood. Keeble hit that well.
Certainly feel much better now that I've got a live score tablet.
Out at Goodwood, we got New South Wales 2 for 75. They're in their 13th over. That's against the Kiwis.
That's Division 1.
Right.
75 off 13. That's
Yep.
almost a runner ball. They'd be 78 if they were runner ball, and they're 75. So they're going to give New Zealand friends something to chase at Goodwood by the looks of it.
Must be that fresh oval.
Winner of that probably will finish second unless Victoria step up against the winners Tasmania Ponting team.
It's a real challenge, you know, when we think about how the teams have all been selected, and they are here, there, left, right and centre. It's this ball right arm over. It's pushed away down the ground on the offside and there's no run. But just the selectors, what they have to do, Phil, with some of the states have brought 8 teams with them, and South Australia have got quite a few here, but to go through and pick them all out, then all of a sudden think, as we're going to have breaking sets, we're all going to have who's going to go where? It's a tough gig.
So we're going to send Kate off on a mission to give us all the scores you can possibly find from anywhere and everywhere. Keen to know if there's any update from the summit for SAWA and Div 1. That's the...
Yes, it's 3 for 39. They're in their 7th over, and that's South Australia versus WA.
Okay, we will take a break thanks to the S&W Seed Company. Time for a drinks break. West End scoreboard, it's Queensland 2 for 72.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived 2 lives in this one lifetime. So the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
A few injured bulls, unfortunately, in this scrap. Tom Redcliffe is one of them, but has been kind enough to join us, and you can tell us, my friend, as to what the injury is.
Yes, I luckily took a catch in the first game early on, and I injured my back fairly badly. And yes, I got physio yesterday, a bit of dry needling and those sorts of things. So I've come up for today. So yeah, with a bit of assistance, I'm hopeful to bowl well.
I'm not going to go medically too deeply into what's going on, though, but an injury of any substance to a back can cause problems.
Yeah, particularly when you're a bowler.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a nerve impingement. So yeah, I've got my physio's giving me the exercises to do, so I'll do those.
Did you feel something go when you actually did the injury?
Yeah, I took a catch diving forward and I landed to my side, and then I had to bowl and then field, and I just progressively got worse during the day. And given yesterday's game against Western Australia was so crucial, I was probably more concerned that it would affect the result.
Is this the sort of thing that can happen when you reach a certain age and you're playing in the over 50s? And are you travelling with anyone like a masseur that can help out?
No, we're not, but we were actually talking about that last night, that we should bring one along. But I got a referral to a physio. Actually, Gary Lovett had an appointment booked, but because the game was on the rest day, I actually took his appointment, so I was very lucky.
Considering he's the acting captain at the moment.
Yeah, and he's had a few illnesses, and obviously Richard Anderson's had an injury too, so we've probably had a few things happen in the camp.
The spirit's been good though. We're going to go back to the start of play again in a sec, but from your point of view, what can you do now to stay active?
As you can see, I'm up and walking around as opposed to sitting down too much, so that's my preparation. So I'm making sure I keep mobile and moving. So I'm ready to go when we get on later on. So
and a final one, what's a good score?
I think 250.
250?
Yep. So 5 and 8. Well, 5 and over is 225. So we'd be looking for 250. I think probably 220, 230 is a good score. But I think we'd be looking for more than that if we can.
All right. Take care.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you. All the best. Well, there you are. There's wounded players from both teams because they've been at it since they arrived here and missed out on those first couple of days because of weather conditions. But at the moment, Queensland, and there's Gary saying, hey, hang on a minute, Tom, 250? That's a lot of money in the bank if you can get that big. Let's go back now to our commentary spot and Phil Herden.
Thanks for that, Walshy. Nice little shot played before for 3. Queensland are 2 for at the moment. 2 for 76. Roach is on 46. He's not on strike at the moment. This is Clint Kevler, who's 5 off 7. Some of the bowling figures thus far for the Fireballs. Neems, who opened 0 for 24 off 4. Randell 1 for 16 off 6. Bradley 1 for 19 off 4. And this is Parry, who's 10 runs off 1 over and 2 deliveries. Offside. Oh, there's a run out chance if the throw's half decent. It is. Umpire has not raised the finger. 5 balls are off in celebration. This is where... Kate, I might get you just to move that drink glass for a minute as we have a look at the replay. This is the side-on shot that we wanted to see. Okay. Not out is the call.
Cameras everywhere making those decisions.
Mentions aggressive running from Queensland. I mean, if they want to get 250, they're going to need that. Sometimes a little too aggressive.
Cleve, that just missed out on being out, still in, says he wouldn't mind lunch by the river. Near
That's not bad for the day off that he never got.
Yeah.
Run out. Unfortunately, the River Torrens not quite up to the Brisbane River in terms of grandeur and eating places. Thinking Southgate and Hamilton and even the city, Eagle Street Pier. I lived in Queensland for 6 years, so there are a few watering holes. Well, my favourite one in Brisbane is the Brecky Creek Hotel, which is by Breakfast Creek, surprise, surprise. Just noting that Kebley was actually run out for 4 against South Australia in their opening game. You wouldn't be run out twice in a tournament. That wouldn't be pleasant. I mean, yep, sure, you get bowled, you get beaten by a good delivery. Run out tends to be self-inflicted. Bowler on that occasion. Reece Parry getting the appreciation of his teammates. Well bowled. We are through 16 innings, 2 for 77. So
New South Wales is playing at Goody Oval today. It's 2 for 82 in their 15th over against New Zealand.
So they are still rocketing. That's a little bit shy of 6 now, but certainly with a 5 in front of it. A bit worried about South Australia at the summit, Kate. They had lost 3 wickets early in a must-win game.
Yes, it's 3 for 45 in their 9.5 overs SA versus WA.
So 4.5 and over at the summit. Not sure if that's a big ground, a small ground, or what a decent score is there.
All I know is it's a new ground.
It's a new ground, yes. Yeah, Mount Barker. Well, that's up your part of the world.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trek for some, but yeah, lots of trees and koalas trying to cross the freeway.
Yes. Always a hazard around Stirling Way. Because they do have those special mats, don't they, with the barriers between the lane, so that the koalas, if they manage to survive the first half of the freeway, can climb up the mat and get over the other side. Or in a couple of places, they probably better put a couple of tunnels.
Yeah, it's definitely something that they could do more of. It's got to take a bit of a detour.
So the mating koalas can meet up.
Yeah, they might have to go hybrid species.
Yeah.
But about the Summit Oval, the Mount Barker, that's home to the football club over there, and yeah, they definitely struggled with getting enough parking to do with the amount of oval that they have.
Gee, that's not good. Not quite as easy to get to by bus as Woodville is. Oh, that's through the extra cover mid-off region again. Had plenty of power at the start. I'm not sure whether the fieldsman got a bit on it, but it's just pulled up. So another 3.
They do have the double-decker buses in Mount Barker.
They do, yes. They look pretty cool going up. I'm not sure they could have ever handled Devil's Elbow before they built the Hyson tunnels.
Might topple over.
You wouldn't want to sit on top of that. So Roach is on strike. He's on 46 off 48, 5 fours. Kebley is 8 off 15 with 1 4. So one lofty blow from, well, getting a break and maybe being done batting for the day. Queensland have hit 80. So they're a little bit, run rate at the end of the 16th was 4.81, so probably on target at the moment to hit 200, not sure about 250. Puts that high, has got a clear, and it does! That's the maximum, and that is Roach heading to the side. Well, he was either going to head back to the change rooms out court at deep square leg or retired with a 6, and it was the latter. There was a fielder right under the trajectory of it. He's right now struggling to find where the ball's gone. That's Michael Frost, the captain. And well done
over at
to David Roach.
Over at Glandore Oval, it's 2 for 60 in their 13th over. That's Victoria versus Tassie.
2 for 60 as the crowd that's here appreciates the innings of David Roach. So just relay that score again for me, Kate. Sorry, I was thinking of two things at the same time, and guys can't do that.
We'll give that an extra bit of love over at Glandore Oval. It's 2 for 60 in their 13th over.
Okay, so just under 5. New South Wales and New Zealand both cheering for Tasmania in that one to create the big upset and create a two-way tie at the top.
Yes, you'd want to be making the finals tomorrow, and those who win today, they'll be playing here.
Correct. Tasmania with 2 losses are out of contention. Victoria in that pool with 2 and 0 are in the prime position. Just got to finish the deal today against the winless Tasmania Ponting. But if they stumble, does it open the door for the winner of New South Wales and New Zealand? And that's, I think, why New South Wales have gone out like the clappers. New Zealand New South Wales one team we haven't been able to see. I haven't seen New South Wales or Victoria as yet. That's Kevler. As Trent Ryan, who's the acting captain, comes in, he watched that from the non-striker's end. It lovely to deep extra cover to the scoreboard pocket.
The scoreboard's just a landmark at this point. That's why we're here.
It is. Used to be a very popular part of the ground during footy season, that scoreboard pocket. Queensland 2 for 90.
And Phil, you must have been popular at school with your high school talent show. You mentioned off air before that you have a little story.
To be fair, it was primary school. They were probably a little bit more open-minded at that age. I'm not sure I don't think I'd do that at high school.
And Phil, I just have never heard of anyone that's done a primary school talent show, mind you, and chosen to do footy commentary.
Yeah, I turned up with something. It was I can tell you the year. It was 1982 because I can tell you it was Norwood and Glenelg that played the grand final, and I did a couple of minutes of it. So.
And back 1972, you wouldn't be able to.
82.
82.
No, sorry.
Don't overstep.
40 years ago, crikey. Kevler on strike. He looks in a now that he's the experienced batter out there. He's gone to 14 off 18 with 2 4s. Place that out to cover point, no run.
So primary school talent show.
Primary school talent show.
Footy commentary.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to fetch that video off YouTube though.
No,
that's a bit.
Well, YouTube didn't exist. I don't even think video cameras existed, which is probably just as well. Because I don't think I would have done it if someone was filming it. Back here. Nicely found the gap on the onside. This will bring another 2. Only been the 7 boundaries, so there's been a lot of 2s and 3s so far in this game.
You wouldn't have had the footy game playing in the background of the commentary, would you?
No, I'm not sure how I did it. But
Well, look at where you are now.
that's it. Thankfully for me, it's a passion more than a full-time job, and I think that keeps it enjoyable to do. That is the end of the over. We'll take a break, and I'll give Kate a new topic to talk about. Back soon.
With the and when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them when they're told complete shock. And the first thing I say is, I really didn't think I was coming to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything was okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
I've got a lot of good things to do when I'm at a sporting venue anywhere and everywhere. And in this vets competition between the ACT, particularly here at Woodville and Queensland, there's lots happening in the middle, but also there's lots happening where I am because I'm sitting with two delightful ladies in the stand. And one in particular is going to have a chat to us because I've got Louise Kratzman, who is sitting beside me, and Louise's husband Andrew was out there earlier on. He was out there very earlier on running around with half his clothes on and off, but we'll get on to that in a moment. But importantly, Louise, the support that you give and the chance to travel around and have a look at different sporting fields everywhere, how much fun is that?
I guess it is. No, it is. It's great to be here. I wife number 2, so I didn't get to be with Andrew on the tour when he played tennis professionally. But yeah, they're a great bunch of guys, and it's really cool to go around. And it's not so cool to see him get out for a few runs.
Now, it's a Kratzman connection when we talk about family. We talk about Matthew and we talk about Andrew and we talk about Dad in his 70s down in Tasmania. How good's that?
Yep, and he's heading over to Melbourne to play in the over 60s as well next week.
No issues with fitness? Is he going along all right?
He's going on along really well. Nev has an amazing mental attitude towards life and getting out there, regardless of anything that has come across his way. He just gets out there and gets amongst it.
That's fantastic. You're very open and honest with me because we had never met before, but that the last 10 or 15 minutes, I'd shared some stories with Andrew, and yesterday we had a chat and we talked about mental health, and we talked about the strength of being able to get through some tough times and surround yourself with supportive people, to have a phone where you can ring and do all those sorts of things. He's pretty straightforward when he comes to talking about it.
Yeah, he is, and I think the whole family, Mark, Leanne, Andrew and Amanda, they all bring their strengths from their parents, from Nev and Anne, the support that they have for one another, and being able to deal and cope with cancer in the family. It's a pretty. Sometimes it's not talked about, but then other times when everyone needs to be there for one another, they are.
I don't mind telling you that I've been a sufferer for a period of time and I have to be very careful and I have to be watchful. And I've got a little group, and mainly sports people. David Parkin's one of them, who was, of course, the coach of Carlton and the coach of Hawthorn.
Well, we don't talk about Carlton.
Oh, don't we? No. But people like Les Burdett, who was the curator at the Adelaide Oval for over 40 years.
Yeah.
And I find that it's reassuring to be able to have a chat to someone from time to time when you feel a little bit shaky. Is that the same with you?
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, I'm always on Andy's back to make sure that he's done the tests and getting all those checks. But it's I've had a couple of close friends die from bowel cancer recently, and it's important to have those conversations. The same as it's important to have conversations about mental health. And I like the fact that happens this day and age. It didn't happen 20 or 30 years ago. No one ever talked about it. So
how did you find out about Andrew's condition, if you don't mind me asking us to? All of a sudden, was it over the table when you're talking about something and then prostate cancer came up?
with Nev's condition. It was it's not something that is openly chatted about in family functions and things like that, but it certainly is. I think it's important that everybody's checking in with one another, and and at those significant times when life throws us curveballs and things are a little bit tougher than other days, everyone knows that they're there for one another.
Some people, Louise, don't want to talk about it. They walk around and it's sort of like it's a knot in their tummy, but they just can't get rid of it.
Yep.
What sort of a role do you think you play in helping to get the information that might render your assistance to your partner?
Yeah, I think, look, I probably don't have I have a no filter sometimes, but I think it's also more important that when people are going through these things that you, like, everyone copes in a different way. Some people want to talk about it, other people don't. The more important thing is that everyone knows that you're there and you can be gentle in that approach and just be touching base with somebody just to say, are you okay? How's things going? And if they want to talk about it, they can. And if they don't at that point in time, then that's okay as well.
Yeah. Well, you're being very honest now, but this is where we get to the tough questions. Push those easy ones out of the way. I feel almost positive that I saw in action half of the body of Andrew Kratzmann and the other half with a onesie when he ran onto the ground today. I need the information about what happened.
Oh, okay. Well, they were playing at Goodwood for the last couple of days, and Tennis South Australia is right next door. So the onesie's been delegated to a certain player in the team that perhaps has gone a little astray.
Okay, what did he do?
Well, so they went over to get the covers off, or put the covers on, because obviously we'd experienced rain over the last couple of days, and Andy got distracted by the tennis courts. And
Distracted, okay, yeah, okay.
Went over and had a chat to Sandon Stolly and a couple of the other guys that he used
former
to...
Australian players.
Yeah, that he used to... Well, Andy was in the Davis Cup team and played on tour with them. So he kind of disappeared for the 10 minutes work while the covers were all going back on.
Did you know this was happening?
No, well, I hadn't arrived at the things at that stage. I tend to show up just when it's starting time. But yeah, so he was awarded the having to wear the suit this morning, and he gets to pass it on today. Hopefully somebody does something a little bit silly or...
So did you actually stand up when he appeared and ran out there? And I didn't know whether it was on the front or the back, because there were bits that were sort of hanging out and I wasn't sure what was going on.
Well, I did suggest that he stuff a couple of socks down there this morning. So I'm not sure where the socks ended up. Look, he's in really good shape at the moment. He's very fit, and after coming off some surgery last year on his knee, so he's I'm sure, he did look quite good in it this morning.
I wouldn't have said that. No.
I snapped a couple of photos off in the room when he tried it on this morning. So I think that's it's probably a testament to the Queensland team in the fact that they have such good morale and joking around. So he'll be gladly handing that over.
Now, final question for you. You've been very helpful with assisting me. What about the cricket, and what about the fact that you're travelling away from home, out of the comfort zone, and you're seeing the competitive juices of the players out there who all want to do well, but there is a good feel about the two sides now. There's a bit of spirit out there.
Yeah, definitely. I think certainly the boys this morning having a few extra runs on the board has been amazing, and they're starting to get a bit of a groove and rhythm out there. The ACT boys look pretty keen and very vocal this morning, more vocal than the other two teams from the last couple of days. Hopefully they'll get amongst it, and fortunately Andy's out for the day, but hopefully we'll get some good runs on the board and make ACT work hard.
That's pretty impressive, your lingo, a bit of groove, bit of rhythm, and it's like you're at a disco, but you're at a cricket match here, but you've got all the right terminologies, haven't you?
I've been involved in, sport and tennis and netball all my life, so yeah, I'm comfortable around sporting lingo and players, and yeah, whether it's a pitch or a field or a netball court, it doesn't really matter, it's all kind of the same.
And it's veteran sport too, and people that are being involved in the veteran sport, they're promoting it hard. We made mention earlier on too of our 70-year-old gentleman who was down in Tasmania. Some people just won't give sport away.
No, no, Nev will be playing, I don't know if they have an over 80s or not, but he'll be playing, he loves it so much. And to be honest with you, I think these guys take it a little bit more serious than some of the younger grades. I think, you know, being able to wear your state's colours at this age and have the mateship and the friendship and the love for the sport of cricket, which is interesting in itself. But it's, you know, it's so great to see, and, you know, it keeps people, you know, mental health, physical health, all those sorts of things. So it's great to see these guys out there having fun and smiling.
Well, you've done that too. You've had some fun and you've smiled for us, and I really do appreciate the fact, Louise, that you've joined us. And also a special thank you to Andrew, who had a chat as we watch him disappear to our right. But it's good value to be able to get these people to come up. We shake their hands warmly. We get to know what they're like, and they're telling us their feelings about certain things in their lives, particularly with health. And it's all good. A big plus, so you can pass on our thanks to him.
I will do. Thank you.
Louise Kratzman joining us down on the boundary line. Magnificent day here at the Woodville venue with the ACT up against Queensland, and we always are appreciative of those people who give of their time and have a chat to us on our coverage. Let's go back now to Phil Hurden.
Thank you so much for that, Walshy. Wonderful insight. On the field, Queensland 2 for 101 at the moment. Ryan on cue. Lovely drive. That will get there to the boundary. You're never quite sure on any of the grounds that we've been at. That'll take them to 105, Ryan to 8. Cabler 19 of 25. The top scorer thus far for Queensland is Roach, 52 of 50. He has retired. Run rate just around the 5, just under the 5 and over, so they're certainly on target for 200. With Kate. Kate, you've been casting your eye over some other games. Just get some score updates after this delivery. Anything take your eye at the moment?
Well, one of our major sponsors, Dave Benson from Explorer Caravans, is playing out at Strath today in Div 2. Victoria 1 for 65 in their 25th over against South Australia.
So that's a run rate of about just over 2.5, I would suggest. So they've got tools on the shed looking for a few more runs. Of course, the winner of this game is off to Strathalbyn tomorrow.
And keeping it in the Div 1 that we're watching now, we got New South Wales 2 for 114 in their 23rd over against New Zealand.
That's bang on 5, which means that they got a chance of a score over 200 as well. 220 they're on target for at the moment. If they can keep that up. 2 for 105 here, played onto the offside, will be another quick single.
Yes, and those teams are both even with 1 win, 1 loss, so showdown.
And I believe a bit of a concern for the hometown Silverbacks. I think they've lost a 4th wicket, still in the early stages of their game. I'll get you to check the score as we've ticked over 22 overs, 2 for 106. For Frost, that was his 2nd over, just for...
Yeah, the Div 1. Div 1 SA Silverbacks, 4 for 67 in their 14th over. That's playing out at Summit, Mount Barker versus WA.
Well, you never know, might be a green top. But
sounds like a hill.
Yes, indeed, could become. Yes, might be a bowler's paradise. And we've got Ryan, who's don't see this too often. That's a wide, and there's been plenty of those. The sundries for Queensland goes up to 16. So at the moment, the sundries is the 3rd highest scorer. Ryan, no helmet, no cap. Very rare that you see a batsman these days playing without headgear of any sort.
Calls for a onesie wearing, I'd say.
Oh no, well, this could be a onesie wearing, because this, if it's, oh no, just, oh gee, errors galore and all of that. Ryan saw a very slight misfield, I think, from Solway and thought, well, there's a run in that. There wasn't. He was about 60% down the pitch before he had to go back. Solway just needed a decent throw to the keeper. The keeper fumbled. I don't think there's anybody involved in that play that would ever want to see it again. And bottom line is everybody survives. Played on the onside, but there's a bit of a leg gully out there. Backwards short leg. Understand most of the fielding terms, but
Thanks, one of us.
Yeah, what I didn't realise until I sat down commentating, because you watch cricket on the TV and it's always this angle that we're seeing now, you know, over the bowler's arm, is that how the field positions change. And in essence, depending on which end and whether they're left or right hander, a certain spot can be one of 4 different fielding positions. So you just have to know the scenario.
That's good. You get to see the different views of the hills over the back, as we can see.
23 overs are in the books, 2 for 108. So they're slowing down a little bit, the Queenslanders, but so that they're due for a boundary. 1 over before the next break for us. You got any, with the profiles, Kate, you got any interesting information on our batters at all? Did we get anything from Mr. Ryan or Mr. Kevley?
You know, there are some missing ones here. I just have a few from each team, so
okay,
waiting till we can give them their special
gotcha.
moment.
Simon Min, I think this is Simon Min. Who is, this will be his first deliveries. This will be the 6th bowler that the ACT have used. First one hits the pad, no thought of an appeal. Bowling figures so far, Neems, who opened at 4 overs, 24 runs conceded. Randall 1 for 16 off 6. Bradley 1 for 28 off 5. Parry 0 for 26 off 5. And Frost 3 overs, just the 6 runs. So he's been the economical one. Everybody else has been going, Randall 16 off 6 is under 3. The rest around the 5 and over mark. And despite the best efforts of Paul Neems on that occasion, he got a bit of a dodgy bounce. It went from hard wicket to soft wicket to a turf of grass. Just the one off of it. Hard to believe this is the it'll all be over tomorrow night. Tournament over before you feel it really begins in some ways. The winner of this game will play off for 5th in Division 1, and that will be at Strathalbyn Oval, where the SA Division 2 boys are taking on the New South Wales Kookaburras Division 2. The loser is off to Ingle Farm. There's also a Division 2 game today between Queensland and ACT. So I might try and ask you to dig up a score there if you can, Kate, because I assume we've got some Queensland and some ACT viewers tuned in, right back at the bowler.
Yeah, that one's out at Ingle Farm, where one of the finals will be played tomorrow.
Yep.
It's 1 for 91 in their 23rd over.
Who's batting?
Against ACT. Who's batting at the moment?
Oh, so Queensland are batting?
Queensland are batting, yes.
1 for 93. Okay, that's a solid start.
1 for 91.
1 for 91, sorry. Daniel Cooper has joined the YouTube chat. A Damien Meek fan. G'day to Danielle. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Mr. Meek, I don't think he'll be too far away. He's batting. Well, he's been batting at 9, but after his effort yesterday, deserves a promotion up the order. Probably with the team list we've been given, and I'm not sure if this is in order or not, but he's not due. He's not next drop, but he's after that. So 2 more outs and he might appear. But don't hold me to that. Two for 109. Last delivery of the 24th over. Played nicely down to third man. 2 for 110. 24 overs are in the books. Thank the Adelaide South Australia. Well, we thank all of Adelaide. No, we thank the Government of South Australia and the SA Tourism Commission for their support. AP Insurance as well. West End scoreboard has Queensland 2 for 110. At this point, we've got Kepler on 20 off 31. Ryan, the acting captain, 11 off 25. Cut straight to point, no run. Queensland, well, they were due to play WA, was rained out. Monday they played SA, they won the toss. SA hit them around the park at Goodwood, 9 for 245. Anderson, who's not playing today, 3 for 40. And Ison Menga, 4 for 56 were the 2 key bowlers. Queensland's run chase was over pretty much before it began, 3 for 5. All out for 152 in the end. That's just... Oh, I think got a hand to it, slowed it down, but required a full stretch. That's usually when you do a... so what's the top of your shoulder? Rotor cuff or something like that?
Oh, you're getting technical there.
Yeah, getting medically technical.
I call it a shoulder.
No, when you go full stretch on the shot, you haven't quite stretched it out properly. Anyway, it's a run. If you're being really cruel, you'd say that was a chance. Would have been the catch of the tournament so far had it been made.
New South Wales is playing out at Collins Reserve at Fulham. 0 for 169 off 29.3 overs against Queensland.
That's the Division 3 pool game where they're the Possums.
Mm-hmm.
The New South Wales Possums.
That's cute.
Dame Edna's favourite team. They're undefeated, so in their pool, they're facing Queensland Hayden, who have not won. Would be favourites to win that and progress to the Division 3 final, which will be at Grange tomorrow.
Does Dame Edna like a possum?
Oh, possums. Dame Edna used to call everyone possum.
Oh, she did so.
Yeah. Of course, I'm actually impressed you know Dame Edna. Most people your age, Kate, would look at me with Dame Edna. Firstly, what's a dame? Because that's a term that we don't use either colloquially or officially, because we don't have sirs and dames anymore.
Secondly, is it a real person?
Barry Humphries well dressed up. One of his alter egos.
That's growing up, realising that Dame Edna is not who you think.
Sorry if I've destroyed anyone's thought on Dame Edna, that she was a real person.
Still believe in Santa.
That's it. No, we don't go there. I don't know any kids are listening. That one's put in the air. And again, will it carry or will it won't it? It won't. Well, they're going for 3 and they've got on the arm. And in the end, the wicketkeeper was the non-bowler's end was the place to try to get the run out, but nothing there, so well run 3. 2 for 118 in the 26th over, just starting here.
Queensland 2 for 118 off 25.1 overs against ACT Finals.
That would be Division 2 up at Ingle Farm. Right back at the bowler Mins. Oh man, sorry, Simon Mins. So Queensland, we heard at the start one of the interviews, aiming for 250. We've passed the halfway mark there on 118. The good story is for them, just the 2 wickets gone. They've been aggressive with their running. The field is spread out a little bit. There's 2 fielders deep, fine leg and third man. And there's also a fielder deep in the sort of cover sweeper position, more appropriately. And there's now someone else going deep to a long off position. So these two starting to get settled. 2 for 118. Kebler is 25 off 36. Ryan is 14 off 29. Not a lot of boundaries today. 8 so far, 5 by Roach. It's just going to be another one to add to the total. It's a pleasant day. It's cool, it's overcast, just a little bit of blue sky, no hint of major wind or, thankfully, rain. Probably the best weather day we've had so far, and apparently it's going to be nice and sunny tomorrow. Speaking of sunshine, he's joined us back after doing some interviews down at ground level. Walshy, how's the ambience today?
Well, there's so many people here who've travelled that don't actually just come from a suburb that, like a Norwood or a Glenelg, or no. What they've done is, and the really charming ladies that I spoke with down there, the Craftsman Connection, and I made it one bad blue, and as a broadcaster, you can all fall into this trap. And when I was talking to Louise, and Louise, of course, is the wife of Andrew Kratzman, she was very giving with what she wanted to say and the information was sharing, and I was enjoying it. And she did mention before the interview that Neville, who was the dad, was playing in Tasmania. And I just said to her, "Oh, how's Neville going?" "Oh, really good, yeah, 70, and he's enjoying it immensely." And I didn't really take that in. He's not 70, he's 79.
He's 79.
He's 79. Yes. I said, hang on a minute.
Over 70s, isn't it? Yes, it's a bit like a 12-year-old playing in the under 15s or something.
But look, the passion that they have and the understanding that this is good for them. And yesterday, Damien Meek joined us, and Damien's mum is down there, and she was lovely yesterday to have a chat to. With these people, they know about their cricket, they watch carefully about their cricket, and they also don't say to their husbands, "Wear a onesie again." They don't say that, never again. I'm a chance to get one, you know.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I am, because I want to take one and I want to auction it off for prostate cancer.
Oh, that's a fantastic. No, that's a very passionate cause of yours, Peter.
Oh, look, it is. You don't know you're going to have things happen in your life, and when they do happen, well, if there's any small way that I can help out, well, anyway.
That's played around, got past the strategically placed fielder at Leg Gully for a single. Another one to the total for Clint Kebler.
And one of the other unusual things was a chat during the break with one of the Queensland injured players who reckons 250 is the way to go.
I got that, and I think 200 is definitely gettable. That's... Well, the two had gathered, and usually they help each other out. Unfortunately, on that occasion, not to beat a boundary. That's just the 9th that we've had so far. 2 for 125. A couple more deliveries before we take our next break. This is Captain Frost. No run. So this pool B is looking interesting. WA, I think, are on top of South Australia. So say 4 wickets down early stages. And the run rate's not too bad if they can consolidate. WA can get through to the final if they can beat the Silverbacks and get to Woodville tomorrow. That one's played high to that gap and again split, this time without the fielding error. So there's a deep mid wicket and a long on, and I don't know what you call that, deep wicket on, I don't know, but that's pretty well where he's hit it. And that just starts to, a couple of boundaries this over, they're starting to accelerate now, the Maroons. 2 for 129, one last delivery before we take a break. Yeah, and Danielle, thank you, who's a Damien Meek fan watching from Townsville. Hit this time to the other side. And deep mid wicket is feeling a bit exhausted, hasn't got up yet. I hope they're okay. But that's 3 long runs to chase. We will take a break. Queensland are starting to accelerate.
Paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, partner in the paddock.
Starting to see a pretty decent partnership here. 2 for 59 was the last wicket. It's now 2 for 129. What you say, oh, that's a 70-run partnership, except there's a retirement in the middle of all of that. So I have no idea how you adjust for the retirement rule when you're talking wicket partnerships. How do you do?
No, that's in the too hard basket for me. But being selfish as a broadcaster, what you can think is this next delivery is hit out towards extra cover, and it's misfielded out there. Won't quite trickle across over the rope there, but they'll come back for 3. I want to see a few of the hard hitters come out now for Queensland. They've got themselves into such a good position, nothing in the track whatsoever, and also what I've noticed, and I'm sure you would have too, Phil, there's some weary players out there in the field. They're a bit tired, and the bodies are starting to ache.
You're starting to see it just in the last couple of overs, some of those misfields leading to boundaries. Wanted to say good day to one of our favourite members of the Dartfish team. Our youngest member too, Oscar Moody.
Oh yes,
hello.
another Oscar. He brings lollies.
Yeah, Oscar, where are you? Where's our snakes? It's a long day.
Where's Oscar?
Should be at school. What's he doing on YouTube? Dad?
Just racking up horrendous amounts of money that the bill will arrive at for an unsuspecting James in the next couple of weeks.
That's it. James Moody, on-field maestro. Cameraman does not do him justice. James is a maestro.
I'd say he's a pest. Is that the same thing?
He keeps working you hard, doesn't he? Played straight to point. And despite a slight misfield, no run to be had there. And we do thank all the crew, and of course, we get the names up in lights, but it's a very dedicated group bringing you the tournament. John Douglas, our El Supremo.
He brings the food occasionally.
He does.
You missed it yesterday.
No, what did he bring yesterday? He brought the GFC or something close to that yesterday.
Yes.
On Tuesday. What did he bring yesterday?
I looked at it for a period of time, but then it seemed to disappear. But it was one of the most nourishing looking salad rolls that I've ever had. Okay. It was delicious.
Okay. I'll have to give John, who's not a local, some directions to the Woodville Fish and Chip Shop, I think.
Are they good? Are they there?
The guy's been there for ages. He's had a really good fish and chip shop on.
Is that on the corner, that one?
It's on Woodville Road, just opposite the town hall, and he's got an old Woodville Warriors football sign, which people have often wanted to buy from. And he just makes old-fashioned, good-style fish and chips. And a burger with some egg and onion, if you talk nicely.
Well, I've got a question for you now. It's not trivia, but I need to ask you something.
Straight to point. No run.
It's about nourishment, and it's about food that you like. If you go into a hotel, and there's lots of beautiful hotels in downtown Adelaide, and you ask for, let's say, a seafood platter, you'll get a piece of fish, you'll get some calamari, you'll get a scallop or two, you might get a bit of potato cake, you'll get chips. you'll get very well fed, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Or you get a prawn too.
Yep.
My question is, do you know of anywhere at all, or would any of the viewers know, and we're around Australia, I'm not driving to Townsville to get this, by the way.
Let us know on YouTube.
No. Please, can you help me? This is one that I'll just tell you about now, as this is just driven down the ground for one, and that's it.
These two are looking very comfortable at the moment. They're just prodding around gaps, and that's a no ball. The sundry tally is almost in the 20s now. It's 17. 2 for 137, one more delivery of the 28th over.
Okay.
So, Peter.
You ready for it?
Yep.
I need to be able to find out. Now, I can't drive a long way to get this spectacular piece of culinary advice, or I need to be able to find out where you can buy cooked yabbies.
Ah.
Cooked? Yeah, I don't want you groaning or moaning.
No. I mean, my grandpop used to have yabby traps.
Oh, look, my grandfather, the same. He was a man called... Well, this man was called Tugger. He was my former father-in-law, and he used to take you out to little dams in places like Beulah and Warwicknabeal and Minyip and all that, and they were magnificent. You'd throw them in a big drum, you'd boil them up and you'd have them, but I can't get them anywhere.
No, look, I think they're pretty much... I mean, there was a place called the Big Yabby.
Was there?
Down at a place called Clayton Bay, which is on the edge of Lake Alexandrina, just upstream from Gawler. And they had, this yabby was about the size of this table out the front, but that's gone. And I think, I don't know, Pete. I don't
well, can
like
you throw it out to our listeners or viewers? I need to know.
That's our food challenge. Where in the world can you get... Does it need to be cooked a certain way, or do you just have it any old way?
Oh, look, just boil up the water.
Yabby?
Throw the yabbies in the boiling water, and they start to froth and bubble, and all the rubbish gets worked out of them, and you break the tail off, and then you take the shell off the tail, wait till it cools, get some bread and butter, and then you get a cold drink if you want to, pepper and salt, yabby, here I come to get ya.
Who was, as we head into the 29th over, 2 for 137, we've got Will Allen having a bowl, and they pick out Reece Parry, who did pretty well to stop that in its tracks. Concede just the single.
More Div 1 updates. New South Wales is 2 for 148 in their 30th over against New Zealand. Victoria, 8 for 120 off 26 overs against Tassie. And homegrown South Australians, 4 for 95 in their 90th over.
Can you just repeat that Victorian
WA.
score? Victoria?
8 for 120.
That could be the upset. 8 down for 120. That's Div 1, I'm going to assume.
It is
It
Div
is
1.
spot on. So that's... Tassie could pull off the big upset over Victoria and completely upset the apple cart in Pool A.
Well, Victoria's undefeated it, and Tassie hasn't won anything.
They took care of New South Wales day one, New Zealand yesterday. I mean, nothing Tassies would love more than beating. Would that be right, Pete? I mean, you are a Victorian who's also... Surely they gave you an honorary citizenship while you were down in Hobart?
I did a lot of work in Hobart that was totally different. You did a lot of sports like wood chopping, like cycling with people like Danny Clark, and of course David Foster with the wood chopping. They have an insatiable appetite for their sport. There is no doubt about that whatsoever, particularly football and a bit of cricket, etc. But yeah, beautiful place. And love the 15 years that I spent there. And also, as we see a misfield on the boundary and a 4 being struck, so much to the Sydney Hobart Yacht Race.
Yeah, I mean, that's the time. And we're diverging again. We should have done this on Tuesday, talk about Sydney Hobart Yacht Race. That is the time. You got the Taste Festival, or whatever it is these days. Salamanca Market's going off. The weather is beautiful. Still on Christmas holidays. And then the yacht race. And, just about every place in Hobart has a view of the Derwent. And, you get up at 5 and watch this yacht sailing up.
And I might add too, as there's a magnificent off the front foot drive through extra cover out to the fence for another boundary. Just.
Yeah, they're picking up steam now. They've declared it that they're going to get 250. They're now 143 in the 29th over. 2 down. Roach to come back if he wants. Campbell 31 off 43. Ryan 29 off 39.
And I want to just pass on a bit of detail after the end of this over, if I may.
Ryan did not know much about that. Will Allen's eyes would have lit up when he saw him back away and miss it completely. Allen for the ACT. Just bowled 1 over against SA, was carded for 10. Naught for 26 off 5 against WA. Back on Monday. Played into the gap. Another single, and not a huge. If there's a dot ball, there's usually a run straight after it. Queensland are ticking this over 2 for 152 now, and that is the end of the 2 for 153. Sorry, we're 1 over away from the second drinks break. Just give a quick mention of the sponsors. West End, the scoreboard. Explorer Caravans, the replays. S&W Seed Company, the drinks break. Also, Findex, Nelson Teamwear, NXO Sport, South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, the SA Cricket Association, SACA, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. All the great things you can do at the Adelaide Oval. The roof climb, stay at the Oval Hotel, or if you want the really good corporate experience, join the MTX Club.
And when we have our break, I just want to talk about one incident. We talk about how we had so much fun behind the microphone.
Had an incident.
We did.
Ooh.
And this was, I think probably, as this first ball of the new overs bowl and hit down the ground with a fair amount of power, but straight to the fieldsman at long off, and they go through for a single. This was probably the worst moment in my sporting broadcast life.
Oh, okay. So we're going to get deep and meaningful, are we?
Well, as soon as I start to tell the story, I think you'll be aware as to what did happen.
Okay.
And it just rattled me for a long period of time, and I still, without question, I still have nightmares about it.
Yeah, okay.
And this happened in 1998.
So 24 years ago.
Long time ago,
Away for a single. What we do need to do, Peter, before you do launch into that, when we get the 30 overs, we do need to take a break, meet our commitments, and then we'll come back for that, if that's okay.
Yes, I can agree with that, executive producer. You don't have to ask me, just tell me and I'll do it.
Okay. We're a partnership. So both these batsmen now into the 30s. Kepler 32. Ryan 38, not for much longer. They're hitting him hard, and they were almost going to go on the second. Yeah, that would have been interesting.
A few of the ACT lads look just a little bit weary,
and they've had the rest day.
Well,
they've had the rest day, so maybe they enjoyed their rest day, Peter. I'm not sure. Maybe when you if you're asking them what did they actually get up to yesterday, because
mightn't have rested.
maybe they had a big day.
Could do.
Hit on the pad, no run. Kate, we've got a couple of deliveries before our break. Any other scores that have come your way?
Thought I'd give you a Div 3 update.
Ooh, we love Div 3.
New South Wales versus New Zealand playing at Goodwood. 2 for 155, 31 overs.
Gee, that's a good score.
That's Div 1, I think, if it's at Goodwood.
Maybe. Yep. It is. Still Div 1.
Still Div 1. That's all right. That's okay. If you can find me a nice Div 5... That's if I was playing, that would be my standard. Give me a Div 5 score would be nice.
Why not?
I'll give you the drinks break to find one. That's played lovely. That's a lovely shot back of point. They're going to take 2 easily. I think I've seen more 2s and 3s today than I've seen the first 2 games combined. And yes, one of the batsmen, Ryan, wants a drink. So okay, mate, it's coming. It's coming. 1 delivery left of the 30th. Queensland 2 for 157.
Here's your cricket standard, Phil.
Okay.
SA Silverbacks 2 for 104.
They're the E's, aren't they?
28 overs. Yeah, that's playing at Woodville.
At
Ledger Reserve.
Ledger Reserve, just down the road from here, actually. They appeal loud enough you could hear it. No run off that. That is the 30th over. Queensland cruising 2 for 157. We'll be back after the drinks break, thanks to S&W Seed Company.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Ezra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
There we go. We've talked about this scoreboard for ages. There it is. It's in a position where we have got no hope of seeing it. 2 for 157. Not Woodville, but Queensland Maroons after 30 overs, and they're looking pretty good. Last wicket was actually at 59, so been a while since the ACT, I think, is starting to feel. Phil Hurden and Peter Walsh and Kate's joined us as well. Walshy, you wanted to share a story with us during the drinks break.
Well, when we sit behind the microphone, most of the time, because it's a sport, we can be upbeat about it, even if we're backing for a team that's actually playing and they lose. But the story itself, when you walk away and you're with colleagues like yourself and like Kate, you enjoy the company of everyone. This was something that happened to me. It wasn't supposed to happen to me, and it did, and it turned my life upside down. It was 1998. It was the end of the Sydney Hobart yacht race, and unfortunately the conditions during the 1998 racing of the Sydney Hobart were the worst they've ever been.
Yep.
Now, I was contracted to a local firm who wanted me to do the emceeing work at the end when the yachts arrived at Constitution Dock.
Right.
The skipper would get off the leading yacht, or the yacht that's come through, and would come across to where I was at Constitution Dock, just down the road from the Taste of Tasmania, and I would then interview the skipper.
Yep.
Now, remembering this would have been 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning after the carnage that took place overnight.
Yeah, and we're not, you don't use that term lightly.
I'm being very careful.
Were lost, boats were lost.
Yep. It was horrible in that I didn't know what was happening when these yachties arrived, and you know what? They didn't know either.
Yeah.
So I was told, as Billy so-and-so got off his yacht and stepped up to where I was then to have to pass on to him. Unfortunately, you're probably not aware, but one of your fellow sailors passed away in Storm Bay overnight. 4 times.
Oh, no.
I had to pass on that information because they were at sea.
Yeah.
They were being belted around by the worst conditions ever recorded in the Sydney Hobart. I've been following it since 1985,
And this was the first time that I'd have to be there to welcome the yachties. There was no welcome there. I haven't got the stats there, and I'm glad I haven't, because
it wasn't about winning a race. It was actually
it was
surviving
terrible.
the trip.
And those that were there, and there was this, it was like a mall over the finish of the race, when yachties normally went and had a drink, bounced around, tasted Tasmania, had a beer in Gary Baker's hotel. Everything was happening, but on this occasion, it wasn't happening because of what did take place. And I've always had that much respect for sailors, for those who were the salties, but also those who take on the challenge of the nautical miles that are between Sydney, across Bass Strait, and into Hobart. And it was just horrible for me, Phil, because I didn't know personally who had passed away, but they felt like they were friends because I was talking about them during the race for the last couple of days.
The other thing is that it was the yachting community, like a lot of communities, they would race each other. They would know each other very well. And, I mean, anyone who follows sport loves that Boxing Day. You watch the first session of the test match, then you flick channels and watch the start of the Sydney Hobart, and they go through the heads.
Yep.
And then you think, have a safe trip. And, that was And I think what was found out was that a lot of the radio communications weren't quite up to scratch and how you report in. And thankfully a lot safer now, a bit like Formula One cars that, had a series of catastrophes and they made some changes. Now it's safer. But back to the cricket. Thanks for sharing, Walshy. And yes, you think that it's a glamorous life sometimes doing this job, and we enjoy it a lot, but occasionally you do come up with those moments that have a darker side of life to it. Anyway, to the cricket we go. I reckon Queensland, they have 15 overs. They want 93 to get to 250. They're running at everything. We haven't even seen Mr. Meek yet, Danielle, so they are looking very, very good. The run rate is over 5. 5 and over will give you 225, and they've got, I think, room to accelerate. It's going to be Will Allen. Played off onto the onside. That one is kept in the field of play. The sweepers on that side are getting a lot of work. Kate, your pen is going at a huge rate of knots. Fill us in. What's happening around the competition today?
Well, I definitely built up the expectation to give you some Div 3 results.
Oh, love Div 3.
Don't want Div 3?
No, I love Div 3.
Okay.
The lower the better.
I got it for you then. Tasmania, 7 for 104, 36 overs against WA Quackers.
See, they're two of my favourite teams. Tasmania Boone, and I mentioned why I love Booney, and the Quackers. I mean, why has not one of our national teams called themselves the Quackers yet?
Aren't they snakes?
No, they're little marsupial mini wallaby things on Rottnest Island. Cute as.
Okay, Phil. Well, I'm happy for you.
As that's dispatched, that was if you're a Queensland fan of cute, there's a maximum. And now the challenge is on. And the fielder is saying, can I have a hand, please? Because has that ball gone over the fence?
Yes. And I don't like it when someone's got to climb over a picket fence.
Oh,
no.
Thankfully, plastic pickets, Peter.
And he hasn't got a onesie on.
And there's a bigger problem afoot here. Not only has the ball gone over the picket fence, it's gone over the terraced green fence at the background. And now they're looking down Caloundra Avenue to see if they can find where the ball's gone.
I think the real problem is that there's no one down there. And I'm reckoning this could be
another break. Peter, got another story?
I reckon what we've got coming, almost a certainty, is another ball. And we're all, as we're speaking, some of the other balls now from down below are being dragged out onto the ground, and it looks like someone from the ACT. It looks like the skipper was down there for a minute doing some weird things. That's Frosty. He's got a few, but they haven't got the other one.
Oh, that's incredible that it's been hit that hard that it's hit the terraces, which is concrete or brick, bounced so hard it's bounced over the fence at the back of Woodville Oval, that green fence you can see on your screen there.
Well deserved.
Yep, that's a 6 all right, as they have looked at the balls. The replacement ball. Someone during their lunch break is going to go down Caloundra Avenue and find that ball.
Over to Goodwood Oval now. New South Wales 2 for 177, 34th over against New Zealand.
They're right on 5.
That's a big score.
And 2 down. In theory, potential to drive that up to something in the 230, 240s on current trajectory.
Yeah, you do wonder, it conjures up thoughts with Kate giving all those scores, and you think, as we're rolling towards the final days, the players now are going to get a bit tired.
When you got 5 division finals to keep, that's just championship games tomorrow, Kate, to keep track of, let alone all the other ones.
The best of the best at the Veterans Cricket.
That's it. Well, we found another ball. Yeah, we did. We went to start this game this morning, if you've joined us late, and there was one vital piece of infrastructure.
The bin chickens.
Or, oh, there they go. Or there were 10 pieces of vital infrastructure, the 6 stumps and the 4 bales.
Have some intruders on the oval today.
Yeah. No seagulls. Oh, that's hit right at... He's caught one! No, he hasn't. Oh, I thought he had for a sec. Where is he?
Now, they might be asking him. This is one of the rules where...
No, that's a catch.
I reckon they're saying, did you catch that? And if he says, yes, I did, he'll be automatically given out.
I mean, no, the batsman is going. That, I think, is... well, this is the interesting one, Peter, because Ryan was on 49. And but he's coming off as if he got out rather than he was retiring. He's got the head down a little bit too much. I'm trying to watch the body reaction. And the ACT players have come. Usually, a player takes a catch, they jump up and down, they throw their hands in the air, they record a TikTok video, they do all sorts of crazy things. The fielder there for the ACT, the way he got up, I just thought he's not really celebrating, but it was more almost a relief, I think.
We talked about it's the spirit of cricket.
Yep.
That's an example of, there was no issue from the Queensland batsman. He decided that he would take a wander. And it's very hard from where we are to pick up whether there was a clean catch taken, but the decision was made. Well done by the fieldsman, well done by everyone, and we get on with it.
Ryan, out for 49 off 49, caught by question mark at the moment, which is fair enough. Yeah, when the fielder is right on the other side. And he's refusing to turn around.
Now this young fella.
It's interesting to chat downstairs that's going on. There's nothing out of the ordinary, but there's still a bit of animation from those and sundry who are involved in what's going on.
Could it be 2 and 2 deliveries? Okay. No, siree, said the umpire.
It might have been, are you sure, Mr. Umpire? Do you want some more think time?
Yeah. All of a sudden, the fireballs are up and about. 3 for 167 off 31. The run rate is accelerating above 5 at a rapid rate of knots. As we all know in the game of cricket, best way to stop run rate is wickets.
Just watching while you're chatting there, Phil, one of the fieldsmen running down just below where we are, I reckon that there is Reece Parry, who went and had a good chat to the batsman who's out, who's just removed his top and walks away looking quite resplendent. Someone out at the World Championship Wrestling has done well. But good banter between fieldsman and batsman, and that's what we want to see.
He played he played along with Kebley a great innings. Kebley is now moving on around about 37. To support the start by Roach, not out 52, to give a great foundation for Queensland to do something. They're well on track already for their best score so far. bit hard, but again, holds up in the grass. They're going to go on the throw, and wisely chosen.
I'm just worried about Harry Hamstring out there. I'm just worried about Harry Hamstring, but that third run, to me, I'm not feeling too flash, the Queensland batsman. He's all right, he's standing at the non-striker's end, but he had to give plenty, and I'm just watching him going through for the single off the next stroke. I reckon would be looking at an ice bath and a massage and something like that in the not too distant future.
Yep. This is Solway bowling. Peter Solway, it's his first over of the tournament, of today. I'll check about the tournament, and actually first over of the tournament. ACT have used 8 bowlers. When you consider they've, outside the wicketkeeper, only got 10 fielders. It's just about to work their way through the whole group.
Update for the match out at Summit Recreational Park.
Ooh, okay. Yep.
South Australia, 5 for 117, sorry. 25.5 overs against WA.
20 overs still to bat, 5 wickets down. Not sure if, okay, here's my bias, obviously. I'd just like to see a men's South Australian team do something.
Got some very good news for you too.
Oh, could do with some good news. 32 overs gone, 3 for 175.
Really pleased about the news that I'm about to give you.
Okay.
I'm reckoning that Damien Meek will be the next batsman.
It's next up, yes. So the new batsman in this is Lovett. Gary Lovett, wearing number 105. No number 1 for the captain in this competition.
And so here's where we get a bit confused, and I give nothing but positive feedback to everyone, but our information was that Gary still was crook.
Yes.
He wasn't going to be playing. He had the speed wobbles last night and he was chuck-chundering. He's out there now.
Yeah, they've got their squad of 12, and the change was Steve Grammans, who was next due in, was coming in for Richard Anderson, who's done himself some damage.
He's done a calf muscle.
Yeah. And they're difficult to recover from.
Oh,
They could
calves are
be
shockers. Calves are absolute shockers. I did one once in my very short athletic career, 8 weeks.
8 weeks.
Yeah.
Nicely played into the gap. This will be too easily. Men in pursuit. Good throwback, actually. Did that very well.
They're going to get a big score here, Phil.
Well, here's the thing. I think this is already at 3 for 177. They scored 152 all out against SA and 178 against W, and need one more run to tie that. And we've got 12 and a bit overs left.
Of course, the big question, Phil, and I know you're hanging off this one. Damien Meek, can he hit a 6 on this ground?
Well, I think I know what boundary I'd be going to try that.
Where the lost ball is.
It's the wicket is positioned on the eastern side of the square, which means the eastern Caloundra Avenue boundary is the place to hit 6s. That's where they've all been at this ground so far, not that we've had a lot. Love to see if he could hit one down the ground. That would be something.
It would. I've got to say too, the skills of the executive producer are quite outstanding as he walks straight past me and doesn't leave a coffee. I was giving him all this praise.
Last ball of the 33rd over will go to a break in a sec as Allen comes in, up in the air, and there'll be another couple. Will they try it? No, they won't. Don't think. No. They're rolling. Queensland 3 for 182. 12 overs to go. Back after the break. very pleasant day for some cricket. The overcast conditions is breaking out into some lovely blue sky. Expecting a sunny day tomorrow for, I don't know what you call it, Championship Day, the final day of the Australian Veteran Cricket over 50.
Call it Thursday.
Call it Thursday. Well, how do you remember what day of the week it is?
John.
It's been an absolute smorgasbord of veterans cricket action. That one is played through the vacant slips cordon and we'll get one. Not a lot of dot balls at the moment. Queensland surging towards 200. They'll have that probably with about 8 or 9 overs to go at this rate. 250 a definite possibility. Thanks, mate.
Gee, there's a lot of things you could say when you're handed a piece of food like this. And I know that we have to be disciplined. Do we?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So if I said, no, I better not. I'm giving it consideration, but I'm tight. So I'm still giving it consideration. I won't say this looks like it fell out the front of a onesie. I won't do that. What is it? It's moving.
It's a protein ball, I think.
Is it a yabby? Have we had anybody say from anywhere around Australia, where can I buy some yabbies?
No, we're on Yabby Watch, there's been nothing.
Okay.
I think even Google would struggle with that, but I might try it a little bit later.
I know.
3 for 185 after 34 overs. And now it's Kebler, who's 45 off 57, nearing retirement. Roach got there, 52 not out. Ryan, going for a 6 to end it, was caught on the square leg boundary, I think, for 49. Lovett is not out 7. Sundry's 21, including 1 no ball, 9 wide, 7 byes, 4 leg byes. So fielding has been a bit difficult for the ACT today. Nice single. So what do they taste like, Peter?
I can't answer it because I'm eating one.
Sorry, yes, the discipline. You talk, I eat sort of thing.
I'm not sure what you describe it as, but
Okay.
I'd start by saying very Moorish.
So you had,
Very tasty.
You had a second bite, that's always a good sign. Oh, there's a shot. Beautiful drive. Won't beat the sweeper, however. Nicely picked up by Reece Parry.
And Moorish indeed, they're probably bigger than the coffees that we got handed.
Ooh,
It's
that was the sledge on who gave you the coffee,
It's
wasn't
pretty.
it?
It's a dense ball, and we need to get a camera shot of it. Don't know how we do that.
No, well, I'm not sure how you do that. I'm not holding mine up, I'm just
Okay,
going to
we'll
eat
come
mine.
back to that because there's a delivery happening here. Allen played on the offside, and again just hit it. And
Now, I've got the feedback on the onesie.
hang on, just before that, we were trying to get the commentary spot. of it.
Everybody's holding up their ball.
No.
No.
Producer
It's going to
said-
happen.
No, okay.
The feedback on the onesie is the lovely lady who said her husband was responsible for wearing one yesterday. She said she had passed on the request, and the response from her husband said, "Why would anyone want my onesie?" And I said to his lovely wife, "It's so that I can auction it off for prostate cancer." And she said, "All I'm telling you is that I'm on the case." And she's down there now watching, and she's got a tennis cap on, and she's listening to what we're doing, and she is going to see what she can do too about getting access to the onesie. The other one, of course, that was worn today was worn by one of the Kratzmans, Andrew Kratzman, who did say to a sharing moment, very disappointed with his batting. He said normally he can get 30 or 40, and that's pretty much at least what he's going to be able to get. Hasn't been happening.
Kebler facing on 48. Won't get to 50 on that one. Goes to 49. The scoreboard tick, tick, ticks.
A couple of Div 2 updates. Victoria, 5 for 145, 41 overs against WA. New South Wales, 5 for 150 in their 39th over against Queensland.
Thank you for that. Katie's giving us plenty of score updates as this tournament gets towards the pointing end. Today we'll finish the pool games.
And SA Silverbacks, 5 for 174, over 33 overs. That's against New South Wales.
So that's Division 2. That's the game at Strath today. South Australia, if they win that, will be in the final of the Div 2. There's a hoik. Long on is deep. Now, 4 or 6, it's a 4. That's probably the longest shot we've seen today.
Big blow, wasn't it? Yep.
And is that it?
That's it.
For Kevlar. So not only do Queensland only have 3 wickets down, they've got 2 blokes in the shed who are in form, ready to come back out if required.
Yep.
And Gavin Brown comes out.
Now, he's not the Collingwood footballer who's made a comeback here at Woodville.
No, I don't. Well, not unless he moved to Queensland and took up Richmond's cricket after a...
Well batted. Well batted. And I must say too, we can occasionally send Cheerios. I think this is a worthwhile one, so I'll take a punt and I'll say a lovely message from Ben Tippett.
G'day,
Ben. Ben was with us yesterday, added so much to our coverage, particularly his managerial skills in looking after sports people like Adam Zampa and also like Glenn Maxwell, and trying to branch out and go overseas and talk to prospective candidates on the IPL. And he just was so refreshing, and he gave us so much during his burst yesterday morning and deep into yesterday afternoon. And Ben, you were a welcome addition to our coverage, and thank you so much for your nice note. You missed a beauty, by the way. You had to go, but you missed a run chase which was on right until the very end. But thank you for doing that and for adding such credibility to our coverage. Well done to Ben Tippett.
Oh, absolutely, and thanks, Ben, for filling in. Unfortunately, someone had to go to work yesterday.
Yeah, you just got the wrong bus and didn't turn up, but that's okay. That's okay.
I couldn't adjust my rest day plans. We have an update on the Yabbies, Peter, and Danielle is from Townsville.
Oh, right. Well, I'll just jump in the car and drive to Townsville.
No. She's from Townsville.
All right, okay.
Very much the Damien Meek fan. She says Riverland and Murray River in Adelaide, yep, for Yabbies. And
really?
Katarapro Creek in the Murray River National Park. Oh, thank you, boss. Don't drink coffee. Should you have hot chocolate? He's kind of got me a hot chocolate. How good's that?
I'm impressed with the people that are kind enough to make contact. The problem that I've got, and I'm being very, very careful with this, is there are so many places, Phil, and also Kate, about that we can't get access to now because of the floods. And when you say the Murray River, the Murray River, the length of the Murray River is significant, but it's very kind of you, Danielle, to let us know, because surely there has to be a place where you can buy yabbies.
Well, that's just where you can catch them. We haven't found out where you can eat them yet.
Well, I want to eat them
without having to go and catch them.
No, there's got to be a place. I know there's a lot of dams that I can.
We've got to take a break.
To.
Back with more yabbies in just a sec.
We're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features. Service and quality we've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans, 345
Still happening here. We've got a wicket. We have a wicket just as we're getting ourselves involved in chewing into something that we really don't have any idea is. It's 3 for 197, which becomes 4 for. And who's going to come out? Is it going to be our mate? Well, they're all our mates, but it is a Queenslander who is getting himself organised because he's got around the headband.
We don't have anyone ready to go.
Here he comes. Let's have a look at number 156, and that happens to be Shane Drummond Hills, who's the wicketkeeper. He comes out wearing 156 with the score now. Gee, it's a big score. 4 for 197. And it's been a bold performance by the Queenslanders who have had consistency. Ryan got 49, Roach 52. And they've looked like they were going to score well. And the conditions now are picture perfect. The only issue we've had is the absence of a dog, because if we had a dog here, there'd be a chance the dog could find that ball, which bounced over the fence and might never be seen again.
That wicket was Lovett. LBW to Allen for 10 of 17.
Thanks,
So
Bill.
Brown, who was the new batsman, is joined by Shane at Drummond Hills.
He's a wicketkeeper.
He's a wicketkeeper.
Yep.
They haven't quite on the live score yet updated the fact that Kebley is retired, but they'll catch up in a sec. So ACT getting a couple of recent wickets, some new batsmen at the crease, maybe they can slow down this juggernaut.
It's been a bold score. I don't think, and it's unfair for me to ask you this one, Kate, because I'm not sure myself, but I'd be interested in the highest score in the tournament. We've had a couple, I think, up around the 200 mark, but to get to 200, that is a bit of magic to go all the way through and get to that score. This next ball pushed away down the ground on the offside.
Well,
No run.
you mentioned Drummond Hills, who we can see on the field at the moment, but he did bowl to Alan Border back in 2001.
He did?
Do you know who Alan Border is?
Yes.
Yeah?
2001? That's 22 years ago. Alan Border, of course, former Australian captain, but also had a field named after his name, the Alan Border Field, which makes a lot of sense.
Not Border Town.
No. Well, it could be. Who knows? There could be. You're throwing up curly ones now, Kate.
Well, one came first.
That was a Bob Hawke's jaunt border town.
That was...
They claim Bob Hawke as one of their own.
Yes, I know. People do that, and I don't know why. Next ball, hit hard. Umpire moved just as well. There might have been a bit of carnage. Steve Filders is out there with Peter Rosenthal, and that ball whistled past in a heck of a hurry. Eventually, it's been sorted out by Paul Names.
Well, I reckon that's
Well, that
the
was
200.
I'm taking your word for it. So 4 for 200.
Yep.
And you better take Drummond Hill's word for this. Eventually took Alan Border's wicket.
He did. Well, they'd remember that forever. This ball is squared away on the offside, forward of point. They'll get through for the single. Running in is Reece Parry, who does the picking up. I wonder, Phil, what they'll do at the end of such a tournament, the players with their gear. Will they put it away forever and think, I'll get it all signed, or maybe this will be something for me to remember forever and a day?
You want to wear it to barbecues, wouldn't you? At
Put it on barbecues. Next ball worked away behind the square leg umpire for 1.
You'd want to wear the plain top and show it off. I don't know if you put the pants on too much, but...
I like the fact that they've got their names on the jackets or the tops. They're good. As we see down below us, we know who Reece Parry is because he's got number 3. But then if you saw Reece Parry at the local TAB, you wouldn't know who he is because
it's interesting. Actually,
it's just number 23.
You know, in terms of sportswear becoming streetwear, you see the kids wear a lot of the basketball singlets. Footy jumpers, not as much. They wear them to games, but they don't wear it out and about.
Would you wear a football gear, Woodville West Orange?
Well, back when I was leader of the Woodville cheer squad, back in the late 80s, most kids in the cheer squads had duffel coats.
Oh, right.
The big black things. They put the cheer squad patches on the back and what have you. Woodville were green and gold. I had an old army trench coat that was because it was khaki green. And that was my attire.
Gee, well, what we try and do in our coverage is we try and encompass not just what's happening in front of us, but
go off
what's
topic
also,
as much as we can.
And I saw something here which is of concern, and all we can do is, and I'm being really, really honest when I pass this on, native animals are being left stranded as the flood emergency continues. Watch out for snakes, koalas and possums. Be careful. native animals are being left stranded as the flood emergency continues. Now, we're sitting here and we've had some rain, we've had a bit of messy stuff, and we've had the cancellation of cricket, etc., etc. But tell you what, though, some people have really copped it.
Just hasn't been ACT, those 1%ers that win you games of cricket, keeping the sundries low, tight fielding, taking catches. Just hasn't been there for the ACT. This is a different side than what we saw at Kensington.
You know what it is? It looks tired.
Yeah. And Michael Frost is having a nightmare out there. He's
hurt himself now.
He fielded that one cleanly and has hurt himself in the process.
I reckon he's hurt a finger.
Yeah. That's a stinger. Hopefully nothing more serious than that. Sometimes the ones that hurt them all go away quicker. And the ones that you break, you don't feel it because...
Are you ready for a geographical question at the end of the over?
Okay.
I think I've told you the
Just checking
answer.
we don't have a break. No, we don't have a break at the end of the over. Okay.
I think I've told you the answer, but still...
Okay.
Maybe if I haven't, I'll still get excited by it.
That is the end of the over, Pete. The floor is yours.
We're talking at length, but we're being very honest and open about this, about animals that need to be protected, and we're talking about snakes and possums and
Yabbies.
those sorts of things, yabbies. Benno, our caravan man, took me up to his place a few days ago, and we were driving up towards Belair.
Yep.
And we drove around a corner, and an animal ran across the road.
I believe that up at Belair, yep.
And he looked at me. Now, I don't know the area very well. And I said, I can't believe that. And the animal stopped for a minute, turned and looked at us. And my initial reaction was, please don't run over it, or please don't do that. He said, I wouldn't do that. This is a little bit unusual. Up just near the Belair Hotel.
Yep.
What was the animal?
Okay.
Don't get it right first time, please.
Don't get it right first time, okay. Oh, a single. So Queensland have hit 200. That's their first target. Now they've got 7 overs. They wanted 250. They're 45 from it in 7 overs. That's just a run of ball, which...
That's gettable.
Which, you'd say based on what we've seen. That one's hiked up, and it's going to find the gap between the mid-off, the mid-on. That'll be another 2. All right. So it stopped and looked at you, and so it was a kangaroo. They never stop.
Kangaroo is a good call. Plenty of kangaroos around, but not the kangaroo.
But they never stop. They just charge right through and take out your front of your car if you're not careful. I would say a koala would be my first tip.
Koala? No, but on the money. On the money.
Okay. How many legs does it have? 2 or 4?
Well, before we hit it, it had 4.
Okay.
We didn't hit it. No, we didn't.
Australian or introduced species?
Oh, no, I think it's Australian. And the comment that I was getting from our man, the driver, Benno, who's done so brilliantly looking after me, was that it wasn't a significantly unusual experience. You did see them occasionally, but more so because of the change in the weather.
Okay.
For 140.
So that's Division 1. The Vics are out for 140.
Yeah. 35.2 overs against
Okay.
Tassie.
So that's one we're going to get you to keep a big eye on, Kate, because Tasmania are going to have a full 45 overs to get 140 and cause the boil over of the Division 1 so far.
Yeah, turns out my mic wasn't on, so just for anyone that didn't hear, so anyone that wasn't in the commentary box, Vic bowled out for 140 in 35.2 overs against Tasmania.
And the destroyer, Charlie Farley, Christian Farley, 6 for 35.
How good's that?
Has absolutely ripped through them. And they were, 1 for 15, 5 for 82. Wickets falling at regular intervals. So they'll take an early lunch, and we'll know the result of that pretty early in the piece. Either that's not going to go 45 overs, either Vics are going to have to clean them up. We'll take a break. Oh, sorry. lost track of things there for a second. I was so excited hearing that Tassie were doing so well against Victoria.
Against all odds too.
Yeah. There's Chris Berman, one of my favourite American sports guys, says that's why they play the game. In the air, drops short. And just to add some insult to all of it, they take a run.
Sneaky one.
Oh, they've run on everything today.
Yeah, they're not playing like a side that is about to end their campaign. They are bouncing around. I think the frustrations of losing that close one yesterday, that's hurt big time.
That's out to Frost, that's out to Allen. Slows it down, and still another single. I think those close losses, and again, over a wide variety of sports, you ask all the what-ifs. Queensland needed one delivery. Sure, that back foot ever moved for the stumping, but not given.
Update on the South Australian game in Summit Park. 6 for 137, 31 overs against WA.
Okay, they've stabilised, which is good. Hope we're not too biased. Sorry for all the Western Australians tuned in.
Yeah, we'll share the love around the country. New South Wales 4 for 210, 38.5 overs against the Kiwis.
So they're going at a similar clip to what Queensland are. And if they've been keeping track of what's happening at Glandore, they're thinking, well, gee, if Tassie can get up and we can beat New Zealand by a fair bit, we might be seeing New South Wales here tomorrow.
Now, information filtering through which isn't correct. It wasn't a Tassie Devil.
Okay, sorry. We're back to pick the animal again. Sorry.
Pick the animal. Crossed the road. Had a good look. Dave Benson, the Caravan King, was driving yours truly, who was hanging on, and it was all good stuff. We saw this animal near the Belair Hotel, heading up to listen to lurking Les Burdett give a spectacular chat to the local cricket club. And he told the story magnificently, and what it was drum roll,
an echidna.
No.
Okay, I'm out.
You're out. Kate's given us nothing. She's just eating what's happening. It was. The kids love it. They would have loved it. They would have said, please don't hit that. Please not. It's too good.
Bunny rabbit.
A deer. A deer. A deer.
I could have named 20 animals and never come close to a deer.
I've not seen a deer like that so close. And there was never going to be any issue with tapping the deer. But the deer looked absolutely beautiful and then hopped over the fence and away it went.
Okay. Well, blow me down.
Well, for any Kiwis listening, I know that you get the North Island, the South Island, then Stewart Island down the bottom, and that's where they shoot a lot of deer and eat it.
Oh. Well, it's just ruined my venison for the meal I was going to have tonight.
4 for 214 in the 40th over. This is Queensland in prime position to put something imposing on the little scoreboard we have here. And again, and a wide. So between the sundries that are now up to 24, aggressive running and the occasional lofty hit of a bad delivery. They are amassing something that's going to give the ACT quite a challenge to chase. Allen out to parry. No run.
So you're a bit anxious here, mate, because you're not supposed to bet on cricket, and I'm not suggesting I am.
I don't think we are this week, Peter.
But the meek man has to be out and hit a 6, and that will make me very happy. Very happy.
Well, we've seen one lofty shot that's given him at least a sighter to the clubhouse end. Another single. ACT bowlers, they've used 8 of them. This is Allen, who's into his 7th over. Conceded 45 runs, which is actually the most, but he's also bowled the most of any bowler. He's also taken the most wickets with 2.
Yep.
So suffice to say, when he's bowling, something's happening.
Now, here's my next trivia question.
Okay.
The number of people that are here is a world record, according to Anthony Telfer. The number of teams that are here.
As in participants in the
participants,
tournament.
I'm sorry, yep. And but the number of participating teams, etc. It's a magnificently gathered together organisational and the skills of Anthony and his troops deserve the highest praise.
Yep.
As we're watching the ball swatted down the ground away on the onside for a single. My question then is, before this all started and the veterans cricket grabbed us by the scruff of the neck and said, this is really good fun, what were these people doing? What were the cricketers who called it quits maybe in their late 20s or early 30s? There was no veterans cricket. What would they be doing?
Well, other pursuits or couch potatoes or probably not having as much fun
Not
as they are today. Even the ACT lads that are getting hit around the park are still enjoying it, I'm sure.
Well, DeCampley, apologise if I've said that name wrong. I do know Zorba, the nickname with the long story. He says, playing with guys I wasn't good enough to play with right now is one of his highlights of veterans cricket.
There you go.
There you go, the camaraderie, the word I can't say.
Yes, you can.
People coming together.
Corroboree. Yep.
And Phil and Peter with the commentating.
Is that what we do? I haven't eaten that thing that I've got yet because we've been talking too much.
It's a work in progress, Peter. I don't think you can take it. You've got to just work at it a little bit.
I've seen one of these at Sovereign Hill. It's a gold nugget from Ballarat.
I thought you were the gold nugget from Ballarat. I thought you were the gold nugget from Ballarat.
Ballarat, what a place that is. Magnificent place. A place where everyone likes to go, as they do at this stage. Everyone likes to go to the cricket, which is here. And where there are boundaries being scored, and this is, how do you do it? This is happy, happy, happy hour for the Queensland team.
If someone wants to, Peter wants to do a interview straight away at lunchtime, then during that time you can
They're enjoying themselves out there.
How long is it going to take you to put
Phil, there's no need to get your clothes off. I know it's exciting. I understand that you're getting exciting, but I should say...
It's warming up.
It's a magnificent day now.
It's mostly blue sky now. Looking forward to a warmer day tomorrow. So 4 for 224. They are bang on that 250. Might even add a couple to it at this rate. They're scoring every delivery. This is going to be 2. They're going to back themselves pretty easily.
And I'm sorry to ask you this. It's unfair because the equipment that we've got, we can't punch out scores all the time. But I'd really like to know at some stage, if we could find out, what the highest score during the week has been. The highest
The
score.
highest, well, don't forget, you've got to retire at 50.
Yep.
So I did see someone on a 63.
Yep.
Because they got to come back.
And we saw our mate yesterday score in excess of the 50. That was my man Damien Meek.
Damien Meek, he was the one, 61. He came in at number 9, and by the time he got to 50, he was part of the last wicket.
Yep.
So he couldn't retire. And I don't think you're going to see anything higher than that, just because what do you need? You need to score a lot of runs.
Yep.
Then everybody else collapses, and I don't quite see how it structurally would work.
So there wouldn't be too many over 200, you don't think?
Oh, there's a team.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's bobbed up. And that is the end of the inning.
Am I following the batting?
Slash outside the off stump. It was one of those that just sat up there. It looked very easily, but took an eternity. Probably in the mind of the fielder to come down.
Guess who's coming in?
And Danielle.
No, Danielle's not coming in.
No, Danielle in Townsville. Hope you're awake because Damien Meek is about to enter the arena.
Update for the Div 2 competition. Victoria 7 for 164 off 45 overs against WA. New South Wales 6 for 185 over 44 against Queensland. South Australia 6 for 202 over 38 overs against New South Wales, and Queensland 2 for 203 41 overs against ACT.
Now, Phil, if you leant forward, you could see a lady sitting down in front of us to the left.
Right.
And she has whitish hair and sunglasses. That is Damien Meek's mother.
Who comes and watches.
She does. Now,
Son
she
play and
lives
has made the trek to Adelaide. Well done.
She lives in Byron Bay, and Damien lives in, you ready for it? Townsville.
Yep. Well, that's where Danielle is watching from, so hence why Danielle knows Damien. The Townsville connection.
Now, What are we up to in terms of overs? We've got 42 down?
41 point something.
All right, okay.
42 done, sorry. Missed that that wicket was the end of the last delivery. Sorry, Tommy. I promise I'll get the next 3, because that's 45 and that'll be the end of the innings. I'll pick that up. Probably should, in lieu of no ad break, mention our sponsors, the West End Scoreboard, and Kate doing an awesome job. Really warming into the role now of...
She's going out on skateboard
giving us updates everywhere.
Right.
Explorer Caravans have given us some wonderful replays through the week. S&W Seed Company, the drinks breaks. Fine Decks, Nelson Teamwear and NXI Sport making the teams looking absolutely resplendent. SAVCA, the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, the SACA, SA Cricket Association, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, the Roof Climb, MTX Club and the Oval Hotel, all at the magnificent Adelaide Oval.
That's a big kick down the ground and dropped 5 or 6 metres inside. It went in and out, it bobbled, it wobbled and it fell into the terra firma that's here at the Woodville Oval. And when you drop one like that, you can't hide anywhere. You'd look around, but you've got to turn around and just as you are doing, my friend Mr. Fieldsman, feel lower than a footprint.
Yeah, afraid so.
Bobbled and wobbled. That sounds like a dance move.
Should mention the batsman that was out earlier was Brown, out for 17 off 22. Drummond Hills is 10 off 16. As mentioned, Meek is now in there.
And speaking of dance moves,
on strike.
Will there be any dancing at that event tomorrow night? Can you explain what's going on?
The presentation. It'll be fairly low key, but there'll be some happy souls, won't there? I'm hopeful. I'll be one of them.
It'll be the 3rd inning.
It'll be all good.
It'll be a mixture of things, Perry. I think the winning teams will celebrate. Everyone will be really happy they've had a wonderful week, but a tinge of sadness that it'll be over.
Yep.
And that they'll all go their separate ways, and teammates this week will be rivals when they go back to their local club competitions.
And don't forget, some of them will go to Geelong because it's the 60s and over. And one of them, my friend, I'll give you another plug, my friend Neville Kratzman, who is 79.
Yeah.
And won a championship. He was bouncing around for Queensland. They beat Tasmania. He was 79.
Yeah. See, that he's timed it well because he's had the 70s and he's had about a bit of a week off. Back for another one. I'm not sure if any of these lads coming off the over 50s would be able to back up another 4 games in 5 days.
Well, we've only got a couple of overs left. Just looking at the situation regarding Damien Meek.
Yeah, well, there's one delivery left of this one, 5 for 233. 13 deliveries left, 17 to get to 250.
Plays that with caution. I'm not happy with that. He's supposed to have a big whack at that.
He's 1 from 4. Really unleash in the last 2 overs.
But even so, this is surely out of the reach of a side like Queensland. Have got a pretty steady bowling attack, and a side like the ACT that at the moment, looking down the barrel of such a massive score, you'd find it a bit hard to see that they're going to be able to score their first win.
I mean, I mentioned that ACT had scored just over 300 runs, and 2 batters, Frost and Solway, had scored 174. Now, you think, oh, well, if they have a really good inning, they might get there, but of course they're limited to the 50. So if Queensland get 250, and even if Solway and Frost both retire not out, who's going to get the other 150? So Peter's dashing down to do... no worries. Oh, some bails rattled there.
Straight to an ad after his.
Okay. So, has run beautifully to target this. We started just after 11. You get 3 hours and we're a couple of minutes to 2 with 2 overs to go, and there's been a lot of runs scored. So this has been going to be pretty much bang on 3 hours, the innings. 15 overs an hour. Not to mention about 80 to 90 runs. That one, was lining up for the big shot, just found the gap, got the single. That scoreboard continues to tick. We've got 5 for 238 with 9 deliveries left. Here's our man Damien Meek, who thus far is 1 from 4. He's had the sighters. He's checking out the field. I reckon our cameraman here on the square leg boundaries was actually that's beautifully played behind point. Won't get the boundary, we'll get 2.
Yeah, might be better.
That's 240.
Here's Peter on your right now. He's out on the ground.
240 with 8 deliveries left. What's your prediction on the final score, Kate?
I think that one of these teams is going to win.
Yeah, that's a decent chance. You're happy just to roll the singles over here. They're 241 with 7 deliveries left. I wonder if they're going to go ballistic in the final way or attempt to go ballistic. ACT with 4 players out deep, all forward of the bat.
Well, speaking of winning, none of these teams have won so far, so it will be a celebration for one of them.
Absolutely, and the one that doesn't gets the chance. 1 over to go. Someone needs a new bat by the looks. .242 with 6 deliveries left. Initially when they said 250, I thought, gee, that's ambitious. And then I started seeing how they were running between the wickets. ACT haven't helped themselves with 28 sundries and some missed fielding. They're going to be right there, but right now, change of bat. Okay.
At least it's not one of those Milo cricket plastic bats.
Oh, I used to love that. With the plastic stumps that you could never keep still because they were too light.
And then they'd come over at school and you'd get those little tiny packs of Milo.
That's it. Well, that's all part of the branding strategy.
Don't even need milk with it, just straight down.
Yeah, back in the day it was Milo and milk or hot water. Milo, a great supporter of Australian cricket.
But I do disagree with the just hot water. That's pretty criminal, Phil.
Oh, no. I agree. A Milo with hot water is only as a desperate last resort.
Yeah, rations.
Says me, the non-coffee or tea drinker.
Good hot chocolate, though?
Oh, I love a good hot chocolate, as John, my boss, has just discovered this morning. Will Allen comes in last over. There's a charge down the wicket. It's high. It's mighty. Where's it going to land? Oh, in the gap. And it's going to run 2. It dropped and stopped. So we are quickly heading towards the halfway mark. Peter Walsh is lining up an interview as we speak. I got it at 5 for 245, which is what I've had as the highest score in Div 1 at least. Tees off, hits the cover. That's a 6, I would suggest. It is a 6, and 250 has been attained. Whack. That has to have been Mr. Meek, surely. It was. He goes to 12 off 8. As we see the Explorer Caravans replay, an indentation into the cover. Drummond Hill's a quick fire 19 off 23. Very well spread innings. 3 players around that 50 run mark. Ryan out 49, Cabley out not out 53, Roach not out 52. That one is hit hard. Going to be 2. What are we going to try for 3? No. Wisely not. So I've got it at 253. Danielle's happened because her wish of a Damien Meek 6 has been met. Kate, what have you got for us?
Well, it is. The sun is coming out at Woodville today. It's 18.2 degrees right now, and tomorrow it's going to be 23. Friday, even a bit more sun, 30.
Yes.
Believe it.
As there's it's going to be a leg bye, I suspect, but you take them any way you can get them. A bye. Okay. $2.54 the score. I think this is the last delivery, barring some sundry. Played out to the offside, misfield. Will they take a run? Yes, they will. And I think in that delivery you have the microcosm of the Queensland innings. That is it. What a hard-hitting, hard-running, very well-balanced batting performance by the Queensland Maroon. 5 for 255.
In line.
We'll get you the 256 for the ACT to win. And they're going to need to go at 5.7 and over to do that. Peter Walsh looking to chat to someone very shortly.
And speaking of those high scores, New South Wales 6 for 252, 45 overs against New Zealand.
So they've set the Kiwis a similar target. We haven't heard before. Kate's doing a fantastic job with the scores. The Victorians out cheaply against Tasmania with a spot in the final at stake.
And also South Australia, 7 for 166, 39 overs versus WA.
So that one sounds like it got off to a bit of a late start, just the 39. So 166 with 9 overs to go. Let's go down to Peter Walsh.
Just stop, Mark. Stop, Mark. Stop. It's not off. It's all green. Now it's on. Right. Okay, both three now. Stand by. Yes. 3, 2, 1.
Michael Frost, tough day at the office. Conditions are all right, but what's wrong with the finger? What happened?
Dropped a cotton bowl, pretty simple catch. He just hit me on a bad finger. I've always had a bad finger and it just got me right a flush on it, so dislocated it. We'll see what happens.
Can you stay out there?
I'm going to bat, yeah. Going to open up, so we'll see how we go.
It's a long chase for you over the 200 mark.
We're going to need a lot of contributors, so they're a good side. They batted really well. We bowled okay, fielded pretty ordinary again. They batted very well, and we're just going to have to dig deep and try to get a lot of contributors and a few partnerships. That'll be the key.
What's the spirit like there when you're towards the end of a very tough campaign? No easy games, and you'd love to get a W in the column.
There's a fair bit of personal pride, so the boys are going to really have a crack with the bat. Blokes don't like losing, and blokes don't like getting out. So, you get to 50 plus, you've got to dig a bit deeper, and that's what our boys will try to do.
It might be too the best part of the day because the sun's come out now. It's probably the best part of the weather for the whole week.
Oh, absolutely, and the wicket's a belter, so we'll just do our best. That's all we can do.
Good on you, Michael, and look after that finger, and I hope the chase is good.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
Michael Frost from the ACT joining us. It's going to be a tough task. They're over the 200. That's what they will be chasing. We'll take some ad breaks and then we'll be back here at Woodville for the chase. Queensland looking for a win and the ACT digging deep for some pride.
Land your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
I just want to speak about coaching and the IPL and the T20 game now. And just when you're in that coach's room, before you send those players out, what are the notes now up on the whiteboard of how to play? If he runs in and does a swivel shift, he'll play the reverse sweep over his head, between your legs, under your arm, behind your back. How to, structure what a game is going to be when that is occurring.
Yeah, Flip, I think these days, you might have heard it over different teams, the players want to run the show, so there's a lot of player influence. And, as a coach these days, you just got to have all the stats, video, all of that available, but they don't want to look at it, some of them, and some just want to play with freedom or, whatever you want to call it, but you just got to have it ready, I suppose. I know there's some older coaches who get very frustrated with that. They got all the notes, Greg Shepherd, Chuck, there's notes for days, and then some of the players just said, we don't need that, we'll just go out and play. So it is a bit frustrating, but it seems to work at the moment. I think England sort of runs with that. I just spoke to one of their players last week, and they never had a team meeting in this whole World Cup. And Josh Butler just ran the show and said, I'll take charge, I'll look at the video, and then I'll go to the players on the field and do it that way. And I think MS Dhoni was the same. When Joe Dawes arrived in India, his first day as bowling coach, with a whole pile of notes, he went to MS Dhoni and said, Captain, I've got it all. When you want to meet, when you want to chat? He said, you can put that in your bag. Don't worry about it. I've got this.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Everyone in the movement, no, everyone on the planet, the sad passing of Shane Moore, you played with him, you spent time with him. What was he like, that character? Warnie, what did he bring to the table?
Yeah, I'll reiterate that. Very, very sad day when Warnie passed away. I originally played at the Essendon Cricket Club, had 10 years there. Warnie was at St Kilda. I was in the Victorian team for a couple of seasons, and in walks this blonde bloke, enormous fat guts, getting around with hair like Wayne Phillips still does, and comes on the scene, you know, and anyway, there was just something about him that, you know, the mind, the cricket mind, the mechanics, just the way he went about his work. Even in those early days, you could tell there was something special about what he could do, I guess. And I suppose for 13 years, I had that blonde problem, and we both came across here to the Cricket Academy. And Rod Marsh was head coach, and I went and lived with Terry Jenner. He'd just come out of the big house from a bit of fraud, and so I was living with TJ, a few creditors knocking on the door every so often. Warnie went and lived down in Glenelg somewhere. We didn't know quite where he was living, so. But it's so sad that all three of those are gone now. And but he was just so unique that, you know, when you bowl leg spin, you have your fingers apart, and his fingers were together, and that's why his wrong'un was never any good. It was nothing, but his flipper, because you had to flip the ball out of the fingers, made his flipper so powerful. But just the strength of the wrist, the cricket brain, the biomechanics, it just the best ever, right? And yeah, it's just so sad that during the pandemic I was chatting away, and he said, you know what, I haven't stayed in the same city for more than 2 weeks for 30 years. Think about that. So he goes to the country and moves around, commentates, plays poker, everything, and we're having a drink at the bath, and he said, Mac, I've got to get you on these blue pills I get out of Thailand, right? He said, you know, strip some weight off, and your cock stays up all night. And I said, well, I don't need it, mate. And he wasn't into drugs, he liked his herbal stuff. Certainly no drugs at all, but just so sad. So, as Walshy said, get your prostate checked. If your doctor looks right, the finger's okay. But get your heart checked, seriously. And you're at an age where the heart and the prostate absolutely get them checked out. 100%.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
South African cricket, I must say, you still have an obvious link with it. You're playing with distinction, captain the country. But where's it at? Where is it? The strength of, the challenges there?
Oh, there's always challenges there. I think, you know, even in this World Cup, people from the outside would have seen Vavuma opening and probably saying, why is he still playing? And, you know, why they keep going with him. But for the people who know that behind the scenes stories of South Africa, he's got to play. That's just unfortunately the way it is. You know, you have to have, I think these days, 5 non-white players on the field. So that's always going to be there. When you go to an ICC event, you compete with the best in the world who bring their best 11. It doesn't always match up. So I know South Africa haven't done it at an ICC event, but you know, those things are obviously in the way at times. I can remember the 2015 World Cup in New Zealand, Eden Park. Kyle Abbott I think he got 4-3 in the quarterfinal, and then the semi-final against New Zealand, Vernon Philander had to play. And a couple of the guys in the team told me at that stage, I was already gone, said AB was that close to not playing that night, just had enough with the South African politics, but they convinced him to play, and I think that will certainly, you know, be in his mind for a long time. They had their chance, I think, and I think that would have been a better final, South Africa, Australia, but it didn't happen. So, you know, they again couldn't do it in 2022 in a T20 event, so we'll have to see to the next one.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, Woodville Oval and the beautiful backdrop of our glass factory in the hills. CBD not too far away from there either. It's the best day of the tournament thus far, weather-wise. Looking forward to an interesting run chase. Queensland have set the ACT Fireballs a task, 5 for 256. More about how Queensland achieved that shortly, but right now let's go down to the ground to Peter Walsh.
There's a herd of bulls running around at Woodville, and one of them is David Roach. I tell you what, well batted to you getting a half a ton, but it was such a consistent performance by your teammates.
Yeah, we had a good, the whole team really dug in and got going. Started off okay. There's Solly walking past, having a look. He'll come out and no doubt make 50. But yeah, the boys, everyone, I think, got a start and went on. A few of them went on with it. Then we had Trent Ryan got 49 and another guy get 50. So pretty good batting deck out there. A little bit slow early doors, the wicket, just holding up, but nice and flat.
Well, describe your feelings now, because I've seen your team 3 times now during the week, and I keep thinking to myself, there'll be a Thursday, but there won't be. You won't be getting in the final.
No, we will actually play tomorrow, but it's not for the main prize, unfortunately. We haven't had the tournament we would have liked, but, you know, you win some, you lose some, yeah. We haven't batted well. I think our bowling's been okay. We just haven't made enough runs.
What about what you've done during the week? Have you been satisfied?
I wasn't satisfied the first game. I went out first ball, so it wasn't
happen all that often.
No, I don't make too many of them, but you do make them. It was a good nut, so you get them every now and then. Hit them pretty well yesterday. Got you know, a few yesterday, and today they come out the screws pretty well.
And a quickie, because I know the players are about to come out now. It is really important, even though you might finish with a W, but you won't play in a final. You've got to finish with some confidence, and to put ACT away today would be good.
Would be great, and also we don't want to finish last. So that's another big factor. As disappointing as it has been not winning a game yet, we've got to win a game so we don't finish last. I mean, that'd be shattering. And I think we put a decent total on the board. And I think with the way our bowlers are bowled in the first 2 days, I think we can hold them out.
Thanks for chatting with us, and get out there now and enjoy the sunshine.
Good on you, Pete.
Thanks,
mate.
Well, there's a happy bull. Can you be a happy bull if you haven't had a win? They haven't had a win, but importantly, they're looking at sorting out the ACT and having that one game to finish off what's been a pretty spectacular tournament. The conditions this afternoon are ideal here at Woodville. The sun is shining. The players are out there. Some of them have even removed their tops, and they're out there having some good time, and I'm hoping you're enjoying it too. Let's go back now to our commentary team as we now start the ACT's chase for the big score by the Bulls.
Thanks so much for that, Peter. It was a formidable inning by the Maroons. Roach out for 50, well, not out, retired not out, 52 off 50. Short was 5 off 21. Kratzman 6 off 17. Keblet retired not out, 53 off 61. Ryan trying to hit a 6 to retire, was out 49 off 49. Lovett 10 off 17. Brown 17 off 22. The 2 not out batsmen, Drummond Hills 21 from 24 and Meek 14 from 10, including a 6, which pleased one of our viewers, Danielle Cooper, no. And the bowling figures for the ACT, Neems 4 overs for 24. Randell 6 overs for 16, probably the most economical with a wicket taken. Bradley 5 overs, 1 for 28. Parry 5 overs, 0 for 26. Frost 5 overs, 0 for 24. Mann pretty economical, 4 overs, 0 for 18, 4.5 and over there. Allen bowled the full quota of 9 overs, 2 for 68, and Solway 7 overs, 1 for 39. Basically, the ACT used 8 bowlers trying to find a combination to slow Queensland down. It's going to be John Cooper and Captain Michael Frost to open the inning. Coming up for the ACT. For Cooper, he was caught and bowled against SA for 5. That was when he was opening. He was in the number 8 spot against WA, was bowled for 13. For Frost, first up, retired not out against South Australia for 53 of 63 deliveries, and then was caught behind for 25 against the Black Swans of Western Australia. Peter and Kate will join me up here shortly, I hope, and we'll be able to get from Kate a whole range of scores as many of the teams begin their chase. We'll particularly be keeping an eye on the other Division 1 games. One of the good things is we are starting just a little bit later and the others are underway. South Australia, in the end, all out in 43.1, so they almost made all the way with 189. That's, I guess, something to chase. The big one was Tasmania and Victoria. Victoria all out for 140 and 35 overs. Don't have anything from Tasmania yet, so maybe they're all, rather than take the half-hour break. Can tell you, New South Wales, the Blues scored 6 for 252. New Zealand have just started. They've bowled 1.5 overs and a 0 for 6. Like the ACT, they have a fair old run chase ahead of them. Going to be 5.7 runs and over. Won't take too much to get behind and end up with being over a run a ball, and that's where it starts to get a bit difficult. Frost will be the opener, or the first to face. It's going to be Damien Meek. He's going to open the bowling for Maroon as the umpire's checking that the scorers are ready.
Phil, just a quickie. I wasn't sure whether or not I got the message through, but Frost's got a dislocated finger.
Yep, saw that in the interview. So, but he's the captain, and he will bat on and deal with that post-match. Faces the first delivery, lets it go outside the off stump. Mentioned what the batters have done so far for the bowlers. Meek, well, against South Australia, 5 overs, none for 20. But how's these for some figures, Peter? Against WA, Meek, 9 overs, 1 for 14 off 9 overs with 4 maidens.
You know, when you bump into people by accident, I bumped into Mrs. Meek during the lunch break, and she said, "Have you spoken to Ashley Evans yet?" And I said, "Well, who's Ashley Evans?"
Yeah, that's not on our list.
She said, "Oh, he is one of Meekie's best mates."
Okay.
And I said, "Well, I can't speak to every one of Meekie's best mates when they're here at the cricket."
Well, that's a high shot, and it's going to be an opening over boundary. Bounding towards the picket fence there on the eastern side of the ground. And very emphatic shot to get off the mark.
Well, the fascination was that apparently Meekie went to the airport at Townsville to get his gear together and take off, and Ashley went with him. And Ashley had apparently said to his best mate,
Shot play to mid-off, no run.
His best mate, of course, being Damien Meek, and he'd said, "Where are you going?" And Damien said, "Oh, I'm off to Adelaide." He said, "This is Townsville. What are you going to Adelaide for?" And he said, "Oh, there's a bit of cricket on, so I might go there." And his mate Ashley said, and Mickey said, "Well, what's the big deal? I've had the boarding call." So Ashley said, "I've just booked her ticket. I'm coming with you."
Oh, okay.
So his best mate, who has just reinforced the friendship, has got on the kite, the same plane, and flown from Townsville down to South Australia to watch a game of cricket played by his best mate, who happens to be Damien Meek.
Right, there you go. So he's here somewhere.
I know where he is.
Okay. You got him lined up for a chat?
Well, he's lurking for another chat, but I said, "I've got a salad roll and a bottle of water and an interview with you." So far, you're a long way away in third spot.
Fair enough. 1 over in the books. Just the boundary thus far. So already, despite that slashing shot, there's the tee behind the runway. Up from 5.69 per over needed to 5.73. Facing up now, John Cooper. Had a chance at least to observe. Was caught and bowled for 5 against SA, bowled for 13. A little bit lower in the order, got re-elevated for this game. This looks like John Short, who opened the batting, is also one of the opening bowlers from the airport southern end. That's nicely tickled down to a fine, fine leg. And they'll get 2 off that one. Cooper off the mark.
Now, I've got to ask you a very important question, and it's about a player dispatching a ball a long, long way, and I'll ask you that in just a moment.
Okay.
But I'll tell you, they did find the ball that went over the fence.
Oh, in Caloundra Avenue? Okay.
They did, yes.
Okay.
One of the Queenslanders was kind enough to tell me.
Was concerned about that, that's good.
And I said to Damien Meek early in the day, I'm hoping you can hit a 6. He said, why's that? I said, oh, I like a bet. He said, you can't bet on cricket. I said, I know you can't, but you can. He just looked at me and laughed.
Okay.
And the question I've got is, did he hit a 6?
Yeah.
He did? Well, I wasn't here.
Okay, he did. He did. YouTube went ballistic.
How many did he hit?
He hit 1.
Well, that's
Thank
enough.
You. I thought we've had people are coming up to our booth and feeding us stuff. We got bananas now, Pete.
Yeah, well, I
Maybe
know.
that.
Thank
Are they
you.
saying we're bananas, or are they just giving us?
Well, we thought that it was the deer that was near Benno's, but it's the monkeys because we've got bananas here.
Bananas, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Kate. This is that film that I used to watch all the time, Deliverance.
Don't need dinner tonight.
Gee, it's tough ass stuff right down there, Phil. Beautiful conditions, but
Oh, this is, and I mean, I love this ground. If you had to ask me what do I love more, Woodville over or Adelaide over, it would be an actual tough question.
Really?
Well, yeah. When I spent 6 years in Queensland, and the one time I got homesick was every time they had the cricket on from the Adelaide Oval.
That used to be me when the Globe Derby trots were on. I couldn't see
It's
you.
almost like a spiritual, almost like a spiritual home for South Australian sports fans, that place.
See, the problem is that people wouldn't be honest enough to make a judgment, I don't think. If you said the Adelaide Oval, I could perfectly understand that. If we took a straw poll of all of those that are watching on YouTube and we said, what's your favourite oval and why, let's say in Australia, a lot of people would say the MCG, but a lot of it, I reckon, would be for the occasion because it's Boxing Day Test, all that.
Yep.
But a lot of people would say the Adelaide Oval, Phil. I reckon they would.
Your mates at the ABC did a poll on people's favourite sports ground, and it was an ABC grandstand national poll on the the source of all truth, Facebook,
Yeah.
and they had it in one of those bracket styles where you had your international grounds and your Australian grounds.
Yep.
As Leek comes in to Frost, who lets that one go. And the Australian final was the Adelaide Oval versus the MCG. And the Adelaide Oval won with about 75% of the vote.
Is it to watch a game or just to be there?
Favourite sporting ground.
All right.
And the thing I always enjoyed about the Adelaide Oval, I mean, look, it was nothing like what it was now as a kid, but it was a great place to watch regardless of the circumstance. It had the wonderful hills, so on a footy game where there might be a couple of thousand people there, you could spread out over the hills on a beautiful sunny day. If it was wet, you had plenty of grandstand cover. And it didn't take for it to have much of a crowd back in the day to have some atmosphere to it. I think that's the problem with what I call your concrete coliseums, that despite the attempts of some at the Gabba and Bellerive to colorise the seats to make it look like there's more there than there actually is.
Yeah, that's fair call.
in the concrete coliseum, you need a big crowd to make it work, and I just think the MCG is a little bit like that. Maybe Adelaide Oval is to a degree now, with more of the stands. Not that these guys would care. I mean, what was it? Someone said, "Oh, I'd pay $500 to play on the Adelaide Oval." As I said, we probably as South Australians don't appreciate what a special place that is. Here's Leak to Frost on the leg side, and that's a wide.
I had some visitors over some years ago, and they were keen to see a game at the Adelaide Oval, and there was a game there the Adelaide Strikers were playing. And I said, yes, I can sort you out. So we had 4 tickets, and we went up into the nosebleed. So we were a fair way away, but we had a vision that was not in any way impaired by anyone else. But the problem we had was the 4 people that sat next to us all had a half a watermelon on their head. And when they put them on their head, we couldn't see past them. And I couldn't say to the guy who was a bit like Mario Milano, the wrestler, "Excuse me, sir, could you take that half a watermelon off your head so I can see the cricket?"
And start eating it, yeah.
But that was part of the deal, and after a while, it was okay.
I get all sorts of different crazy sporting stuff. I do not get the watermelon on the head.
Well, I nearly got it on the head from the bloke who wasn't happy the way I was talking, but no, it was different.
Kate, you're out with modern societal trends.
It's a bit heavy, don't you reckon?
I reckon
it's heavy.
Headache pretty quick.
Watermelons. I think it's to protect you
I didn't
from those
want
hard
watermelon
chemicals.
wine dripping down into my eyes when the cricket was on.
Well, it's like 89% water, isn't it?
Sticky. You need, I don't know. Help us out on YouTube, don't forget. Danielle's been chiming in, our special virtual commentator for the day. Feel free to join the chat.
And speaking of Adelaide Oval, of course, it's home to sporting events like the cricket and the footy, but next year in March we're getting huge international music acts there, such as Lord from New Zealand and Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran. Indeed. Oh, through the hands. I thought you were going to say the Women's World Cup, but that's in the football. That's Hindmarsh Stadium. I think we're going to get a couple of games next year.
There's something happening all the time.
There is. Too much sport is never enough. I hope you're enjoying the Veterans cricket. The ACT guys, they're keeping their wickets intact. We'll take a break after 3 overs.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Welcome back. There's the scene here at the wonderful Woodville Oval. Side shot from the Percy Fox grandstand.
And there's lots of scenes around the state with different Div 1 competitions going on.
You've been checking the scores up for us?
Yeah, New Zealand 0 over 12 batting, 4th over. New South Wales.
New South Wales, I think, scored 250 plus.
And out at Glandore, Victoria bowled out for 140 in the 35.2 overs against Tasmania.
And we wait to see how the team Ponting from Tassie responds to that.
And we've got some South Australian fans egging on to know what's happening at the summit.
Indeed.
189, 43.1 overs against WA.
All right, so some of those games still to get back underway with the second half of the innings. Yes, the SA total, it's something to chase. Not sure how much the degree of confidence will be. Victoria will be hoping for a stellar bowling performance. If both Victoria and South Australia win, they're in the driver's seats, then they book a finals berth, as would Western Australia if they win this afternoon.
Early stages of this run chase for the ACT, who will be helped by that cut backward of point, which rolls and stops. About 1.5 metres inside the boundary, and they'll come back to complete what looks to be, and will be, an easy 3. Now, if you could do me a significant favour, Phil, I was out doing an interview just when the Queenslanders went back out now for a bowl. If you don't mind just going through the Queensland scoreboard for me. Sure. I just want to write it down in my book, if you could, please, my friend.
It'll take me just a moment, Peter, but I'm very happy to oblige. Queensland, so you know Roach was 52.
Yes.
Retired night out, as this one is. Played into the same spot, another couple of runs to be had here. Short was 5, Kratzman 6, Kepley retired night out 53, Ryan 49, Lovett 10, Brown 17, Drummond Hills 21 not out, and Meek 14 not out, including 1-6.
And the score finished at 5 for a lot, was it?
5 for 256 at the moment. ACT in response.
Beautiful.
Yet to lose a wicket.
Thank you, Phil. And just looking at some of the players who are running around, but not running around free of a few aches and pains. One of them, Clint Keeble, just away to our left there, who did the chasing early in this over. And from my point of view, just watching, I'd say that there would be a vet inspection if he was lining up for a race at Balaclava this afternoon, because he doesn't look to be running all that freely. And I think then we gain the knowledge of these warriors out there who are doing their very best to perform at a consistent level, and they're doing it well. I'll be just starting to feel a little bit now as we head in towards Wednesday what's likely to happen with the big day tomorrow.
Yeah, going to be a big day tomorrow. We'll bring it all to you. So Meek entering his third over, 8 runs from 2 overs. Short, 7 runs from his 2 overs. ACT 0 for 15.
Meek in. Well bowled, pushed away forward of square on the offside.
Frost is 9, Cooper 5, with just the 1 Sundry thus far.
Gee, I tell you what, full credit goes to Trent Ryan out there, Phil, for the pressure that's being applied out there. There's a man who's protecting the deep cover boundary on the offside, but an umbrella field as this ball wide down the leg side, and it's called a wide. But you've got a gully, backward point, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, a man fielding in front of the square leg umpire, and if I lean forward and don't fall out of this press box, there's a man who is down at deep, fine leg.
You don't fall out of his press box, please, Walshy.
No, I won't do that. It's too far
Actually,
to go.
it's probably a very secure one compared with a couple that you've experienced.
Yeah, it's all right. That's a good shot.
Straight to the man in deep extra cover, but splits the inner field quite nicely. Any commentary spots where you sort of feared for your safety?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This one by an absolute mile, and that was at the Belgrave Oval in Hobart, where we had to climb up a ladder and then walk into a little box. We didn't have anything else other than a bench and a couple of seats to sit behind. And I did most of my calling down there with Stuart Saunders, who was a leg spinner for South Australia and actually toured South Africa on a rebel tour. But we had to go up into that box, and the ladder shook. I remember people like Keith Stackpole, who was working with us then, he said, "You can't do this. You can't force me to..." I said, "Well, that's all we've got." And that was the one. And you had to get people, Phil, you had to get them to come, and you had to say, "Excuse me, can we do an interview with you?" And mostly the answer was yes. But then they'd have to come up this well, it was like a fire where the ladder was very, very tall indeed, and that's just the way it was.
Are we talking a permanent ladder or a temporary ladder, or was it
this
straight
is
vertical
temporary.
or on a slope? Or?
It wobbled.
It wobbled.
Yeah, it wobbled. Of course,
See,
that's gone now because the Bellerive Oval has been refurbished, thank goodness.
And there's a new thing called occupational health and safety that they probably didn't have back then.
Oh, it was a shocker. That was an absolute shocker.
No, ladders and I never get on.
No. And Stewie used to bring food from the market every Saturday morning when we did the Shield matches, and you just would never know what Stewie would bring from the market. And we had a barbecue out the back.
Oh, okay.
And we'd have the barbecue going, and we had the mushrooms and the meat.
Sounds like once you got up there, it was quite okay.
It was all right, but as soon as it started to blow, you were in strife.
Okay. Nice little deflection. I remember one time calling an American football game on a very cold and foggy Wednesday night, somewhere out the back of Brisbane, on just a scaffold. and it was windy, and I reckon I got up there and I did not move. Literally did not move. Stood right in the middle of the thing for fear of forcing it to topple over.
Well, nothing can escape the fear factor. If you're fearful, and I am, you don't feel comfortable, you don't want to sit down, you don't want to lean over and grab a pen or grab your binoculars, or the door starts to shake and you see someone walk past and your boss says, "Oh, that's Jamie Cox, can you go and get him for an interview?" So you go downstairs and you say, "Jamie, yeah, what do you want?" "Oh, any chance of a quick chat?" "Yeah, where?" Or up the ladder. You can't be serious. So there goes the interview.
And I guess the cricketers, bringing it back to the game here, they have other fears as well.
Yep.
We all think of back to all of us watching this probably remember 80s cricket very well, and that fearsome Calypso Express from the West Indies, and how any batsman would stand down one end and face that.
No.
That would require overcoming some fears.
Look, when you think that the ball's coming at you between 150 and 160 k an hour, and you've got someone like a Malcolm Marshall or a Joel Garner or a Michael Holding whispering death, quietest person you've ever known in your life, who hardly said boo, give him the ball and he starts in. And the two that I wasn't fearful of, because I never played the game at any level, but Waqar Younis and Wasim Akram, I thought those two in tandem for Pakistan, they were a concern because they were so accurate.
When he came to Australia, and look, they didn't have the combination as long as we could have had, but Lily and Tomo would have been.
Remember when we had World Series cricket, and the World Series jingle was very clever and very infectious, and we had players on the bus doing all sorts of things. What was it? If Lily doesn't get you, Tomo will, or the other way around, one of the two. No, there's...
Of course, fast bowling not the same now as it used to be, probably scientifically just as fast, just as ferocious, but of course there's rules in place in this. Batting helmets, no ball rules. There's a shot. I mean, when you see how the ACT decide to attack this, whether they're just going to lash out and see what happens, or try and at least bat the 45 overs. Because they're travelling all right. Normally, in the fifth over, 0 for 17, that's all right. But such a chase. They're already behind target.
Yeah, very tough ask to get this many runs, and we don't want this to be too repetitive. I don't want it to be the case. But a lot of the players have made the suggestion, and we've got a few down there who are working as scorers because they're injured. And if you've got a crook calf or Harry the hamstring saying, "Leave me alone," you can't run around, and they don't get shaken off. They're there for a while, and that's... And even the digit that got a whack, unfortunately, when we see the ACT about the place and their captain gets a dislocated finger, all of those injuries don't help in any way, shape or form.
No, sometimes you need to be in decent physical shape for the occupation you're in. You get a serious injury that can affect your life post-tournament.
And we're in shape for this gig up here with after that little drinks break, and I have some scores about what happened.
Here we go, thanks to
before
West
that.
End.
Thank you to West End. So in the first innings, we had New South Wales 6 for 252, 45 overs against Victoria. Next match, Victoria bowled out for 140, 35.2 overs against Tassie. And South Australian bowled out for 189, 43 overs.
Depending on how you've got your tablet, I reckon some of those would be back underway now. Only just. I've got on 9. WA 2 overs, 0 for 8. So they're underway. SA might need to bowl them out, I think. 189 sounds gettable in 45 overs. It's a weird amount, 45 overs. I'm used to 40 overs cricket, or 50 we've all grown up with. 45, trying to do the sums in your head's a little bit trickier.
Now, mate, here's some news for you, and this, in effect, isn't being incestuously an AFL story. It's a story that affects all that follow the AFL around the country. Outgoing AFL CEO Gillon McLachlan is planning to leave his post after round 5 of the 2023 Toyota AFL Premiership season. Round 5.
Which is here.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
the festival round, or whatever you want to call it.
It is. And I can tell you in a message to the AFL staff, he said he discussed the timing of his exit with the AFL Commission Chairman Richard Goyder, and they'd agreed the competitions round in Adelaide from April the 13th to the 16th was appropriate. He announced his resignation in April this year and initially planned to leave the league by season's end, but several issues including the Hawthorn racism investigation, the collective bargaining agreement negotiations and the proposed 19th licence in Tasmania have delayed his departure. Goyder said in a statement, the league's search for a new CEO had narrowed the field to a short list of candidates drawn from inside and outside the AFL Commission. He said the Commission hoped to sign off on the replacement as early as in 2023. Hope you didn't mind me breaking in with that news, but that's the story.
You would hope that they'd have it worked out in 2023
I would
if it's
think
going to be
so.
vacant by round 5.
So there you go.
Look, and they're still sorting out where they're going to have a few of the AFL games that are not going to be at the Adelaide Oval. And we could actually be looking at one of the sites right here. They need probably a place that has lights, and I suspect, unless there's any commercial issues, Norwood Oval would be surely they'd play a night game there if they had to play a night game outside of Adelaide Oval. But there's Glenelg, there's Richmond, there's here, and there's Elizabeth that have the ability for night football. Alberton would probably, Port would want a game there. Some talk of the Barossa, some talk of Victor Harbour. Some great locations.
It's a really tough call. I made it my business 12 months ago to try and visit as many of the AFL grounds that I could.
Okay.
Just to have a look at a lot of them when you've gone to see them anyway.
Just to let you know why there's a quick delay. The sight screen needs movement, and a couple of the Queenslanders, along with a groundsman, has come across to facilitate that.
I finished up going to Ballarat to see where the Bulldogs play.
Ah, Mars. Went to Mars.
I was there on the day of the grand final. And I was born in Ballarat and lived there for 25 years. It's the worst day I can ever imagine because the winning score in the grand final was 4-3. The reserves was 3 goals to
This is the
no
Ballarat
goals.
League final.
Ballarat League grand final between Sebastopol, who fought hard and bravely, but unfortunately couldn't get across the line, and it was okay as a stadium, but there was no out the back. You had a look and you needed shelter. If it rained, you had to have somewhere to stand. And there's a few of them around like that, and I do notice too St Kilda have decided that they don't want to take any of their home games anymore, to take them away from where they are.
If that's the correct.
We're just,
No,
we're doing really well now. People just walk in with their phones and say, "Excuse me." So I've been handed a phone. I think, can I have this?
No, we're looking for a charger.
We might have a chance here.
Certainly people's phones are blowing. Where is home?
That's happening, but you'll have to leave it there for a while. Yeah, look, I'm away for about a month and a half, so just leave this with me, will you, please? Thank you.
We're a community organisation.
I know. I should
Anybody else here need their phone charged?
Well, out of courtesy, I should have introduced you to Andrew Kratzman's wife, who just popped up to say hello.
Well, I guess that's what do you call it? What's the word? Quid pro quo or something?
Something like that.
Just given the time of the interview, now you need to give the time with your charger.
Yeah, that's all right.
Back to the game. The ACT, well, there's sort of 7 overs, 20. I mean, normally you would say, okay, it's a solid, if not spectacular start. But they're getting behind the 8 ball pretty quick.
It's a big task with an injured skipper out there in Frosty.
All the
Michael
more
Frost.
pressure on Kate to give us scores from around the grounds. I know she's frantically working at some for us right now.
Yeah, if you're after some Div 2 results.
Oh, Div 2?
Yeah.
Yep, go for it.
2 for 40 for 11.4
Who's
overs.
2 for 40?
Oh, probably some important information. Western Australia
Okay.
against Victoria.
WA Division 2 side 2 for 40 in reply to whatever the Victorians managed to put on the board.
It's so busy, and suddenly, he's the only one who knows how to change something. No one's.
And in that Division 2, yeah, that's between Western Australia 1 and 1. Victoria in Division 2 haven't won a game yet, so they're looking to break that. New South Wales in that pool are 2 and zip. The Waratahs playing Queensland side. If they win that at Modbury, then they'll be in the Div 2 final tomorrow.
Yeah, that game, Queensland 1 for 60, 10 overs against New South Wales. Div
Just
2.
a public service announcement when all is done tonight, only need tragic. That is, in a sporting terms, so unfortunate. Looking for the quick single, turning, going down, desperately lunging with the bat at the line and being short. And one of the Queensland fielders just coming in and saying, "Bad luck, mate." And that's the first fireball wicket.
Did you record that on card?
John Cooper, the man out. You can see he's crawling, he's desperate, and just, dear.
He's like in the bar when the barman yells out, "Last drinks!" and he wants to get there in a hurry. And I can feel your frustration, Phil, in that you were seeing what I was seeing and what Kate was seeing. He sprawled on the ground and thought, where do I go? Can I get there in a hurry? And the answer was N-O.
Yep. And it's probably one of those where the mind had one idea and the body just said no. Well, not that fast. So that's one down. Peter Solway. So what we're seeing now, folks, is these are the 2 prime fireball batters. And if ACT has got any hope, any hope of getting up this afternoon, these 2 have got to be around for some time.
Yeah, and medically, I'm a big fat duck egg. I've got no idea at all. But I have to say, the comments that were passed on during the halftime break or the break-in innings from Michael Frost, he's dislocated one of his fingers.
Yeah.
Now, if you've dislocated a digit, it wouldn't be easy to be out there holding the bat and being able to score runs and do it well. Hang on, we've just given our charger to someone else
We
now.
really are charging central, aren't we? So Cooper out, I think, for 5. Frost is not out 13. The new batter coming out is mentioned Solway. Frost tries to find the gap, instead finds the foot of cover point.
It's not bad for a bloke who's got a crook finger. He did that all right, didn't he?
No, but he's not running much. He's just standing there and stand and deliver. Whereas Queensland, there were lots of 2s and 3s on offer and even quick singles, and they were very aggressive in their running. They'll sleep well tonight, the Maroons. Good defensive shot.
Another update for Div 2. New South Wales 1 for 5 off 2 overs against South Australia.
And that's a big one for the Silverbacks, who are unbeaten in the other pool. So we should mention, we hear New South Wales a lot in Div 2. There's the Waratahs in one pool, and the game you just mentioned is the Kangaroos, which is a little bit confusing because WA have a Kangaroos team as well. They couldn't work out the trademark.
Okay.
Who had more rights to use Kangaroos?
Does anybody have a team of deers?
No, no. I'm thinking of the Milwaukee Bucks, my favourite NBA side. But no, I don't know too much. I don't know of any Australian sporting team that has a deer.
Deary me.
I'm with you on that. I think the most creative sporting team, and this will be our listeners will know this at a million miles an hour, was when the Tasmanian team made entry into the National Basketball League.
Yes, that's a great name.
Share, don't keep it to yourself.
Oh, well,
Where is that?
I remember the initial reaction was, the usual thing, Twitter, social media, everybody's an expert. Oh, that's a stupid name. Until someone actually sat down and explained that this particular animal is native to Tasmania and has these particular characteristics, and all of a sudden it made sense. And I would say Tasmania's entry to the NBL has been one of the Australian sporting success stories of the last couple of years.
I know, when I was down there for 15 years, they had a team in, but unfortunately the team folded, and the Tasmanian team in the competition was called the Tassie Devils.
Yes.
And they had a little Devil's Den at a place called Kingborough, and the crowd that you fitted into King was about 1,200.
Yes.
And they had the superstar there, Steve Carfino, and you went to see him because he was just so good.
Yep.
Yeah, names are...
Well, both of us have spent a bit of our time in that's part of southern Hobart. I mean, there was also the Launceston had a team, and even Devonport had a team.
Well,
in the
they had
NBL
teams
back in those
everywhere.
early days.
Yeah.
But the Jack Jumpers, fantastic. But we'll talk more about them later. We'll take a break right now. Welcome back. Kate, I might suggest you have check what's happening between Div 1, between Victoria and Tasmania. A little birdie just told me something.
Not until you tell me what that Tasmanian name is. You've got me on the edge of my seat.
The Jack Jumpers.
Jack Jumpers. I know,
Which is
know
a
a couple
type
Jacks.
of, like, fire ant.
Oh.
Okay,
They bite.
Small but
They
nippy.
bite hard, and they lift some amazing amount relative to their weight. Yes, I don't think I want to meet too many Jack Jumpers in my time down there. Haven't as yet, thankfully.
Jack Jumpers can jump 10 centimetres repeatedly when defending
Correct.
themselves.
They pack a lot into a small little...
Yeah, they sting.
Yeah.
You could say the same about Tasmania.
Yeah, well, the team, grand final in its first year, and they play a wonderful brand of basketball as well. But back to the cricket. Nicely fielded. That's a Gavin Brown.
So over at Glandore Oval, Div 1, Tasmania Ponting, 5 for 8.
What?
Yeah.
5 for 8? 9.2
5 for
overs.
8. Yeah, that's what I heard. Chasing 141 to win. And that 140 looks like 1,000 right now.
It's against their mainland neighbours, Victoria.
So New South Wales and New Zealand might have been getting excited that Victoria might fall at the last hurdle. I'd say 5 for 8, their bowlers have responded. And the only problem with Victoria, Peter, besides the obvious that they're Victorians, is that... You're a Victorian, aren't you?
Oh, sort of.
You're sort of a man of
working out and living in different places
Correct.
with no clear direction in one's
Is that
life.
they're the one team here that don't have numbers on their playing attire. So...
Is that why we don't commentate them?
Well, that's why we haven't commentated them yet, but if they're in the final, we've got no choice tomorrow. So...
I was speaking to some Queenslanders that made their way over to Adelaide, and they were wondering why we're commentating 2 Queensland games in a row.
Just the way the schedule worked out. We weren't supposed to, because we weren't supposed to be commentating yesterday's. There's a nice shot for 4. In essence, and just the way the schedule is, if you're going to commentate 3 round robin, you're going to get one team twice. But Queensland WA was supposed to be played at the same time as we were doing SAACT, but it was washed out. The powers that be gave us all an extra game to do, except for me, because I went back to work. And so it so happened that we were going to have them today as well. So is too much Queensland never enough? I guess that's the question.
And I guess the not-so-rest day worked in their media exposure favour.
Well, Peter certainly got to know them very well, as did you, Kate, yesterday. The onesie is Now stuff of veterans cricket folklore. Can't wait to see how much you get for that in your auction down the track, Walsh.
Oh, I've got to get it first.
Got to get it first.
I said it to
We
the
keep
man who
mention-
owns
every
it. I
time we
spoke to
mention
him.
it, can it go up in a few dollars value?
Yeah. Yes, I think.
Still meek.
Yeah, there'll be a chance, but I must say the amusement level rose significantly when I spoke to the wife of the man who was out there yesterday. That's Andrew Kratzman with his onesie on. And the comments weren't all that flattering about why did he wear it. And we saw him run onto the ground and we thought, shock horror!
I'll tell you what, if Borat needs a fill-in, I think you found our man.
Yeah. I actually bought a Hawthorn onesie. Why, I'll never know, but they had merchandise on and I like to support the club, but I've been membership for a long time.
Onesies.
Oh, yeah, they're not too bad.
I got mixed up in... I mean, I'm not a man of social trends, Peter, you know that.
But you know what they should call them? They shouldn't call them onesies, and this is a family program, so I'm being careful.
Please.
They should call them wedgies, because when you're trying them on and trying to get them into some sort of shape, you're not sure where all of the cloth is going. You're not too sure at all.
True. All right, we'll leave
But
that
they look all right.
We'll leave that for your combined imaginations, folks. Back to the cricket. Meek, who's working his way through his assigned overs to Solway.
It's been a good spell by this fella.
Yeah, well, I guess you can usually tell if it's a good spell because keep him out there.
And it's great that we can have a laugh. Number 94 for Queensland, Eisenmenger, loves the culture of veterans cricket.
Yeah. I think someone said it's competitive fun without the bravado, or without having teenagers trying to rip your head off with fast pitch deliveries. Meek is working his way through his 6th over. He's conceded just 11 runs so far. So in a game where ACT need about 5.6, he's conceding about 2 and over, and just setting up the Maroons to be in an unassailable position. That said, it's the Fireballs' 2 best batters out there at the moment. And you ever do any umpiring in your time?
Very little. Too many rules. Too many rules. Had to count the balls for a start. That was a challenge.
Well, you realise that you think umpiring's pretty simple. You just stand out there, give the odd decision. But there's a lot to it. You're counting deliveries, you're counting players inside the ring, deciding whether deliveries are wide or not. As that's put up in the air, but open field, that's going to go straight to the Queensland bench. And over 4. Just to keep that scoreboard ticking over a little bit.
But just on that, Phil, about umpiring, Bharat Sundarasan, who's the Indian umpire who we know really well, is a delightful man, lives in Norwood.
Is everyone saying that he's taken a leaf out of your book in terms of his attire?
Oh, his hair doesn't stop growing until it reaches his toenails. Well, mine's nowhere near as long as that.
That's true.
But he has got knowledge personified. You know, he speaks 9 languages.
Wow.
I can't even speak 1, and I don't drink.
Well, I mean, you think about it, that could save a lot of money at a World, at a World Cup. You know, you just get him to commentate everybody and we're fine.
But what he does, and I think we've spoken about this, is when the cricket season's on, obviously he works for Crick Buzz, which is a newspaper, and he goes all around the world. But when he's not doing his international cricket or his Shield cricket or anything as such, he's got a beautiful wife, Isha, and she does all the domestic things that need to be done, doesn't follow the sport at all. But he does domestic umpiring. He loves it. He just goes out there and boom, 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 off he goes.
Probably, as I said, Peter, I've often found you can get a bit jaded by the politics and the media, says I in the media, and sometimes you just want to go back to that more pure level at a community junior sense where people are playing just for the love of the game.
Yeah, that's a fair call.
And I can sort of understand why you do that.
You know, this is a bit of a bizarre game at the moment because 11 down, 1 for 33, that's only 3 and over.
Yeah.
The total is 100 miles away at 256. Well, they've only lost the 1, but I don't know how you feel about this, but I don't feel as if there's any significant threat at the
Let
moment.
me give you the run rate now is 6.5 and over, started at 5.6.
Queensland still with a bit of pep in their step out there, bouncing around. The Bulls. I wonder who came up with that. The Bulls. That'd go back a while, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, look, it doesn't make a lot of sense if you're in Brisbane, but once you get out to Rockhampton and very much part of the Queensland, I mean, that's where you got probably more of an outback than some other states.
Well, you know, you think Victoria, the Bush Rangers, and
yes,
Tasmania, the Tigers, and New South Wales, the Blues. That doesn't sound angry enough, does it? The Blues?
No,
and the Sand Gropers.
More of a music genre, the blues is. Makes me want to drink whiskey.
Just control yourself, Kate, and keep reading the scores.
Yeah, this game, I suspect, is very soon. I think once that over rate gets over 7, and it's not far away at this rate, then that becomes pretty much... Because these two can only together put on 100, and someone else...
Yep.
The others need to find 150.
Yes, that is the significant restriction. Kate was kind enough to pick me up as we drove in this morning, and you're talking about all of the bits and pieces you have to know about cricket. And one of the frustrating ones is you can get an opening batsman who's batting brilliantly and gets to 50 and then has to stop.
Yeah, and you know, change of batter does disrupt a rhythm, and you disrupt a rhythm because you're doing well. But I understand the concept. Want to make sure as many players as possible get to have a hit. Last delivery of the 12th over. Played. I'm going to take a quick single and a fumble, so no chance at a shy at the stumps. We're through 12, the ACT 1 for 35. Back. I'm intrigued as to what they may be talking about. So the run rate is just under 3 at the moment.
And if you didn't hear that crazy score, the
Yes.
Tassie
What's
game,
happening at Glandore? Fill
at
us in.
Glandore, 5 over 8, 9.2 overs against Victoria.
That's the other point, is their 8 runs off 9 overs, but I guess when you're 5 down you could sort of understand that. And they do have 35 overs to get about 130. But gee, that's incredible.
I've just up the head count too, Phil, just so that you're aware as to what's going on. We've now got 9 phones up here on charge.
Wait, does that include my tablet?
Well, there's a bit happening, which is good.
I found out, so the Tasmanian innings, 1 for 1, 2 for 1, 3 for 7, 4 for 7, 5 for 7. I wonder if there's a hat trick in there somewhere.
All right.
There's 4 ducks in the Tasmanian innings.
Now there's a catch behind point, and there is a catch behind point, and the skipper is on the move. Oh, that is so disappointing. That ball outside the off stump, and the wave at that ball was from Michael Frost. He got the leading edge, and it just lollied away on the offside, and the score now is 2 for 35. We'll have a look at this in replay. He'll lean forward, and you'll watch him off the blade of the bat. The ball spills away on the offside. That's a good catch too, and Queensland would well be pleased. They'd been fighting hard, but hadn't been able to break through, and that now makes it oh so much more difficult for the AC2. 2 for 35 in the 12th, and the man out, the man who they'd hope was going to do lots of mayhem or havoc, is Michael Frost, the captain.
Well, if you're a Queenslander here this week, I'd start getting the sat-nav out and working out how do you get to Strathalbyn, because I reckon that's almost all she wrote. I'm going early, I know, AC should have a shot. Frost had to put up a big score. He hung around for quite some time. Set himself a base, 18 off 39 deliveries.
And let's remember too that he's dislocated a finger whilst fielding. And he was very gritty when he said to us during the break, I want to get out there and see what I can do. He was there for a long time, but unfortunately he was playing under duress.
This is probably where it hurts the most now, because you go out there and you're focused on, batting and scoring and running, and there's probably a certain adrenaline that would dissipate the pain. Now he's got to sit down and we're feeling it on a few levels. So this is Zorba, according to the profile that Kate managed to find. Dom DeCampley. Why Zorba? Long story. Well, we got 30 overs.
If you're after another Div 1 update,
yes, please.
WA, 1 for 34 off 7.2 overs against South Australia.
Okay, so WA 1 wicket down. They're just under 5 and over. Yeah, right now they're not home and hose by any stretch, but one of those old ones, Peter, we would say you'd prefer to be Western Australia than South Australia in that game.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see too many surprises, although the capitulation of one team is a bit of a surprise heading towards the finals.
Yeah.
But the knowledge here that these two sides cannot play and win a final. And Queensland, despite us seeing them yesterday, they just got beaten, and seeing them today where you think they're going to have a win, in the knowledge that, according to their captain earlier on today, who is Trent Ryan, standing in for the sick Gary Lovett, that's a massive frustration that they've got, and they've experienced that in the airways because they wanted to play finals cricket.
Well, I mean, they get a game tomorrow.
They do,
So
but they can't win the
games,
final.
But they can't. And just the fact that you've got people who have jobs and careers and commitments, you can't play a World Cup style tournament over 4 weeks, and one of those is that you get your pool games and you've got to finish top. And to finish top, usually you've got to run the table and win all 3 prelims.
No.
If you don't, you need a few other things to go your way. So every game counts, and every game is sort of, for the championship at least, is reasonably considered a sudden death encounter. So if you're setting up tomorrow, you think Tassie going down to Victoria, which at 5 for 8 looks pretty likely, they would be winless. ACT, if they don't get up here, would be winless, and they would play off tomorrow for 7th at Ingle Farm. The rest I'm really not sure at this point.
Well, do we have to go home from here, or do we just stay here for tonight?
Yeah, the sleeping bag, didn't you get them in?
And that's short, wide outside the leg stump and dragged around behind backward square leg into the boundary for 4, as we see the fieldsman run out there into the sun. And I did notice as we were chasing up some interviews during the break, the old slip, slop, slap came out because the Queenslanders were saying it's a bit warmer, and that's what they were doing.
Well, they'll certainly need that tomorrow.
Spread far and wide now, the Queensland field, because at 2 for 37, the ACT needing another partnership after the demise of Michael Frost, who was out for 18. Earlier, Cooper was run out for 5, wickets falling at 20 and 35, and it's now 37. And there's a long ladder to climb up, plenty of rungs ahead with the 5 for 256 in the bank.
Yeah, the scoreboard, I've got 2 for 42, so I think the TV scoreboard just gives us the score at the end of the over sometimes. Haven't seen a lot in the way of aggression from the Fireballs thus far. I'll take the runs that are given. So Queensland keeping it pretty tight. The bowling figures, this is Redcliffe, who's into his 4th over. He's conceded 13 runs so far, maybe 14 now. And Meek, 6 overs for 17, Short 4 overs for 12. Kate, you look like you're ready to unleash some more scores thanks to West End.
comes to West End, Div 2 scoreboards, WA 2 for 49 off 17.1 overs against Victoria. Queensland 1 for 74, 15 overs against New South Wales. New South Wales.
So as mentioned, just if you're a bit confused, Bill, that New South Wales with two sides, one in each pool.
Few more Div 2 updates. New South Wales 4 for 37 off 10 overs against South Aussies, and ACT Div 2 4 for 43 over 11.4 overs against Queensland.
So South Australia unbeaten in Div 1 and Div 2 coming into today. Looks like they've got New South Wales in Div 2 in a bit of a tricky spot. So we might get one South Australian team to a final, which would, or to a sort of championship game final, which would be fantastic.
Yeah, we're going to see a change. John Short coming on, and I'm a little bit confused, and I apologise because
he's changed ends.
He has. Tom Redcliffe, we were told before the game started today, wouldn't be playing.
No, he missed.
Well, Tom's
yesterday.
running around with 140 on his back.
He missed yesterday. Took his captain's physio appointment. Okay, and is back today.
Well, that's why, thank you, because he's bowling, and I'm thinking, excuse me, is there a clone out there of Redcliffe? Not to be the case.
No, he was absent yesterday and needed to see a physio, and it just so happened Captain Lovett had booked one for the rest day,
right,
which he wasn't going to get, and so they just, I don't know which Medicare card they used.
No. Well, I know what their favourite television show is, and that's Family Affair.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're doing, and it's all happy families. It's like playing cards. And this, I'll tell you what, is pretty steady stuff out there.
Yeah.
Queensland is giving away absolutely nothing, and the man with the ball in hand, John Short, dropping them in and on the perfect length with protection on both sides of the wicket, particularly out here on the leg side. Big gap between square leg and deep mid wicket. And that ball, the attempted drive is not good into the bat and the pad, and it bounces back, and the wicket keeper zaps around and does the cleaning up. Shane Drummond Hills. Looks like gaps, but we've mentioned, and you know the dimensions of this ground, Phil.
Long.
Yeah. But there have been some fours, and there was a six. I was very happy about that from Damien.
The way the pitch is, the eastern Caloundra Avenue side is where you'd want to hoik them. As we saw, one not just go over the rope, not just go over the picket fence, but actually end up on Caloundra Avenue.
Yes, yes, and we're reliably informed the ball was found.
That's good.
Can't see it in someone's ashtray on a mantelpiece or anything like that.
Well, whoever hit the six probably wants it as a souvenir.
Well, that's Damien Meek. He's put a few of those in the system. He did that too the other day. Gee, he had a good time at Goodwood. Gave them a really significant tonk, and I'll just repeat that amusing story about his best mate Ashley Evans, who they both turned up at the Townsville airport. One was to say goodbye to the other, and the one who was going was Damien Meek, and Ashley Evans, who was there, said, hey, listen, I've got nothing on the plate, so he booked and he went too.
Yeah, he's here. Alrighty, we're at a drinks break, 15 overs gone, ACT 2 for 45. We'll be back after the break.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Welcome back. Woodville Oval, the scene for the Australian Veteran Cricket Over 50 National Championships here in Adelaide in close regional South Australia. Plenty of supporters. We thank the Government of South Australia, AP Insurance. We've had the West End scoreboard through the day. Your replays, thanks to Explorer Caravans and Dave Benson, a special cheerio to you. S&W Seed Company bringing you this drinks break. Other fine sponsors of this event include Findex, Nelson Teamwear and NXI Sport. The support of the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, the South Australian Cricket Association, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, and of course the Adelaide Oval with some magnificent attractions there. The roof climb, the Oval Hotel, and through the year, make sure if you're a regular there, you are part of the MTX Club. We thank one and all for their support. You're with Peter and Kate. I'm Phil. Another newsflash for you.
Well, it's just an additive in case you've missed it. And I firstly should say that if you didn't get up and you had no clear direction in your life in the middle of the night, you would have missed the fact that despite scoring their first goal, the Australians were beaten in the World Cup by France 4-1. But the information that's filtered through in the last probably hour or so it's probably old news, but it's to do with Gillon McLaughlin. And he's planning to leave his post after round 5 of the 2023 Toyota AFL Premiership season. In a message to the staff, he said he'd discussed the timing of his exit with the AFL Commission Chairman Richard Goyder, and they'd agreed on the round in Adelaide from April the 13th to the 16th. That was appropriate. He announced his resignation in April this year. Initially, he was planning to leave by season's end, but there have been issues that haven't been put to bed yet, hadn't been put to rest, so we'll wait and see. Goyder said in a statement the league's search for a new CEO had narrowed. The field was to a short list of candidates drawn from inside and outside the AFL industry. We'll watch that space. And if you were having a guess or anything as such, how could you possibly, in your own mind, or you might create something in your own mind as to who would take on a role with so much at stake?
Yeah, and it's very unusual for someone to resign and still be there tidying things up 12 months later. But I guess that's the way the AFL works. Back to the cricket, and Kate, you've been checking what's happening around the tournament.
Yeah, Peter just said, why would you take on a role with so much at stake? And so much at stake is this important information. The Div 3 games at the moment.
Div
WA
3.
Quackers, 2 for 96 off 24 overs against Tassie. Victoria 2 for 69 off 22.5 overs against the Kiwis. Div 3 we're talking about here. WA 2 for 96 off 25 overs against SA. And Queensland Hayden, Div 2, 5 for 59 off 21 overs against the New South Wales Possums.
The Possums and the Haydens.
Is Hayden an animal?
No,
Hayden's a person.
Hayden is a very famous Queensland cricketer. So they
respect.
have a few. So they have Queensland Gold, Queensland Burge. I'm not sure who Burge is in the Queensland context, but there is a Queensland Burge in Div 2.
A Burge.
Yeah.
There was a Peter Burge.
Okay.
And there was a Bull, Buckle, Burge and Bickle's another B.
Bickle.
But the three at the top of the order all started with B.
Right.
And my favourite player for Queensland, I used to love talking about Peter Burge.
Yep.
And used to call him Big Bat Burge. And he then became responsible for the harness racing in Queensland.
Oh, Albion Park.
Wonderful man. Look, I'm not sure whether or not we
Okay.
still have Peter with us, but that's the Burge because he was synonymous with being very successful.
And the other one in Div 5 that I like, and I'm really, this could be the name for a future sporting franchise, Queensland Law.
Lord?
Law, after Stuart.
Oh, Stuart, yeah.
You know, do you think that could ever, we've got power. Could we ever have a team called the Law?
You fought the law and the law
Yeah, 'cause,
won.
You know, have sheriff's badges and all sorts of connotations. I don't know. This game is we seem to think it's going towards a reasonably inevitable conclusion, needing 5.6 and then some per over. ACT are still there, 2 for 45, make that 46, but it's ticking over at a pace that's going to put them a long way behind pretty quickly. Just to give you the current scorers, Solway 14 off 16, DeCampley 4 off 13. Unfortunately now when I refresh this I've got to push extra buttons, which is annoying. Redcliffe is bowling at the moment, his 5th over, he's 0 for 16. The only wicket taker thus far is Short, he's 1 for 13 off 5. The second wicket was self-inflicted due to a run out where poor John Cooper slipped at the inconvenient moment trying to turn back from a quick single. That's hit high, over square, no one covering that boundary as sweeper, and that's an aggressive shot for 4. Another 20 or 30 of those and they might be back in the contest. Peter doesn't know how to react to that.
Oh, just wondering about what the mental capacity of the teams is, knowing that particularly for the ACT, I'm just watching down there, Peter Lee, who's playing some strokes as he gets ready. It's a very, very tough ask now when you consider they would be long hops to get up and win this game, but they want to fight it out, and they don't want to feel, as we've spoken about fairly consistently, the better players for the ACT in this tournament. Michael Frost has done well, and of course Peter Solway is such a significant contributor, but they'd want to finish on a high note.
They would, and they've just got 6. I reckon that's the 50 out for ACT. Yep, 2 for 50. And this has been one of their better overs thus far. Redcliffe in again. No run to mid-off, and of said over.
More Div 1 scores around the state. New Zealand, 4 for 82. 17.3 overs against New South Wales. That's being played at Goodwood. Tasmania, 5 for 37 off 17.1 overs against Victoria.
Okay, so they've steadied the Tasmanians. 5 for 8. And they were 5 for 7, I think. They lost. I don't believe it was a hat trick because I think there was a run out trying to make sense of the scorecard. But they lost 3 wickets on the score of 7.
It's caught up for sure. And WA, 1 for 52 off 13.4 overs versus South Australia, played at Summit, which is Mount Barker.
Chasing 190 something to win. So that one not over yet.
Now I've got a I'm sorry, Phil.
Yep.
Well, I was just going to ask Kate something about Benno, the South Australian who heavily involved in sponsorship with his caravans. He got a late call to go to Strathalbyn to play for one of the South Australian teams because of injury. And I'd just love to know if you've got the score for a start, and hopefully he'll do all right, because I've never seen him play cricket, Phil, but apparently he hits the ball pretty well.
I can't say I've seen him play cricket either, Peter, so that's something we are both yet to experience.
No, he's the one who didn't knock the deer over. That's better.
Yes, I mean, like, he knows something about caravans, but the game that he's playing in at the moment,
yes.
New South Wales, 6 for 48 with 15 overs.
And what are they chasing? What did South Australia score?
9 for 258.
Wow.
So, yeah,
did you get a Benson in there? Is there a Benson in there? He'd be happy if there was. He'd be swinging from the chandeliers tonight.
D.P. Benson not out, 52 runs.
Oh, good on him.
Retired not out. Well done, Benno.
Good on him. He'd be very pleased.
He'll be
deer on the barbecue tonight.
He'll have.
Well, maybe not.
One of those.
You said
ones.
that. That wasn't me.
That was not me.
Poor dear.
kids love deers. I used to like deers when I was little. You know, Bambi.
Yeah, stop eating Bambi, please.
Yeah, Bambi.
Back to the cricket, please.
Yeah, it's okay.
Science.
I'll send him a cheerio, and I bet he sends something back.
Well done to Benno. He'll have plenty to chat to you about tonight.
He'll play Bambi on one of those fold-out TVs in the caravan.
Yeah.
He's got the biggest TV I've ever seen. It takes up 2 postcodes. Wow. That's a big TV.
That's a big TV.
We could use that for the scoreboard today.
Could do.
Yeah, we could have. All right. We're just waiting for something to happen here to come back to
Come on,
cricket.
Phil.
There's nothing,
Concentrate.
There's nothing happening. Look, I'm not one to get overtly excited by a nice forward defensive shot for no run.
No.
I'm not. Which have you called much soccer, Peter?
Called a lot in the A-League.
Okay.
Enjoyed it immensely. When I first started calling the soccer, I thought, what is this? What is going on with offside, which I could always struggle with.
Okay.
And then I sat with Roger Wills for a while, and Roger brought it back to basics. And it was all about just do this, and this. And I've got to say, it shut me up for a while, because when you were calling, you didn't have to talk all the time, because the noise of the crowd brought you into the way in which you called it. And I really enjoyed it. I really did.
I'm a great believer in those sports that have movement to
Yes,
it.
yes.
You can almost, a good commentator, you could almost hear in a different language.
Yep.
But by the way that they're reacting and the crowd's reacting, you get an idea of what's happening. Doesn't quite work with the stop-start ones like a cricket or an otherwise, because you don't quite have that regular flow of call.
No, that's a fair call.
And I've called a lot of different sports. Ice hockey was my craziest. Like calling a pinball game, ice hockey. Just ricocheting everywhere. Soccer, I think, would frustrate me a fair bit. You get so close and then nothing, and so close to nothing, and finally maybe something will happen. But I guess you've got to look beyond. It's not just whilst you win the game by scoring goals, the game itself involves so much more to analyse.
Well, Roger used to come up with all these calls, and he knew what he was talking about. That's a bicycle kick. And I'd be thinking, I can't see any bicycle out on the pitch, Roger. What are you talking about? And those were the little nuances that he knew about, and he taught me to become involved. And it was the old story, Phil, about keep it simple, keep it simple.
Tell the score a lot.
Yep, very true.
And every game has its own language. And cricket, oh my goodness. To someone who's come... I think for most Australians, cricket is in the blood somewhere, and you'd be pretty unlucky if you haven't been exposed to it in some capacity, even if it's like TV ads or something.
Yeah.
But if you are someone from a non-cricketing country that comes across and watches this game and hears the language of it, you would think, what are they on?
Very good call. Very good call.
That's hits nice to point. And they're saying, well, he didn't point at anything. He just aimed the bat at the boundary and it was gone over the rope. Nicely by our camera crew there.
You know, when you think about the most ridiculous things that you've done at a sporting event,
yes.
Well, we went to the MCG to see this day-night game, and the guy in the bus who took us there, we had to write our names down, so when we arrived at the MCG, his comments were very much to the fore when he said, half an hour after the last ball's bowled, the bus leaves to go back to Ballarat.
Yep.
Now, of course, 50 overs, you didn't know when it was going to be that time. That was all right. So you walked off and you ticked your names, etc. We carried a bathtub into the MCG.
Right.
A bathtub.
A bathtub.
With ice and full of beer. You're allowed to do that then.
Back in the day, you could bring your own eskies, yes. Believe it or not,
Well, it was totally ridiculous because we walked in and sat down, took our shirts off, sat there with our board shorts, and we were that hot in the first few minutes because... the weather was so hot.
Yep.
It was totally ridiculous.
Keep your thought on that, Peter, because we're about to enter another break. So I think
I won't forget. Don't worry about
that. But yes, you're bringing back some wonderful memories there. Played nicely on the onside. So they sit here ticking along. 2 for 60. Is that the over? Not quite. We're almost there. Okay. I've been giving plenty of warning, so don't forget to take a break at the end of the 18th. From the southern end, straight to the keeper's gloves. I reckon there's one more to go. So very quickly, 2 for 61 is the score, chasing 257 to win. So only another 196 needed by ACT in about 28 overs. Solway 24 to Campley 10, no runs off that over. We're through 18. We'll be back after the break. The Queensland fielders coming together for a quick chat, now dispersing. Woodville Oval bathed in sunshine at the moment on the most glorious day of the tournament. Can we order a few more of these, Peter, for the rest of the year?
Oh, it'd be beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I'll very quickly finish the story on the ice bath.
Ice bath and getting sunburnt at the MCG.
Yep. And we took our long necks, the Ballarat Berties, and you were able to just sit down and drink. Yep. Nobody cared.
Yep.
We made a lot of noise and we got very, very burnt. And the game meandered on. And at the end of the game, in those days, you could walk across and you could watch the presentations. You could stand there and you could see who was standing up being interviewed, etc. Okay. And then we turned around to go back and get on the bus. So we put our ice bath or whatever back on the bus.
Right.
Got there, counted off who the heads were.
I assume by this point the bath was empty. The ice had melted, the beer
had been
drunk.
And we weren't looking all that smart. But the fact was, we're on the bus and we got back to Ballarat.
Yes.
And we got off the bus remembering this was a bus that anybody could come on.
Okay.
And so everyone got off except for one bloke.
Okay.
And he was at the back of the bus and the bus driver said, there's a bloke asleep at the back of the bus. We need to get him off because we're at the British Hotel and he's still asleep. Right.
Beautiful.
We woke him up. The only problem was that he'd got on the wrong bus at the MCG. He lived in Waverley and he came back on the Ballarat bus, which was the opposite direction, probably about 2.5 hours out of his way.
Yeah.
And so no one was going to do anything about it because we didn't know him. So we went home, all woke up with hangovers and thought to ourselves, how good is a one-day international at the MCG taking in a car fridge?
Now, here's the I'm going to give you a hard question for a change, Peter. This wonderful day with the bathtub and the beer. Who was playing and who won?
Australia played England.
Okay.
I don't know who won. All I know is one of the guys bought a brand new radio with him and some brand new binoculars with him. And when the game finished and we all ran across to see the presentations, to see who was doing it. Might have even been Tony Gregg in those days. Could have been, not sure. When we turned around to walk back to where we were, Bay 13, of course. Bay 13, he couldn't remember where he'd left his binoculars or his radio, and he lost them both.
Oh, someone
had said, why is that man running onto the ground?
You would have gone to this.
Yes.
Obviously, you're of adult age.
Yes, we'd gone there probably 7 o'clock in the morning we left. Yep.
You would have listened to the ABC radio call of the cricket. Did you ever think that would be me in a few years?
No. Walking out with board shorts and putting vinegar on your shoulders because they were burning that much.
Yeah, vinegar on your shoulders.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you don't do that anymore. You don't do silly things like that.
I think just about everything you said in that story doesn't happen anymore.
No.
Bay 13's not there.
No, nothing like that. And you're more sensible about what you do. But those things, we didn't do the wrong thing. We had a lot of fun yelling out stuff to the Bay people that were next to us. The Bay, I'm not talking about Glenelg, I'm just talking about the Bay at the MCG, but it was all good fun.
Yeah, well, the All Grounds had it or used to have it. Bay 13 was probably the most notorious section. The Adelaide Oval was always on the hill, of which there used to be a couple back in the earlier days. Wacker, I have driven past, but I've never been inside the Wacker.
Mm.
I've been inside Bell Reeve, but never actually seen a game there yet. I unfortunately haven't. I have gone into the SCG once. As there's a shot. That should be 4. Hit really, really hard to the shortest boundary on the field. And I think anything high leg is going to be put away pretty easy. Kate, thanks to West End, you've been doing some hard work, unlike Peter and I just chatting away. What have you got for us?
Sure have. In Div 4 update, Victoria 2 for 104 off 45 overs against Tassie. Queensland Bitchell, if I got that right, Bitchell. 0 for 21 off 10.2 overs against New South Wales.
Okay.
Queensland White 2 for 113 off 27 overs against Victoria. And WA 7 for 55 off 23.5 overs against South Aussies.
Okay.
It's a little bit of resistance. Solway, when he's out there, you'd expect that he's going to get runs, but as you've said right throughout this coverage, a player can get himself set until he gets to 50.
Yep.
And then he can...
Who's going to be...
Yep.
Who's going to be there? And at the moment, the Campley is sitting there on a 10-ish.
Hmm.
And so, I mean, that's what you need. I mean, Frost is gone. He's going to stick around. The Campley on 12. Solway's 29 off 27, including 4 boundaries. It's 2 for 68. We're almost at the 20th over, so end of the 20th over. They're about 3.5 runs and over.
True.
They're already 40 runs behind the target they need to be.
Yeah, they're going to have to be playing aggressive shots, and they can't cut the risk out. That one, for example, off the back foot and punched high but safe over the square leg umpire, collected on the mid-wicket boundary and a couple. But all you need to do is fall into an error, and if they lose another wicket now. But at the moment, let's give them credit. It's 2 for 64.
Forward players deep around the Woodville Oval. There's a backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, who's having a chat to the kids or something there. There's a couple of the ground staff. Or
I can see some bodies there.
They might be here for cricket practice with Woodville.
Well,
wondering
I'll
why they
tell
don't
you
get a
about
run up.
the world of the changing society, Phil, because I've just put the binoculars up and they're both on their mobile phones down there.
Yes, well, I've been using the local public transport the last few days, and it's get to sit amongst other people. It's quite amazing. Just 90% of everybody is sitting there on their phone or listening to their phone. And
Just excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm on my phone.
Oh, sorry, on your phone.
Well, it can be quite a fun adventure seeing who does want to talk to you versus who's terrified of talking to you.
That's true. Face-to-face conversations. Oh, bowled in the air. There's a... okay.
And just before I head off to hang out with more technology advanced humans, I've got some more Div 1 updates from around
We've
the
got called humans then, Phil.
What are we?
Robots. New Zealand 4 for 105, 22.2 overs against New South Wales. That's in Goodwood. And more Div 1 updates. Tasmania 5 for 49 off 22.2 overs against Victoria, playing in Glandore. And to the Summit game, WA 1 for 63.
I haven't heard from our good friend Benno. He got over 50, but I've sent a message, but I haven't got anything back.
No. You yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Kate. Really appreciate your work through the day. You enjoy having some human company.
And I'll be picking my friend up at 9 o'clock.
Yes, on the surfboard or the skateboard, one of the two.
Yes, I'll drag you along the back of a rope.
Good work.
Look forward to you joining us tomorrow, giving us all the scores. Thanks to West End. What will be a very busy final day of the Veterans Cricket Over 50s Nationals here in glorious South Australia.
Yeah, I had a suggestion, but it's unfair, and I certainly don't want to steal any of Telf's thunder, because this has been superbly organised, and I really mean that because I've had a lot of interviews that we and Telf have done with our coverage of the spirit of cricket. Tomorrow's going to be a massive day. The only pity of it
And remember, I'm being careful because I don't want to rain on anyone's parade.
Yep.
The only thing about it that is, to me, a little bit of a frustration is the weather, of course, plays a big part. But if it would have been possible to play one of the major games at a venue and the others not playing so they could all come and watch.
Yeah.
Would that work?
Well, what you could do, Peter, and this happens actually with Junior League Baseball, that I call it, which is a bit weird, but they play all the prelim games. It's all at the same venue, but the championship game is the last game. And they schedule it so that, like, Woodville, okay, we got lights here, so what you would do, and I mean, gee, would you really not want to have your presentations at the Adelaide Oval? Maybe that would be the problem with it. We'll take a quick break and be back with more on this matter.
I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
You could do, and it has pluses and minuses. If you had your final at the venue, you were doing the presentations, and you delayed the start of the final and maybe played the prelims a little bit earlier, that you could have the other teams come along for the last part of the final. Now that doesn't work perfectly because cricket doesn't always run to a clock. You could plan all that, and then the second innings goes 15 overs or something. It happens in a couple of baseball tournaments I do in quite well. So you get a crowd for the final because all the other teams are done. But that's a 2.5 hour baseball game as opposed to this, which goes, we know, for 6.5 hours.
No, I understand. I certainly wasn't in any way want to intrude on what has been a magnificent tournament. And to the other extent, there'll be so much action in all of these venues tomorrow, you take a pick. You say, I'll go there, or no, I won't, I'll go there, I'll go there. And so you'll be seeing a game that is of substance no matter where you go.
Yeah. And that's what makes this tournament quite amazing for me in its scope of organisation is I've back in my younger, more energetic, foolhardy days, organised a couple of national championships in a totally different sport, but it was 6 teams, 1 venue, 1 game being played at a time.
Oh, right.
And that was enough of a handful, thank you very much. How the heck do you organise something with 42 teams and 21 games happening simultaneously? Just the sheer numbers would suggest there's going to be an issue here or an injury there. Or
Yeah, particularly if there's weather too, if there's a bit of an issue.
I mean, Sunday would have been.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's
we
true.
had Anthony on with us for a little bit of Sunday, and his phone was, running off the hook, and it was weather, it was passing showers, different grounds were getting different things.
No, that's a good call. Look, there's so many things that we can take into consideration, and I can, without having all of the knowledge, I can just say to you, my friend, and others that might be listening, I'm just offering a thought, and there's so many other things that need to be taken into consideration as to who deserves to be playing in the final. You might have had one hiccup in the 4 games you've played. So it's all, they've worked hard and they get their chance at spoils tomorrow. And then, of course, Phil, back to the Adelaide Oval for the presentations.
Yeah, and I'm disappointed that I'm going to miss out on that, but other duties call, unfortunately. But I'm sure, Peter, you will make up for my absence and keep the whole thing lively and a happening event.
Well, I'm bringing a bathtub with some ice.
I was about to say.
I don't know how I'm going to get it on the escalator, but I'll do my best.
That's one of your best stories, and we've had quite a few today. That's up in the air, but safe to long off. So ACT quite happy just to keep this thing chugging along. I'm not sure if they're going to get to a stage where we need 150 off the last 10 overs or something and try and make a dramatic charge.
Can you tell me, I need some help please, on Peter Solway, it's 2 for 77,
yep.
On whether or not you've got access to what's happening in his life, please?
Push a couple of buttons. This just one tip for my cricket. Could you please have a refresh function? Because they've got to go back a step and forward 3. Solway is 34 off 36 with 4 fours. De Campley is 17 off 36. So De Campley has faced a lot of deliveries, as many as Solway. The last wicket was 2 for 36, so this partnership is 42, which is the longest of the ACT innings so far.
Yes, they're going to creep along at this speed, and Solway, of course, heading towards a half century, and when that's the case, he sits down and can't come back until there's 1 wicket to fall. But he's been very good. Well, there's a good ball just outside the off stump. Well taken too. Excuse me, the keeping skills out there. This from Shane Drummond-Hills. Well taken. Didn't need to remove the bails, but neat and tidy.
Not wanting to get personal here, Peter, but from a commentary perspective, should hyphen names be banned in professional sport?
Look, that's a good question.
Or is it just a societal thing we should just accept and live with?
I always used to, when working in earlier days, I'd always used to like to thank people on air for helping.
Yep.
And I said to one of the guys down here, I was frustrated yesterday because I know the guys by a first name or not quite all of it. And I said, look, I apologise. Thanks for assisting and helping out with the interviews, blah, blah, blah. And they all said, yeah, that's okay. No dramas. And it brought me back to the days when I'd first started with the ABC and I'd met this producer for the first time. And he came into the studio and he was delightful. And we finished our segment and I thanked him on air and the boss said to me the next day, you don't need to thank him. It's not his job to be thanked. You present and that's it. And he was really aggressive. And I thought, well, I'm not going to get into trouble. He's the boss.
Yeah, okay.
So the next day when I'd finished my stint, I'd written down the bloke's name so I'd get it right. And I said, and a special thanks to Graham Himmelhock Mutton. And that was his name.
Okay.
And it wasn't a made-up name or anything. And he said to me afterwards, thanks for 2 reasons. Firstly, for giving it the correct pronunciation. But secondly, for thanking me. And I never ever called him Graham or Himmel. It was always Graham Himmelhock Mutton. Now that's a mouthful.
That's a boundary as well. As a fine leg has sort of moved around to a deep backward square and ACT made use of the gap. That's a fair chase for to get that ball. It's made it all the way to the picket fence, which is no mean feat today. Yeah, I mean, generally, when I'm organised, and I'm not always organised, try and thank the crew. It's been
Yeah, it's a good thing, isn't it?
Certainly do that tomorrow, if not today. Because there's been a team that's put this together. In some ways, we're the lucky ones, Peter. We turn up a little bit later and leave a little bit earlier. But our crew, John Douglas, Tommy, our producer, are here at early hours. This is a lot to pack and a lot to set. And we've got
There's about 4 carloads
Liam
of equipment
and
left
Rob
yesterday.
and James. 2 Jameses, actually, that have helped with the camera work and other bits and pieces. We've got Kate, of course. I think we found Kate's niche for the week.
What, on the
she's
skateboard?
Reveling, no, she's reveling in the profiles and the scores around the
Yeah.
grounds.
Oh, no, look, when I first met Kate and she was very pleased to be involved, someone who there was a sense of anticipation, not sure how this is going to work because knowledge of cricket was to be questioned, but what she's displayed with us has been enthusiasm.
Yeah.
And you know what she's doing tomorrow, and I do thank sincerely the man downstairs who's on the camera. Can I see him from here? James?
Yep.
Because I spoke to James during the lunch break.
Oh,
and there's a big
hello.
shout!
No, absolute rock solid statue.
Gee, that was good work
It's
behind
like
the
he
stumps.
was there for a portrait. He did not move one iota.
We can see a replay of this. Shane Drummond-Hills is the keeper. You can't see him yet. You will in a moment like right now.
Yeah.
Well, hard to tell what the appeal was for. I don't know whether he flicked the bails off or not. Let's have another
I
look.
think it was an LB. It's down the pitch, strong shot to deep point where there is a fielder. That's Kratzman in the official Queensland uniform.
He is too.
I wonder how long he has to wear that onesie out of game. Has he done his penance, or does he have to do it for the next 20?
Well,
like
what I'd
24
strongly
hour
suggest is you go and ask him, because I'm not going to talk about that again.
He's had enough.
He has.
Okay.
And just on the...
Actually, we better take a quick break because the 24th is done. And we will take a break, Peter. Hold that thought. We've got 21 overs to hear what you want to share. Back in a sec. Back. Well, the good news for the ACT is that they're 2 down for 85, which is a reasonable position normally to be in for an innings. They're averaging 3.5 runs an over. The problem is their required run rate now, 171 runs needed off 21 overs, is over 8.
Oh, that's too big.
And it's not too far away before that's going to have double digits. So this game is reaching a certain conclusion, Peter, but we're not going to get there for another hour and a bit.
No.
And maybe a bit longer if we have to move the sight screen.
True. Just embellishing a brief moment on someone who's new to being in the coverage of a sporting event, like Kate, who was very keen to learn. And I'm very much commendable of the staff that have been up here. John, who heads our team, our very small team, but our camera crew, our production staff, and James is down here. I haven't seen James throughout the week, but he's here now. And so tomorrow, Kate gets the chance to go down there and to be about when James is doing or organising the interviews I'll be doing before the game with the umpires and with the better players, etc. She has the headphones on. She's aware as to what's going on with production staff giving her direction. She learns about what is happening. And that, to me, is a bit of gold. And she walks away with the knowledge that I heard how it went to air. I was part of how it went to air. I looked at the interviews. I was near where the interviews were, how they were conducted. And that was a week of, it's like work experience, and I think that's such a good thing.
My profession now is finance, but I'm a trainer.
Oh, can you give me a call later on, mate? I'm struggling a bit.
And I'm very much the older I get, the more I realise that learning is a continuous experience. Even the cricket here, I'm sure these players experienced in many games have learnt new things playing with new people and new approaches in a new and growing version of the game.
Yeah.
There's a, let's see how aggressively they approach this. Yes, they're going to take 2. I mean, I've been lucky with the commentary side that it sort of was a couple of sports intensely, and it's just sort of branched out into different areas, and you work with a whole bunch of different people and producers, and you learn different approaches to things. You were teaching me today about your multicoloured pen and how you use colours. I mean, a lot of people use colours for different things. You have a certain approach. That's going to leave a bit of a bruise at square leg. And some of them you'll take on board, and other things you see you'll adapt in your own way.
Yes, it's all different. Not everyone does the things that we think are the right way of doing it, but the whole deal is that everybody's trying to get across the message to those that are listening and watching and hopefully enjoying a 2 for 88 with the 24th over, chasing a mountain to climb, 256. It's a long, long way away, and I'm sharing your thoughts, and I don't like to share this, Phil, because I don't want this game just to meander along and totter. But
I'm
at the
suspecting that's what's happening. Let's be honest. We've got Gary Eisenmenger, who took 4 for 56 off 9 overs against South Australia and 3 for 42 9 overs against Western Australia yesterday. So he's right up there as one of the leading wicket takers with 7 coming into today. Got some of the ACT crew. Okay. Beautiful. I thought for a sec with your top and cap that, oh, we've got one of the ACT players coming in. Oh, we're just having a changeover of guests. Oh, okay, fair enough. 2 for 89 is the score at the moment, just to give you an update. Solway 43, retirement not too far away. DeCampley 19 is the other batsman, and we are through 25 overs. Joined by Will Leonard. Will, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you enjoying your time in Adelaide?
Oh, it's sensational. We're all having a great time. Yeah, great city, great competition.
And you actually, one of the questions we had once we managed to collar someone from the Fireballs, you're one of the few teams to have a rest day yesterday. What did you get up to?
Yeah, look, we took it pretty easy. We found the local next-gen swimming pool and had a good recovery session. A few of us did a bit of laundry. Nothing too serious. Lay around. You know, at our age, it's good to get the rest day in.
So for yourself, didn't get a chance to bat against South Australia in that rain-affected match, but you got to have a hit against WA, and I think did you get to have a hit?
Yes, I did. I got 10 off 8.
Got 10 off 8, and
yep.
You're batting today?
I'll probably bat the same position, probably number 10.
Number 10?
Something like that.
Interesting to know if it'll get down that low. The batting side is, if this was the first innings, you'd say they're priming themselves for a reasonable total. Just in the chase, it's going to be very hard from here, even though they're keeping the scoreboard ticking over. How did you find it out in the field this morning?
Look, the ball got pretty soft pretty quickly, and you know, there wasn't really anything on a length or short of a length. It's set up pretty nicely for them, especially downwind into the rain-affected downwind side over there.
Can you do me a favour? Sorry to do this live. Just under the biscuits is a folder.
Yeah.
Do you mind just throwing that at me? Because there's some secret information in here, Will, which includes, hopefully, your profile. Which means I've got some questions. There we go. Thank you for that. So the Western Districts Cricket Club in Canberra.
That was in the early years.
In the early years?
Yep. Now I play for North Canberra Gungahlin.
Gungahlin,
yep.
Okay. And seems to me the veterans cricket scene in ACT looks pretty strong for a city of the size of Canberra, with 8 and I believe now 9 teams in your Premier comp.
Yes.
So you would be Gold Eagles or Blue Eagles?
I'm in the Gold Eagles.
Gold Eagles.
Yeah, we're the first. We're the first Eagles. Blue are the second Eagles for sure.
And what's that game like when the two Eagles group together?
It's a lot of sledging, but mostly against ourselves. And the competition's really about who can give the worst sledge.
No! I was about to say, it could be some drama down where the wicketkeeper is, but except he's the one gone to do the fielding, so no problem there. We're through 26 overs. The team that's, of course, this is a representative team. Normal summer, everyone's with their different clubs, could be with the Creaky Knees or Old Tuggers or couple of the Sri Lankan clubs.
Yes.
What's it been like? Oh, the Grey Baggers as well, got to mention them.
Yeah.
What's it been like? Have you got most clubs represented here this week?
Almost. I mean, Western Districts, for example, don't have a team at the moment. They nearly got one together this time round, which is, why I started with an out of kind of district club to begin with when I turned 50. So it's getting there. It's getting close. I mean, it's a good sign for ACT Veterans Cricket that we've got 2 sides to come here. Last time in Perth, we only had really enough good players for one side. So our Div 2 team are plugging away, doing the best they can. And they actually provided someone to us today because we had an injury. So,
fantastic.
Yeah, ACT Veterans Cricket's looking pretty good.
And, of course, you know Adelaide pretty well. I've watched your sister not just play for the Adelaide Crows, but she also was, if I've got this right, don't have my footy notes in front of me today. She won a Sandford Best and Fairest playing for Norwood.
Norwood, yeah, that's right. Yeah, she did.
And Did you get over to Adelaide much to watch her play at all?
I did. I saw them lose the grand final the year before last, and then one of the airlines who will remain nameless didn't get me to the grand final last year.
Oh, no!
Offered to get, after cancelling my flight, they offered to get me there on Sunday 4 p.m, which was well after the game had finished.
Completely and utterly useless.
Yes. So that was a bit of a shame to not see her win the grand final last year. They got soundly beaten by Brisbane just recently.
Couple of
the
last
whole
week.
women's AFLW has gone up a notch, and I think the coaches have come out and said that they do need to improve the speed and skills. Going
Well,
forward.
It's been a long year. If you played the women's footy, you've had 2 seasons in 1 calendar year, which is
exactly,
even on the shortened seasons, is pretty tough. She would probably enjoy getting a bit of a break.
Yeah, look, it was mentioned that it was pretty hard coming down off the high of a grand final win to then ramp up for an early season.
And am I right in saying the ACT, you got the pick of the accommodation, that you're staying at the Adelaide Oval itself, the Oval Hotel?
Yeah, well, we're a bunch of bureaucrats and we got organised early, and and we got absolutely fantastic facilities there at the Adelaide Hotel. It's just remarkable being able to wander down and watch the Sheffield Shield while you're, having a late breakfast or something, which I did yesterday on our recovery day, which was nice.
Fantastic.
Yep.
All right, we're just going to take a break after this delivery. Almost near the end of the 27th over here with Phil Hurden and Will Allen, the right-handed bowling all-rounder from the ACT Fireballs Blue.
That's right.
No run there. We'll be back after the ad break. Welcome back. Woodville Oval, the scene for the last preliminary games in the Australian Veterans Cricket Over 50s Nationals. The ACT Fireballs Blue against the Queensland Maroons. Queensland, one of the best batting performances I've seen this week, 5 for 256 in reply. ACT on the verge of the ton, but no, instead the stumps are rattled. And just checking, is that DeCampley who's out?
Yes.
So he's gone for well-made 27. Solway thinking retirement on 45. The third wicket is down just short of the ton. So if you do need to dash off and pad up, but I think you've got a few more wickets in the shed before that happens. I'm with Will Allen. And Will, you mentioned just very quickly off air that we've seen Queensland adopt this onesie suit for indiscretions.
Right.
What happens with the Fireballs if a player does something a little bit out of line?
Well, there's a fine system for doing dumb stuff.
Okay.
And the best of the best dumb stuff, we have a gold set of pants that you have to wear for the next 24 hours.
I saw that
Not
on
including
Sunday.
on the field, thank goodness.
I saw someone wear them on Sunday in the warm-ups. Okay.
Yep.
I wasn't sure if that was the part of the kit, and I thought, gee, if they wear that, they'll stand out.
So there's a subcommittee that awards those pants, and there's no appeal process.
And without, what is on tour stays on tour, obviously, but is there anything you can enlighten us with the summer things that will get you wearing the gold pants?
Oh, well, it's usually a clear winner. I mean, yesterday someone had their wallet stolen, but it miraculously turned up again. That was pretty dumb.
Yeah. It'd probably be, it's chipped up, and that's Simon Mann's time at the crease is a short one. You're becoming a bit of a wicket machine for that.
I better get off air.
Okay, losing a wallet. I mean, he'd just be relieved to have the wallet back, I'm pretty sure. Hopefully he didn't cancel everything in the wallet and not able to uncancel. I do like the fact you can do temporary holds on missing cards now.
I'm not sure how far down the cancellation track he got, but we were blaming we were blaming certain teenagers who were hanging around the stadium, and yeah, we had to withdraw from those remarks.
Yes, about the Adelaide crime rate. Which one?
The other indiscretion was somebody didn't organise the esky with the beer in it. It didn't arrive at the first division game in time.
I mean,
that
that's
was
serious.
That was terrible. Yeah.
That's major indiscretion. You should have to wear the pants for the whole tournament if you do that. You would have missed out while she was talking about in his young days taking a bathtub to the MCG with ice and premium selection of beers. So, yes, ice and beer is very much part of the cricket culture, I'm afraid.
Yep.
Guy Randall, who's very handy with the ball, not 100% sure how good he is with the bat, but I like the fact he's wearing a different coloured helmet. So you mentioned that you're all bureaucrats. What do you do when you're not enjoying the cricket?
I work for the New South Wales National Parks out of Queanbeyan. Queanbeyan, people might not know, but Queanbeyan is in the catchment for the ACT.
Yes.
So thankfully they are, because Peter Solway was the Australian veterans over 50s captain, and he plays for the ACT.
Yeah, so the Queanbeyan normal cricket club is called the Blue Baggers, and
That's
therefore
right.
the veterans team, the Grey Baggers. And I note here that you are a man of many talents, that not only are you a cricketer of note, but you're also an award winner at the 7th Art Cairns Film Festival.
Indeed.
How do you pick up one of those?
Well, I made sorry about that. I made a music video for our band, and it's a anti-war video, and it won an award in the Cairns Film Festival, and I flew over there to accept the award. It was fantastic.
So, okay, so let's just roll it. So you're a musician, and I believe the band
That's
is
right.
called the Dalmatians.
The Dalmatians, yes.
You're a video maker.
I started making videos, yes. It's a new.
A cricketer, a ranger, or working with the New South Wales Parks.
That's right.
What do you do in your spare time?
I don't have too much spare time, to be honest.
Oh my goodness! Well, that's fantastic. The end of the over here. The ACT have got to the 100. That's the good news. Not quite sure if they'll get to the 200. We're over halfway into the innings now. What's been the highlight of your week so far here in Adelaide, on field or off field?
Look, wickets have been a bit dry, so I guess the LBW earlier I was pretty pleased about. Nice little in swinger. He attempted to sweep it, and it was probably taken out middle peg. Seemed a bit unhappy about that, but most batsmen are. So small wins, but I was very, very happy to be on the board.
So ACT using 8 bowlers, and you were the only one to go the full 9. Is that because you were one of the 4 that could go the full 9, or just your bowling was of a decent enough form to keep getting the ball thrown at you?
Well, it wasn't a good start. I was 22 after 2, but I think I bowled pretty well after that. As I might have mentioned earlier, it's off a length or just short of a length. There's nothing in it for the bowlers once the ball's got a bit soft.
Yep.
So I was just bowling Yorkers, in-swinging Yorkers and away-swinging Yorkers, and it seemed to work.
Randall just making sure, above nothing else, that foot was not coming up. Even if it meant almost falling face first into the turf.
Yeah, we're a bit of the walking wounded at the moment, so hopefully he's okay.
Yeah. I was going to ask you the fielding at times was a bit problematic, and I was thinking that maybe that's a toll of the tournament to an extent of playing these games, in quick succession, because it would be very different to what you're used to.
Indeed, yeah, we're used to
in the settings, I think.
Playing once a week only.
Yep.
But many of these guys choose not to play in the vets competition. They choose to play in the grade competition because they get a better quality game.
Okay.
But even so, I think everybody here is probably carrying a little niggle, and some of those niggles turn into bigger injuries as we go along.
And I guess there's always the temptation with it that you've got, you're playing for your region, and you want to go that extra step, even though sometimes that's not the most advisable thing to do.
That's right. And also maybe some of us have been trying a bit hard in the lead up to the tournament, and we've done something and we carried it in.
Yep. And how have you enjoyed it? There's 3 main functions of the tournament. Some would say the best is yet to come. We had the opening night, Adelaide Oval, then the Sportsman's Night. Has the team done anything itself as a group outside of that? Seeing the sites, or you sort of in the free time sort of take a bit of time to yourself?
Yeah, we've made good use of the facilities there at the Adelaide Oval. So all of our functions have been there or started there, and then we walked down to the local restaurant strip. The Thai feed we had the other night for my birthday was fantastic.
Oh, happy birthday!
Thank you.
I'm sure the
Sunday,
guys would have
20th
looked after you.
Shout out to the 3 monkeys. Their food there at the Thai restaurant was awesome.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So it's been quite the week. And do you head back Friday, or are you planning just maybe stick around another day?
Most of us are heading back Friday. Some of us are hanging around for the festivities on Saturday as well, but not too many. The captains are putting us under pressure to be available to play on the weekend.
Oh, back in in Canberra. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you'll feel that, all right.
Yeah, for sure.
4 games here, and then Friday flying back, and apparently, I'm not a sportsman myself. Apparently, when you do travel, the travel takes something out of you as well.
Well, I don't know if the flight from Canberra's really a big deal, but
2 hours, because you would
not even an hour and 5 or something.
Yeah, depends if you can get that rare direct flight from Adelaide to Canberra, whether you've got to go around Melbourne or Sydney.
You can often get here but not get back.
Okay.
There's some conspiracy there, I think.
Right. It's like what, the plane flies from Canberra
It's easy
to
to
Adelaide.
get out of Canberra, but not easy to get back in.
Get back in.
It's the reverse Hotel California, I think.
Well, my daughter's... That is the 50 for Peter Solway, who now must retire. Congratulations to him. That's a couple of night outs.
Perhaps it would have been better if he realised, because the other fellow for Queensland knew he was on 49 and he whacked a big 6
he did,
over there into the houses.
Well, one of them was on 49 and tried to do that and got caught on the boundary. And so it was out on 49. That'll do it. We're going to take a break. We're at the drinks break. Will, wonderful to chat. Thank you for coming up here, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We'll be back after the break.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Pronunciation, so I'm told, because I've got a bull with me, and the bull's name is pronounced Clint Kebley. Is that correct, my friend?
Correct, Walshy. Yeah, Kebley. It's Mauritian. Yeah.
Okay, the story about your cricket I'll find out shortly, but importantly now, give us a bit of a snapshot as to where you started your life and how you finished up in Australia.
So back in 1975, jumped on a boat and headed out from South Africa to Melbourne, Victoria. We moved out to the Frankston area where I started playing for Frankston Cricket Club at the age of 8, and from there moved to Hawthorn later on when I was about 22 to play district cricket there.
Look, I'm investigative by asking questions, and the first thing you told me that I wasn't aware of, you jumped on a boat at about 8. Well, can you give us a bit more detail as to how that happened?
Well, I suppose back in the day during apartheid, Walshy, that Qantas wasn't flying to South Africa back in 1975, so the only way out was actually on a P&O cruiser, and we spent 14 days on a cruiser.
We being who?
Mum and Dad and my sister. I've got an older sister in Victoria still.
So was it the idea then that Australia was going to be your home?
For sure, you know, a better life, better opportunities. Back in 1975, there was certainly, you know, the apartheid and being of colour, that there weren't a lot of opportunities from a work point of view or from a sporting point of view. Australia's given me the opportunity to not only play sport at a high level but also attend university and graduate as well. So
I've been very lucky because I've been able to establish friendships, and then a trip to Zimbabwe I got very close to Henry Alonga.
Okay.
And had a wonderful time with Henry as a magnificent singer he was. And he talked about the difficulties he's had with one of the flowers and with apartheid, etc. And it really ruined his cricket, but it didn't ruin yours.
No, it certainly, you know, back in 75 when that opportunity came on to jump on the P&O cruiser, I've been given every opportunity throughout my life to succeed and be successful at different things, and those opportunities would never have been available in South Africa for me.
Who taught you how to play cricket?
It came a little bit naturally. Mum actually played back in the 80s.
Mum did? Playing cricket?
Yeah, so she played for Victoria back in the 80s. She was a wicket-keeper bat. So, yeah, Mum's quite sporty. She was a hockey player for Natal back in South Africa as well. So I suppose that sporting ability probably came from Mum's side.
Yeah. So where did you meet your wife?
I met Michelle at a cricket club while she...
Did you force her to go?
No, we were having a function and she rolled up. Her sister was married to a cricketer at the time, back in 89. And, so we met at Frankston Cricket Club.
How long ago was that?
Oh,
come on, you got to test her. Come on, give the right answer.
Nearly 20. Yeah, okay, hang on. What's that? My maths isn't too good at the moment off the top of my head.
A long time ago.
Yes, yeah. We got married in 95. She follows most games, so I don't think she misses too many.
That's amazing. And the fact that cricket is in your blood and your wife loves it, she's quite prepared, and I've spoken to her earlier on, and we'll get to some other details. But she loves being there and being friends with some of the other wives and the partners that are there and following you around.
Yeah, it's certainly, it's a social side for her as well. She not only likes watching the game and enjoys it, but there's great opportunities to make new friends for the wives as well. So we've got 120 people on tour and 84 players, so there's a mixture of support staff and a lot of wives on tour with Queensland this time around.
Wow. How long is your body going to keep you going? Because veterans, they bounce around through all age groups. Where are you at the moment with the age for a start?
So I'm 53 in January. So I hopefully got a lot more years at over 50s. The body's good. I'm still playing Premier grade cricket with Toombul, looking after the 4th 11 there. A lot of youngsters coming through. Toombul's a very young club. I enjoyed doing that. Don't have to run around as much at grade cricket. I field at first slip most of the day and let the young kids chase the ball. But still loving it, and that's Saturdays. And then during winter, we're lucky enough in Queensland to play our veteran cricket during winter.
Yeah. There's a good story doing the rounds about a Neville Kratzman who's been in Tasmania, and he's playing in the over 70s. And I was reliably informed yesterday he's 79.
So, yeah, he actually follows a lot of the cricket throughout the winter as well, because Andrew and Mark are both part of the Queensland set up and the Sunshine Coast. So, yeah, we see him around. I actually think I saw him at breakfast this morning. So.
Oh, did you? Now, what about a plug for South Australia now that you're here now? We've had some dirty days with the rain, but it's beautiful out here today. It's been quite splendid, but have you enjoyed yourself?
Certainly. I arrived last Wednesday. We climbed the Adelaide stadium as well.
How'd you go with that?
Yeah, it was great. It was great. The weather was good that particular day. Really enjoyed it. Did the lean back and everything else.
That didn't worry you? What was more stressful, doing that or putting the onesie on?
The onesie from yesterday was probably a little bit more stressful.
I saw everything of you.
Yeah, there was a few comments regarding the Jamaican.
I didn't know you had half that stuff. It just fell out from everywhere.
So the onesie's a long story. Andrew Kratzman handed it over, will hand it over this afternoon to someone. I'm not sure who, but we'll see how that pans out today.
Okay, well that's not the highlight of your trip because you brought your wife here and you've had friends, etc. But being realistic now, before we go back to take descriptions of the second half of today's play, overall, what has it done to you, my friend, the fact that you can play cricket at this level and enjoy it so much?
No, certainly you make new friends, whether that be your new teammates that you've joined through Queensland, or I've made a lot of South Australian friends as well already, and each team we play, you establish those friendships, and you'll have those friendships for life. It's like a big man cave, really. It's fantastic.
And it's also good because I'm not going to go too deeply into some of the conversations I've had with your teammates, but a few have said, look, it's really good to have a chat. We've got mates and you could just go for a walk or pick up a phone and do a FaceTime chat. You feel like it's a family.
Oh, for sure. It's a big family, and Queensland's brought 7 teams with them on this particular tour. And, whether you're playing Div 1 today or whether you're playing Div 5, we share buses, we share stories, we share the spa, we share the pool, etc. So
you share onesies?
The onesies only in the ones at the moment. So, and you can only have it once too, Walshy. You can only wear the onesie once. So what you've seen is that's all you're going to get from me.
It's a bit sad. I was looking forward to a lot more. I've actually got a fresh battery in my phone and I'm going to take plenty of camera shots.
So it'll be someone else's turn tomorrow and they'll have to do a lap of the ground, etc. during warm-up. It's normally given to someone who does something a little bit silly.
You haven't done anything silly. What you've done is you've given us a reason to become really involved in a game of cricket because you've got a story to tell. And Clint, thanks for waiting. I know the boys are out there and you're looking as if you're going to have a win. It'll be the first W in the column for the Bulls because you've struggled along, but this is an important way of finishing such an event in the last month of getting a win.
Yeah, certainly. We didn't play to the standards we would have liked to in the first 2 games. We probably didn't bat well enough in both games, didn't score enough runs. Today we were able to put on 250 on the board, and hopefully we can defend these in the next 15 overs.
Okay, so you can pronounce this for me now. Your first name is Clint, which is very easy. It's C-L-I-N-T. And then we get into the tough stuff, the scrabbling board, K-E-B-L-E. Now tell me how you pronounce that.
So that's Keblay. It's got an acute on the last E like cafe. Keblay.
Cafe or Keblay. I'm going to call you Coffee if you're not careful.
No, that's fine. You can call me whatever you want, Walshy.
Well, what I'll call you is a real good bloke, and that's what we do in Australia. If we meet with someone, we have a chat with that particular person who's prepared to talk about jumping on a boat when you're 8 years of old and coming to Australia and playing cricket and giving us lots of pleasure here at the Woodville Oval. An absolute pleasure to have a chat with you. Get involved for the rest of the game, and thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thanks, Walshy, and thanks for South Australia for putting on this event. It's been great.
Don't get too carried away. Okay. You're going home soon, so cut the crap. You've had enough from you. Right, let's go back upstairs now. Phil Herden to cart us through the remainder of this game after speaking with an exuberant, effervescent and real good bloke, Clint.
Thanks for that, Peter. Thanks, Clint. Much appreciated. We're through 31 overs and the ACT 5 balls 4 for 121. Needing a further 136 to win over just 14 deliveries, so just short of 10. Some other scores around while Peter finds another guest to talk to. South Australia at the Summit in a sort of a semi-final, the winner into the final tomorrow. They made 189. Western Australia, after 29 overs, 1 for 94, meaning they need 95 off 16. They've only lost the 1 wicket. The game that had us all intrigued, Victoria, who undefeated, just needed to beat Tasmania to make the final, made only 140. And then Tasmania were 5 for 7 at one point. Right now they're 8 for 74 after 30. They need 68 off the last 15, which is just over 4. The only problem is they've got 2 wickets to do it. And the other Division 1 game, New South Wales earlier today, 6 for 252. New Zealand after 30 overs, 7 for 144. New Zealand need 108 off their last 15 overs, so that is around about 7, just over 7 last time I checked. The games tomorrow, well, they're all the finals, the placements across the whole divisions, another 21 games. Beautiful weather predicted. Certainly it's glorious here at Woodville at the moment. Division 1, the 7th place playoff between the loser of this game and what looks to be Tasmania will be at Engle Farm. The 5th place playoff between the winner of this game and possibly New Zealand on current trends will be at Strathalbyn. The 3rd place playoff, possibly New South Wales against, well, the loser of SAWA. That will be not too far from here, Matheson Reserve, Woodville West. And the final, at the moment you'd have to say Victoria look set. WA slight advantage over SA. That'll be streamed live here at the Woodville Oval tomorrow. Another over in the books. Of course, the post-match presentations will be at the Adelaide Oval tomorrow night. And Peter Walsh has found himself another guest to interview. Let's go down to Walshy.
I didn't really want to speak to Peter Solway because it meant he would have scored 50 and would have had to have retired. But I don't get those choices to make. What I can do is I can walk into the ACT huddle and sit next to the skipper, if he'll open up a seat for me. Well, you're not the skipper at the moment, you can be. Peter, well done. One of my frustrations in being involved in such a competition is someone like yourself can be batting so well, but yet the ruling is simple. Once you get to a certain score, you can call it quits for a while.
And there's probably nothing wrong with that because I've got a sore calf and a sore hip and a sore hamstring. So,
right, anything else you want to whinge about before we continue with the interview?
I'm a sore back from bowling 7 overs as well.
Now, the serious part of this is you've got a captain who's got a crook digit, diving for a catch. You've got yourself, Harry hamstrings and Colin calves, all those sorts of things, and that was going to happen during a veterans competition. Always going to be the case. What is it like now in the group with the wounded?
We're battling hard. And we've got one more game tomorrow, and we'll be coming out all guns blazers to try and beat whoever we're playing. So,
well, give us an idea as to how you think your performances have been throughout this week.
Look, we've tried. I've tried hard as well. We've done okay, so I can't complain. Hitting the ball okay, so it's all good. Might get a few overs tomorrow, but we'll have to talk to the skipper, see if we can back up again with a few more overs.
When you're getting ready for such a tournament, and there are so many teams coming from all around Australia and also, of course, across the ditch in New Zealand, how difficult then is it to get yourself organised with the preparation you think that is required to know about the opposition?
Look, we prepared pretty well. We had probably 4 months of intensive training at our clubs, and so we're in pretty good shape to last the 4 days, I think.
And overall, there mightn't be a W in the column at the end of your time, but will you walk away and think to yourself, we've done reasonably well? What will be the idea, the assessment, when you sit around the table and talk about it?
The assessment might be, I think we need to do a bit of catching work, I think. I think our catching probably hasn't been that great, but in saying that, all the boys have had a great time, everyone gets on well, we've had a good carnival, and hopefully we can finish with a W tomorrow.
So where are you in all of this now? You love your cricket. When we see your name, we think to ourselves, well, this bloke can play. It doesn't take much for us to have a look at just how good you are. The cricket itself, it's carried you for a period of time, and I'm not being derogatory in saying that. You've been involved in the game for a long time.
I have, probably too long.
Well,
but
you still enjoy it?
I still enjoy it, yeah. It's getting a bit harder, I guess, as the body gets older. So, but it's still good fun. I still enjoy playing cricket back home for our Queanbeyan clubs and trying to help some kids get up through the grades. So that's probably my motivation now to keep playing.
We had Frosty on in our program a few weeks ago, and he was talking about the ACT and talking about what cricket is like. an assessment from your point of view about those who fill in the right age group brackets, who are good enough to play for the ACT. Are they still coming through the ranks? Is it still a matter of saying, yes, we've got plenty in the bag for future years?
Do you mean in the junior ranks or?
Juniors and seniors.
Look, it's a challenge, I think, with sport and cricket. There's other sports that are trying to get kids who would probably naturally play cricket. So I think it's a real challenge to get the better kids to come through and join our pathways. And cricket's got to keep doing good things to get kids, in the right space to play cricket. So, and I think we haven't seen these challenges before. So. It's up to the administration to make it a good game and keep encouraging kids to play.
And a final one, I know, because the lads are back in action. Without going too far back, though, I'm just wondering about what was the tease for you to continue and want to play the game at this level, veterans level, to be able to say, okay, the body might be a little bit scratchy, but I want to do these things. I think I've still got something to offer to cricket in the ACT.
It's pretty easy, really, to come away and play with a good bunch of guys who we used to play cricket with competitively, as we were growing up. So that's the main motivation. And then we've still got some competitive instinct in us. So, those sort of juices flow. It's nice to do that again.
And if you've got any gold nuggets in the squad, then you think to yourself, hey, this is good. Let's look back and have a look at the 10 or 12 that we've got. These 2 or 3, they have developed and they've given me reasons for optimism in the future.
In the senior boys?
In the seniors?
Yeah, look, we've got some new fellas that have started playing over 50's cricket this year. So
tell me who they are.
Simon Mann, he was a bit unlucky today. He got a first ball duck, just spurred one to mid-wicket, but he's got some talent. And we've got some other good fellas that have just turned 50. Dom De Camp is a bit of a hare around in the field, and Mr. Shepherd, yep, there's a few boys next to me on my right that, they've just turned 50, so hopefully they can continue on and do ACT proud.
And what you've done now as we let you go is you have, in a few seconds there, given us a snapshot as to why you love the game, because you've got good people around you, you enjoy their company, why you still love your cricket, and this offers now, as we sit here at Cooper Stadium, and the sun is shining, etc., this offers something pretty big in South Australia.
Absolutely. No, we've all had a good time, and I think it's marvellous that there's 42 teams over here enjoying this event. So it's pretty crazy that there's this many people loving cricket and coming and enjoying themselves. So great stuff by the committee who organised this, and we've really enjoyed it.
And the final one, of course, we'll see you again, because you've got to wait now until such time as 9 down, and you might get another bat.
Well, hopefully these boys can get a few. I think we're going to struggle to get the runs. I would say I think the run rate required's a little bit too many. So hopefully all the boys can get a good hit, and we go into tomorrow with some confidence to try and knock over whoever we're playing.
Peter Solway, thank you so much for having a chat to us.
Good on you. No worries, Walshy.
There's a man who knows what he's on about, who's been playing the cricket for a long period of time and enjoying. Looks like it's the Bulls. It looks like they're heading for what could be their first W. We'll wait and see. Let's go back to our commentary position now, where standing by is Phil Herden.
Thanks so much for that, Peter Walsh, and thanks to you and Peter Solway for enlightening us on a little bit about Peter and the ACT team at the moment. We can tell you that we have our first finalist booked for tomorrow. After scoring just 140, Victoria have bowled Tasmania all out for 74. Victoria go through Pool A undefeated and will be here at Woodville tomorrow to play the winner of SAWA. Tassie, they will play for 7th spot. They will be at Ingle Farm tomorrow to play the loser of this game, which looks to be the ACT, but they haven't gone down without a fight just yet. A beautiful pull shot for 4. Having a look at some of the other matches at the moment, the Black Swans of WA have lost their 2nd wicket. 12 overs to go. They're 2 for 113. They need 77 to win off 12 overs. So just over 6. I think still like to be in the in the Western Australian position in South Australia, but they do have the runs on the board. And what WA have is one of their players who scored 49. Baranka is about to retire, so a wicket and a retirement means 2 new batters for WA that might slow the runs up a little bit. We'll find out about that. New South Wales and New Zealand. This is really now for second spot in Pool A. New South Wales made 252 for 6. New Zealand a 7 for 180. That's after 35 overs. So 10 overs to go, 72 to get. That's a challenge, as is the fact they're 7 down with those 10 overs. So New South Wales not home just yet, but looking the goods here. It's the ACT 4 down for 136. That's halfway through the 35th over. So we're looking at about 121 to win in 12 and a half overs. It's getting to be, in fact not even that, 10 and a half overs, apologies. It's pretty close to 2 runs a delivery now. And I think Queensland can start to feel pretty comfortable about their position. At the moment, Randall is out there. He's 19 of 22 with a couple of boundaries. Lee was the new batsman that came in with the dismissal of Campley, I think, on 27 before. Lee's in is 9 off 13.
Last couple.
That is the 35th over in the book. Some of the bowling figures for Queensland, because one of the issues that we do have here is we have a bit of a side-on view and we don't always get the greatest look at the bowlers from here.
Yeah, remember what I said at the start of the year? So you've got to get that.
Queensland have used 5 bowlers, including a couple that have bowled out their 9 over allocation. Short 9 overs, 1 for 21. Graham who came in as a replacement for Anderson, 2 for 44. Eisenmenger 0 for 31 off 6 overs. That leaves Short 1 for 20. No, that leaves Meek 0 for 17 off 6. And Redcliffe 0 for 23 off 5. Should they be needed, those bowlers all have a little bit left. Just a little bit of where we need to move the camera with a fielder in close proximity.
That'll do. Yeah, that other one.
So tomorrow, Victoria against WA, or Victoria against South Australia for the over 50s Division 1 National Championship. That'll be right here. We'll be underway Adelaide time round about the 10:30 mark whenever they decide to toss the coin. And we'll bring you every single delivery and a stack of guests, as has been the case through the week. Quick flick, very fine, gains a couple of runs to Randall. Moves into the 20s now. Not far away from our next break. In the 36th over, there'll be 9 to go at the end of this one. Played into the onside, the gap between the infield and the outfield, and they'll virtually just stroll through for another single. I think that's about 4 for 140 now. 4 for 141. Great sponsors, we thank them for that. The West End scoreboard with plenty of scores around the grounds. Explorer Caravan, Stacker Replays, S&WC Company for the drinks breaks. Fine Decks, Nelson Teamwear, NXI Sport, South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, the South Australian Cricket Association, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. Some great things at the Adelaide Oval as well. The roof climb, the Oval Hotel, currently being used by the ACT and the MTX Club. We'll be back after the break. back. Gavin Brown, I think it is, having a bowl from the Northern Port Road Clubhouse, and that's in the air. Is it caught? Claiming it. Randall is saying, am I? Umpire says, yes, you are. And that is the 5th down. Walshy, welcome back.
Thank you, Phil. Bit of news that's filtered through, and look, if you've already put this to air, I apologise because I've been scratching around doing other things, but Dave Benson, 52 not out. I got the message back. Thanks, Dave, for doing that because he's a really good man.
Yep. We did, actually, Kate told us about that a little bit earlier, and we were wondering when you'd get the text from Dave.
I got it. But look, he is such a fanatical person, and he's the sort of guy that you
in a
might
nice way.
Oh, I do that, yeah. But you want him into bat for you because I know he's a really good mate of Anthony Telfer, and all he wanted to do, and all he does do, is help. And I'm so happy for him because he missed out on the first 2 days. I didn't know about his cricket prowess, but he said, oh, look, I reckon I could have got better. And then the news last night filtered through that he was off to Strathalbyn.
Yeah.
And I thought, I don't understand that because the races are at Balaclava. But he's gone to the right place and he's got 52 not out. So Dave Benson, who does so well, and all of the sponsors, as you've mentioned so diligently, have done a good job. But none better than the Caravan King. He's done a mighty job, and for him to get 52, he'll remember that for a long time.
Thanks for that, Peter. Just having a look here. I've got to work out who this bowler is who just claimed the wicket.
I think I might know who that is. I think he's the spin bowler.
It's just
is
the
that
side
Eisenmenger?
Well, if it is Eisenmenger, it's a mighty effort because he's the leading wicket taker for Queensland. So that would be where the odds would say. And he was bowling before. And yes, he is the bowler. I do apologise to him that I gave the wicket to Gavin Brown, who hasn't bowled yet. I saw the 4. Yes, okay. 94, not 44. I'll book a trip to the optometrist. That's high in the air. Over square leg. 1 bounce to Kratzmann. 1 run on the board. New batsman in. So Lee is in the cap. Just need to check who our new batsman is. Wearing the navy blue helmet. I'm sure he'll give us a number in due course. All these, my score sheet will update, one of the two. Lee goes with a heave shot. Kratzmann again on the sweep, and that's a glorious throw back. I think they'll know. Woodville Oval becoming a little bit of a hive of activity as the Woodville District cricket players are here for practice. John Shepherd, who's come into the side for Gordon McGurk, is the new batter. So his first hit at Div 1 level. Prods that to the offside. So we know 4 Division 1 games being played today. We know one result. Victoria have beaten Tasmania in a low-scoring affair, that is for sure. Who will they play? Well, that's being decided up at Mount Barker at the Summit Recreation Park, and the Black Swans into the 36th, the 3 for 123, so they need about 67 off 10, which is challenging, but 7 wickets in the sheds, they can certainly have a whack, take some risks, be bold. They would have just lost Baranka, who scored 50 and therefore has to retire, so Papoto is out there for 1. And Peter, what we might do is a little bit of, shortly we'll get you to call some of the game here, and I'll keep more of an eye. I'll be here with you, I'm not going anywhere.
Well, I'm pleased you're not going
I'll keep a pretty close eye on what's happening at Mount Barker.
No dramas, my friend.
That will determine what's going to happen here tomorrow in the race for the national championship.
No, there's no drama there, my friend. It'll be a pleasure because it's just so good, and I've been fortunate to go down and actually sit in the dugout of the two teams and sit next to the players, have a chat and get an idea as to how much they've enjoyed this and where they're going afterwards, if they're staying for a while before they head back to their respective states and territories. And they're all passing on some pretty good stuff, which is good. Good to have James here too. James has returned.
Yes, from his interstate sojourn.
You been around Australia in a caravan or what?
Well, if he needs a caravan, we know where to send him.
That's good though, because we're getting up close and personal and able to talk to these people. And I stress, and I don't care whether people think I'm being over the top with this, the facts are simple. I can't recall during the time that this carnival has been in action anybody from any team saying no to an interview. And that's our aim, is to try and bring those people, the voices of those people and the stories of those people to you via our coverage. That's the aim. I hope we've been able to achieve it. Now this ball wide of the leg stump, the attempt to pull it around towards square is not good. Return comes back to the bowler's end, and it's a leg bye.
The reason I'm excited about whether it's a leg bye or not, just to see if Shepherd's off the mark as yet. His first hit at Div 1 level. Oh, sorry, this is interesting because it's got here that it's McGurk, but we know from your interview that Shepherd replaced McGurk. They just haven't updated the My Cricket app.
Now you can just give me a little bit of help.
You want to know where we're at, what the score is?
Yes, please. That's the help I need.
No problem, mate. Okay, so Queensland scored 5 for 256. Right now, we're through 38 overs, so we're taking a break at the end of the next over. ACT are 5 for 145.
5 for 145,
which is actually one of their best batting performances so far at this point. They need 112 runs off 7 overs.
112 off 7, and the men at the crease at the moment.
Lee in the royal blue hat is 12, and Shepherd in the navy blue helmet is 1, make that 2.
So Shepherd is 2, and the other guy was Ferdinand Pinheiro. Is that who you said? No, he's from another state.
That's a different team. That was Lee. Peter Lee.
Oh, Peter Lee, number 16.
On strike right now.
Beautiful. Thanks, Phil. Thank you. So field spread far and wide. It's tough. He's a pull away. That's a good strong bold shot out towards the boundary, but it runs along the ground. Picked up, and a strong and bold throw from Damien Meek, who has, I think, got most of the airlines covered to get a trip back to Townsville, because he's got a few friends here, which is good. And that score creeping along oh so slowly, 5 for 147. Next ball tossed up, ball of full length, hit hard into the covers, along the ground all the way, and there's no run. Of course, we can make note of the fact that Peter Solway is in the sheds, but of course he retired, but can't come back until 9 down. I don't think he's going to get a gig, or he might. This ball is pulled away, good shot too, round the corner. Kratzmann will pick it up. In the right hand, gets ready to unload. His throw is superb. Outfield cricket, brilliantly done by the big man, all 6'4" of him. And I know that you've got a million things on the go at the moment, but can I just say with Kratzmann, a little bit of a Carl Rackerman look-alike? A little bit?
He's certainly got an arm on him. His throws back in have been fantastic, and what that does is it takes twos and makes them ones.
Yep.
As we saw Queensland get a lot of twos and misfields. They've bowled the 37th over up at Mount Barker. WA got 3. They're 3 for 126. They need 64 to win with 8 overs remaining, and we're going to take a break just after this delivery, Peter, so just let me call it. Shepherd let that go. 39 overs in the book, 6 to go. Queensland are almost home.
Peter Walsh and Phil Hurden with you, and I strongly advise this, unfortunately, can't be sorted out unless you're at the ground. Although, if you're watching on YouTube, take a photo, because you're seeing Queensland playing the ACT at the Woodville Oval in South Australia. Unheard of. Never seen before. You could take a photo, and tomorrow you could think, why did I take that photo? But that's something that's just amazing, and it's so good with all of the states and territories getting together in this popular venue and watching this cricket unfold. This ball squeezed away, or actually worked away towards short, fine leg as they scamper through for the one run. Now, I'm just putting my glasses up because I see the guy who's been crook, and that's Gary Lovett. He's out there bowling, but he said before stumps and before we started today, he hadn't been all that well. It might be that they are short of spare players, because I do know one of our good mates, that's Richard Anderson. He's finished up scoring today. If I look to my left, there he is down there, because he had issues with some strains, etc. Next ball is a good shot. Behind square, along the ground all the way. It's going to be close to a boundary. Might have been kept back in with some pretty spectacular work out there in the deep. And that's as good as you can get there for the Queensland team, despite the fact that they're heading for an easy win. The running there was superb. We can have a look here and see, we're going to see the ball knocked back into play. And the knock-on was good. Sounds like another code that I'm calling. The knock-on was excellent indeed, and the ball was returned, so a couple of runs.
No scrum required.
No. 5 for 153, 39th over, only got 45 this one. The attempt to drag around the corner is good. It's going to run for 3, I'd reckon, minimum. They get through for 2, but the legs are starting to become just a little jelly-like, so they are quite content to stay with the 2. It's 5 for 156. Good day's cricket. You know, look at the scoreboard and you think, 256, that's not a bad total. Well, there's 156, well, there's 400.
400 runs.
400 in a day at Woodville. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. This ball, the attempted swing away, shout for LBW. Nothing, says the umpire, and that's the end of the over.
You won't get 400 in a day in a test match usually.
That's a good score, isn't it?
It is.
And it's been nothing out of the ordinary. It hasn't been slash bash, thank you, Mum. It's been steady as she goes. And we've had those who've contributed who are allowed to get to a certain score, and then they have to call it quits.
5 overs to go. ACT were all out for 180 and 6 for 127 off 29. So like 22 runs off their highest score for the tournament. And I guess if you're looking to take something out of today besides individual statistics, if they can get the team high score for the tournament, then they can say, well, we did achieve something.
No, that's a good call. Now, Eisenmenger in wide of the off stump, very slow ball, and hit accordingly deep out towards the boundary at deep cover. Won't reach the fence. The return on the halfway is sensible because a couple of Queenslanders in there to pick up the return, which was always going to bounce shy of the mark. And it was the skipper, the crook skipper I should call him, who got out there and did the fielding and got it back too. So good work from Gary Lovett, who hasn't been well, and I hope is going to get better in a hurry. Eisenmenger in, and that's squeezed away on the offside behind point. There won't be a run. The score stays at 5 for 158 in the 40th.
It's just moved up. Lee is 18 of 26. I keep on saying McGurk, it's not, it's John Shepherd. 8 of 16. Lee on strike at the moment.
Eisenmenger in, tosses up, hit in the air out to where we are, but it'll bounce very much shy of where the ball will bounce for us. And coming in and picking up is Damien Meek, who hit the 6 earlier on and was quick to tell me when I walked past and looked at him, and he shook my hand and he said, I want you to meet a mate of mine at the airport. And I said I was at Ashley Evans. He said, how did you know? I said, your wife told me.
The entire audience knows.
That was it. So if anyone's looking for Ashley, he's here. That ball swept over square leg, good shot. Not fielded cleanly there by Kratzman Andrew. He picks it up.
Hope his boss isn't watching if he'd taken some sick leave. But anyway, an update from the summit where SA and WA, 2 unbeaten teams playing off to make the final against Victoria tomorrow. 38th over, WA needing 8 and over, got 3. They're 3 for 129, needing 61 to win. 7 overs left, 7 wickets in the shed.
Now this ball delivered by Gary Eisenmenger, pushed back down the wicket and there's no run. So the players doing all their stretching exercises, and there is a group of cricketers to my right who'll be getting ready to jump on as soon as they're given the clearance, and stumps will be drawn very shortly. This ball pulled away but not hit cleanly along the ground most of the way, and it goes straight to Trent Ryan, who tossed the coin earlier on and tossed it, as we did suggest, as high as anyone has tossed a coin ever at Woodville, and he'll be quite pleased because his track record will be it's a win for us, and that's something they haven't been able to get the Bulls, but they will. And to all of those Bulls fans who've had some contact with us throughout the day, thank you. I've actually done a straw poll, and the straw poll has been fruitless, Phil. I asked every person bar 2 at the ground about yabbies.
And it looks like they will probably be playing Queensland will be playing New Zealand tomorrow.
Yeah, good game, that.
New South Wales 6 for 252. New Zealand in reply heading into the 40th and 9 for 217. So they're 36 to win in 5.5 overs, but it's the 1 wicket remaining.
Of course. Love it starts a new over. He tried to drag that away on the onside, missed. Not taken cleanly by a keeper who does well. That's Shane Drummond Hills, and there is no run. And I think earlier on, probably made a suggestion, and I regretted making it. This ball wide of the off stump, and it's called a wide. Each grand final tomorrow is an individual grand final. And I was sort of thinking, wouldn't it be just the one grand final with the 2 best teams? No, I'm wrong, and I apologise. Every game that's being played tomorrow will be played for a reason, and it'll be a grand final for the 2 competing sides.
I mean, there's at least 5 championships,
exactly.
But every game will decide a seeding.
No, you've spotted on there. No, good work.
But I do. Yeah, it's just the fact that if it was 2020, by all means, because you've got a smaller game space to be flexible.
That's true. Here's Mr. Lovett. And that ball swept away behind square. That'll run a fair distance. And it runs along the ground and slaps into the picket fence, which looks quite spectacular. And that was a bold shot. Boundary coming up, 5 for 163. Let's have a look. The lads are pumping out the replays left, right and centre. That ball is on leg stump, and it was whipped away with venom. But more importantly, he picked the spots. This ball in, and it's pushed down the ground on the offside, and there's no run. So into the 41st over, 5 for 163. When does the next bus go to where you are?
They run about every 15 minutes.
It's not too bad. We'll be right. Now that ball on leg stump dragged around the corner. Umpire watches and is happy to say no appearance of worship, so that's okay. Stephen Fielders and Peter Rosenthal, the 2 umpires in control in this match.
In control.
Skipper comes in. And was that a reverse
It
sweep?
was.
Thought it was.
Audacious.
Well, he missed everything, so nothing out of substance happening. End of the over, 5 for 169, with Queensland earlier on getting a pretty potent score of 5 for 256.
Yes, that was impressive. And we thought it would be more than enough, and has proven to be so. Just looking up to Mount Barker, where 13, they're going very slow, I might add, at Mount Barker. Needing over 8 runs and over, WA scored 4 and lost a wicket. So they're 4 for 133, chasing 190 to win. Yeah. That is 57 off 6 deliveries. It's now 9.5 and over. Each over now is looking more and more like it might be the Silverbacks placing Victoria here tomorrow.
And I'm listening to the tinge in your voice, and I'll continue on in one sec because one of my favourite bowlers has come on to roll the arm over. That's Clint Kebley. Now, I didn't know how to pronounce that, so I thought the best way is I better ask him.
Yeah.
And he told me his name. I know now.
And apologies, we've been stuffing it up all day.
No, it's okay. Clint Kebley looking for an LBW appeal. That went down leg side, hit the pad. No appearance. Wonderful story, and a wonderful storyteller too. He said his mum and dad travel out from time to time. They're working their way around Australia in a caravan.
I know a couple of my friends' parents who did that.
Well, now that I'm best friends with Mr. Benson, I'll do that. I'll get a caravan off him. Yep. Next ball. Oh, I thought for a moment he'd been bowled, played over it. I'm watching to see whether the bails move, but obviously not. That was perilously close.
So
we can keep it there, Shane Drummond Hills. I thought that was close, Phil.
No, quite agree. Just the sheer force of the bat moving, I thought might have blown the bails off, but I think they're in pretty solidly.
Next ball, yeah. Like the Blues too. You don't see, and you can help me with this because you know so many sports around the globe. These blue colours, they're bright. Yeah. They're not North Melbourne. There's a different blue in them, but I really like them.
See, it's definitely the royal blue.
Yep.
With the gold.
Now there's a big appeal, and he's out.
He's got
Was that stumping?
Yeah, stumping.
Excuse me, Shane Drummond Hills. That is lightning rod stuff. I hope we can pick up.
Hang on.
Hang on, he's called wide.
The batsman hasn't seen it yet.
He will. Let's have a look and see what's going on.
Out stumped on a wide? Okay.
Let's just see what's going on. The umpires are walking in different directions.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen that. Where, I understand that it's a wide and he's been stumped. Oh, jeez.
That was as good as you'd get. And if I look to my right with our technical people doing a brilliant job with replays. Here we go again. Just have a quick look at the wicket-keeping skills of Drummond Hills. He's on the offside now, and he does that brilliantly. He's taken the leg bail off, moving the wrong way, elegant, and he's taken off the bail. The call is there, the wicket is there, and that wicket means in the 43rd over, the ACT lose the services of, just hang on while I turn the page over, Reece Parry. I'll leave you with it, Phil. I'm going down to have a quick chat down below.
We'll see you for the official post-game debrief.
Do we have that, do we? I'm sorry, I missed that. Righto, mate. Talk to you soon.
No worries, buddy. Great calling some cricket with you, as always. So I got to keep my eye on two places at the moment. SA are slowly but surely putting themselves in a winning position in what seems to be a very slow game at the Summit. We are almost done here. 40, I think it's 40, the last delivery of the 43rd over. ACT 6 for 171. 2 overs left, 12 deliveries. ACT need 87 in 12 deliveries to win. So Queensland, bar a whole heap of catastrophes, have got this one sewn up. Really, it's just a case of what ACT end up with as their score. Continue in Mount Barker Summit Recreation Reserve. This is the game for the final spot in the Div 1 final. Victoria are there after a remarkable game against Tasmania at Glandore. And the 40th over, WA scored 4 runs. They needed more than that. They're now 4 for 137. 190 is the victory target. So that is 53 away off 5 overs. So we're talking 10.6 runs and over WA need, but they're only 4 down. So one more. The last few overs 37th went for 3, 38th went for 3, 39 went for 4, and 40th went for 4. SA have somehow managed to curtail WA's batting and taken what was an even money game about 6 or 7 overs ago into a strong South Australian position. New Zealand are still having a crack. In fact, New Zealand are still are a silly chance here. They are 9 for 238, needing 253 to win. That's 15 runs off the last wicket. And they've got 3.5 overs. So if the two that are there, which is Bill Cliff, who's come back, 79. And one other player I'm just not sure about. Frew, 32. So 2 informed batsmen. Just the way that when you think 9 for, you think you're in your tail enders. But if it's a returning, retired not out player, New Zealand are half a chance of stealing it at the death against New South Wales. Another stumping, another out. I'll tell you what, the wicket keeping by Queensland has been absolutely phenomenal. That's Shane Drummond Hills with his second stumping in about 2 overs. Explorer Caravans replay. Look at how quick this was. He's got it in one motion. It's not even grab it in 2 hands. It's like the arm swinging across, grabbing the ball and grabbing the stumps. Paul Neems comes to the crease. There's a lot happening in a lot of places at the moment. WA are finally having an over. They've scored at least 7 with the delivery to go. Problem is they now need about 10. New Zealand have moved to 9 to 243. They are 10 runs away from beating New South Wales with, we still got 17 deliveries. And I said the way it works with the retired not out, it's 2 informed batsmen. So there is drama happening across the final overs of the final pool play day in the Australian Veterans Cricket over 50s Nationals here in South Australia. Our stream game has Lee damming it onto the onside. Paul Neems is the new batter who will take strike up against Kebley. I need my eyes in 3 places at once. WA have had a good 41st over. They scored 12. They're 4 for 149. 41 to win off 4. That's just over 10 and over. But they got 14 in the 41st, so they're not done. New Zealand 9 for 243 with 2 informed batsmen. With 9 deliveries left, need 10. Here's another play for another single. So ACT's highest score was 180. They look like they're going to get that. They're 7 for 178, I think, with three deliveries left. Peter Walsh will have some interviews on the boundary. Whilst he's doing that, I will get the final results from the other games. Still 2 others in progress. Victoria's beaten Tasmania, booked a spot in the final. And of course, I'm only looking at Division 1. There's 2, 3, 4 and 5. I'm sure with equally interesting situations. And that is the ball game. Queensland in the end winning in emphatic fashion and winning a trip to Strathalbyn tomorrow. Play New South Wales or New Zealand. 7 for 178 is the final ACT score. They didn't quite get that 180. The margin, 78-run victory to Queensland. While she's going to get an interview, let me just do one final check around the board. WA getting a wriggle on. They've got 5 runs off 4 deliveries in the 42nd over, needing 10 per over at the moment. And with 2 overs left, New Zealand 9 for 243. Need 10 runs to win, 12 deliveries left, 1 wicket in hand. A big day, and you think today's big, wait until tomorrow. 5 championship games, 21 placing finals in total as we see out this great tournament. Players shaking hands at the moment. Queensland get their first win, finish 3rd in the pool, go to Strathalbyn. The ACT head to Ingle Farm tomorrow for the 7th place playoff. That will be against Tasmania. 2 winless teams, 1 will emerge victorious. Let's go down to ground level. I should say. Queensland captain Gary Lovett is with Peter Walsh.
4, 3, 2, 1. Handshakes are plentiful. We had nearly 400 or over 400 runs in a day's cricket, and the bloke who climbed out of the cot and is feeling okay. Gary, how are you?
I'm great, feeling better, and a really good result for Queensland as well, which is most important. Great result.
Consistency all the way through too. You get a big start, you get some big scores. That happens when you put it in the bank. It makes it hard for the opposition to run you down.
Pretty much that's probably the thing that we've lacked in the last other couple of games, is having starts and going through the batting order and stuff as well. But consistently runs made it easier for the blokes to come through, and hence the big score at the end of it.
And what we saw was the versatility of players who can bat and also bowl. So you were really looking around towards the finish, and you had plenty to choose from.
Plenty of options with the bat and plenty of options with the ball as well. I mean, we've got a team full of all-rounders. We've got a team full of top order bats, and we can call on anyone to go out there and pinch a couple of overs with the ball and stuff as well.
I want you to talk about Shane Drummond-Hills, the wicketkeeper. I tell you what, there's a lot of good wicket-keepers around, and they make it look so easy. Some of his dismissals, stumpings, etc., were breathtaking.
Grubby would have to have probably one of the best hands that I've seen for a long, long time. Even those last 2 stumpings towards the end were magic. You know, off the pads and gloves and that down the leg side, and to grab him, he's quality and can bat, and really good with the bat as well.
So what do you do now? Tomorrow there's another game, of course, and you want to finish on a high note. Firstly, you've got to be better. You've got to be feeling stronger. What does the team do overnight?
Well, we have a nice, easy night. Actually, I think a few of the guys are going to go out and support the Brisbane Heat Girls later on tonight. Okay. They're playing just outside Adelaide. But no, just get together, have a good, really good feed. Main thing was today was to get a win today, and now we're going to come back and back it up tomorrow.
You were hard taskmaster as the boss. Do you sit back and analyse now, even though the game is just finished, or what's your way of unwinding?
No, we'll just sit back, enjoy, have a couple of beers. We'll go back to the hotel, have a quick chat, go for a swim in the pool, and then we'll reassess it again tomorrow. No, we don't want to enjoy that. That's our first win for the tournament.
Yeah, and a good way to win too, with so many that did contribute.
Absolutely. Stacks of guys with the bat, stacks of guys with the ball. We had young Steve who filled in from Div 2's. Matt was on a hat-trick, picked up 2 wickets with the ball and bowled 9 straight. Lot to like in what we've got, lot to like in what we've done. Want to finish with 1 more win though, and that will give us 2 wins out of the 4. We'd be happy with that. We'll take that.
Thanks for the entertainment, to not just today but for the week, and you look after yourself, Gary. Well done.
Thanks, Pete. Brilliant. Thanks.
Gary. Thanks, you can't choke, man. I'm still talking. Good on you, Gary. The final scores: a win to the Queensland team, who won 5 for 256, and they defeated a team from the ACT who were plucky. They were 7 for 178. A really good day. I stress, over 400 runs in a day at Woodville. You've got to be happy with that. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage from the ground. Let's go back now to the man who's up top, Phil Hurden. Take it away, Phil.
Walshy, well, this game was over fairly early. There's two others that are right on the precipice, and you'll have to go to the My Cricket app to find out what happens. An over to go between New South Wales and New Zealand. New South Wales 252. New Zealand are 5 runs short. 6 to win with 1 over to go and 1 wicket spare. That could go any which way. The game for the team that's in the final, Victoria are there. They beat Tasmania. Victoria bowled out for 140. Tasmania bowled out for 84. Meanwhile, the SAWA game has got 2 overs left. WA got just 5 runs in the 43rd. They need 26 to win off 12 deliveries. 26 to win off 2 overs. But we're going to sign off here. My name is Phil Hurden. On behalf of Peter Walsh, on behalf of Kate, on behalf of Tomia, 2 Jameses, a John and a Rob, all the scorers, all the umpires, all the players and our guests, thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow with the final. Victoria versus SA or WA. Whoever it is will be back at 10:30 local. Thanks for watching.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad and that before he's even in here and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived 2 lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents 2 of Australia's most respected brands
that promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.